Marrying the Matchmaker. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2023. Chapter 1. With a sniff, Peyton Burrows grabbed the box of tissues off her bed as she shuffled into the living room of her apartment and flopped down. Without even checking herself in a mirror, she knew how she looked. Life had kicked her while she was down and then thrown her off a cliff. And right before Christmas? Only 6 days ago, she was engaged to Frank Salmon, Esquire, and only one meeting away from a promotion at the bank. A promotion she'd already decided to give up so she could move to Paris with Frank. Only, it wasn't that kind of meeting after all. Now she was newly single and looking at a pink slip. It had all happened so fast that she felt as though she was suffering from whiplash. The phone in her bathrobe pocket buzzed against her hip, and she fished it out. "Hey, Tracy." Ugh. She sounded pathetic. "Hey, I'm sorry to hear about your job." Peyton and Tracy had worked together at the bank for 5 years, but Tracy's job was secure since she was in mortgages and the bank wasn't moving that department. It was the only job she'd had since graduating high school. When it was bought out 6 months ago, she'd known changes were coming. She just didn't think her department moving to Iowa would be part of the merger. Now she was 28 and looking for a new job. "They offered to let me move to Iowa, but not as a supervisor." Tracy scoffed. "What? That's an insult. You took over bad debts and recovered over $80,000 worth of lost assets. Assets the bank had already written off." Peyton sat up, energized by the injustice. "It was more than enough to cover my salary. You'd think that would have given me job security. Did they tell you why they wouldn't give you the supervisor job? The supervisor in Iowa had seniority, and there isn't a need for a second one." "Nice. Real nice." Tracy paused. "Have you heard from Frank?" "Frank. The jerk. He proposed at Thanksgiving in front of her parents." Her parents. It had been grand and wonderful, and a big ol' fat joke. Through the grapevine, also known as his loudmouth brother, she'd learned that he'd only dated and proposed to her to look good to the partners at his firm. Once he found out he was heading up the Paris office, Peyton was an accessory he no longer needed, and he dumped her. Peyton groaned. "No, and I don't want to hear from him. We dated 4 months, and he was using me the whole time. I mean, I know it was fast, but he said that when you're in love, you follow your heart." What a creep. Are you sure you believe his brother, though? Maybe he just got cold feet. Peyton flopped back. "Oh, I believe him. Plus, there's the picture of Frank in Paris, kissing someone." "Already?" "Yep. I sure know how to pick 'em, huh?" This was her 3rd engagement. And the 3rd one to end almost as soon as it began. She could hear her baby sister ribbing her already. She loved Lori, but, man, there were times when Peyton just wanted to sock her. Was it really her fault that she picked guys who seemed great and then turned out to be horrible? It wasn't like she had a flag flying that said, "Welcome, losers." Was it really so bad to want to be loved? Her bottom lip trembled, and a tear ran down her cheek. Grabbing a tissue, she blew her nose for the umpteenth time. Ouch. I should have gotten the tissues with lotion in them. She sniffed. I can't stop crying. It's so unlike me. You should call Gus. Normally, she would have called her best friend, Gus Grant. If she called him, she knew he'd make her feel better. He'd fly in from his New York penthouse to her sardine-sized apartment in Alaska and veg on the couch with her, watching horribly sappy movies while telling her what an idiot Frank was. That was what he always did when she had a bad breakup. I can't, Tracy. He's opening his resort in Hawaii on Christmas Eve. That's just 2 days away. When he started his matchmaking app 4 years ago, Peyton never would have expected it to be as wildly successful as it was. Not that she didn't have faith in him or that it wouldn't be a hit. She just didn't imagine an unbelievably wealthy kind of successful. Who knew the lanky boy who moved in next door to her childhood home in Juneau would grow up to be Mr. Matchmaker and own a resort? Yeah, but that's why you call him your best friend. Tracy paused. See, now, he's the guy you should be engaged to, tall, handsome, and wealthy. Peyton rolled her eyes. He's my best friend. That's all. He made it clear a long time ago that all he wanted was to be friends. Tracy exhaled heavily. The way he looks at you says he doesn't think that anymore. No, that's just Gus. He's wonderful. And only my best friend. I wouldn't want to do anything that could ruin that. He means too much to me. Which is why she'd kept Paris from him. She was waiting for the right time to tell him. Her phone vibrated with an incoming call, and she pulled it back to check the screen. Gus? They talked almost every day, but usually before bed. It was 3 in the afternoon. Why would he be calling this early? Oh, hey, speak of the devil. That's Gus, Peyton said. Okay, well, call me if you need anything, girl. You know I've got your back. Thanks, Trace. Talk to you later. Peyton switched calls. Hey, Gus hey. She'd stopped calling him Gus in high school after he wouldn't speak to her for a week. The only way to get him to talk to her was to promise never to use it again. She still had to catch herself once in a while. Hey! How's my favorite girl? His voice was cheery, making her smile. I'm great. How's my favorite guy? This had been the way they'd answered the phone since the Bambi Bumgardner incident in 5th grade. Bambi had been mean to Gus because his name was Goofy. She said no girl would ever want to date him because he was a weirdo. Back then, Gus had worn baggy slacks and button-ups, and the kids made fun of him, mostly because his clothes looked as if they belonged to someone 50 years older. But Peyton had liked him from the moment she met him. She told him that what Bambi said wasn't true and he was her favorite boy. From there, it just stuck. He laughed. I can't be your favorite guy anymore. I believe that job was taken by Frank. Ouch. Bon Jovi was right. Shot through the heart. You'll always be my favorite guy. There's just a tie now. Not. Frank could go skydiving without a parachute. No, it was wrong to even think something such as that. Just because he was awful didn't mean she was going to stoop to his level. Oh, thanks. He laughed. I bet you're wondering why I called. You're psychic. Do you charge by the hour? Should I get my credit card? Gus snorted. I wish. No, I'm calling because I'm flying in, and I was hoping we could hang out before I leave for Hawaii tomorrow. I have a Christmas present for you. Flying into Juneau? What? Oh no. How was she going to hide her miserable week from him? Crud. Oh, Gus, you didn't have to do that. Of course he'd get her a present. The day after tomorrow was Christmas Eve, and by then, he'd be in Hawaii. But I didn't get you anything yet. I didn't know what to get, and I didn't know you'd be in town. I know, but I wanted to. And I don't care about a present or I'd have warned you I was coming. That new promotion of yours deserves some celebration too. I'm taking you out to dinner. After, we'll rent a movie and hang out on the couch. I need some downtime before I put my game face on. Seriously, he didn't know he was shooting arrows, but, man, it didn't keep them from hurting. She covered the receiver with her hand and took a deep breath to keep from crying. She refused to put a damper on his big opening day. Are you there? The phone shuffled. Hello? Aw, I got cut off. It sounded like he was about to hang up. No. I'm here. Just overwhelmed by how sweet you are. This is why you're my favorite guy and why I don't understand how you're still single. She tried to set him up so many times over the years, but either he wouldn't be interested or he'd have to cancel at the last minute. I'm too busy for a relationship, and I enjoy being a bachelor. I don't have to worry about anything but me and my company. Besides, I'm not single. I have my best friend. You know what I mean. Yes, I know, but stop worrying. I'm okay. Peyton shook her head. All right, fine. When are you supposed to be here? He made a little humming noise, the kind that said I'm looking at the clock. In about 45 minutes. Holy cow. She looked around her apartment, and her eyes went wide. It was the scene straight out of You've Got Mail. Used tissues, scattered clothes, and half-eaten bowls of ice cream were everywhere. She did a sniff test and wondered if Gus could smell her from his plane. Why didn't you call sooner? I told you I wanted to surprise you. He sucked in a sharp breath. Unless Frank is there. Am I interrupting something? Oh, no, I need to go so I can get ready. The last time you took me out to dinner, I had on jeans when I should have been wearing a runway dress. Peyton, you always look great, and that restaurant was full of snobs. Dress how you want. He was being nice. She'd practically been dressed for a hoedown, and he'd taken her to a restaurant that didn't have prices on the menu. He'd acted like nothing was off and that people weren't staring at her and wondering what bridge she lived under. Okay, I need to go so I can be ready when you get here. All right. I'll be there shortly. I've got a car rented, so I'll pick you up. She smiled. Okay, I'll see you then. Bye, favorite girl. Bye, favorite guy. She ended the call and hit the nitrous button. Her apartment was always immaculate. If Gus arrived and saw it was trashed, he'd know immediately that something was wrong, and there'd be no way for her to hide it. Good thing her place was small, otherwise, she'd never get it clean in time. As she zipped around, it struck her as funny that, once again, Gus was rescuing her without even knowing it. His coming into town was what she needed. Good food, his humor, and time spent with her best friend. Yeah, she'd keep her misery to herself until he got back after New Year's. She pushed down the thoughts of gloom and concentrated on her apartment. Once she was finished with her cleaning, she put her hands on her hips and let her gaze sweep the space. She pulled out her phone, and her eyes widened. 10 minutes? Great. With a speed she didn't know she had, she ran to the bathroom and began getting ready. Her dark hair was a rat's nest, her nose could have been sandblasted, and her eyes were so puffy they looked like they'd been injected with collagen. She was an absolute mess. Why had she allowed herself to get in this shape? This wasn't her usual. Sitting in a funk wasn't her style, and she'd been doing it for the last week. She was done feeling sorry for herself. It never helped anyone anyway. Nope, she was finding her bootstraps and pulling them up, starting with her best foundation and brightest lipstick. After today, she was getting herself back out there and living her life. No more whining. Chapter 2. Setting the phone down, Gus Grant smiled. In no time at all, he'd be seeing his best friend, Peyton. They never went more than a few days without talking, but it had been almost 4 months since he'd seen her, and he was nervous. He didn't know why. He'd given up any hope of them being together long ago. During the summer between 9th and 10th grade, something had changed in him, changed in the way he saw her. Right before school started, he'd kissed her in the middle of his backyard. Instead of saying anything, she'd looked at him wide-eyed and walked away. A few days passed before she spoke to him again, and she acted like it never happened. Then a few months later, Gus overheard her tell her friend Leslie that she'd never see him as more than a brother. Sure, that was their sophomore year of high school, but more than once, she'd referred to him as the brotherly type. He'd since packed away his feelings for her and was happy with the way things were. Of course, she'd look as good as always. Her dark hair would be perfectly curled and sitting just atop her shoulders with the bangs sideswept, accenting her cute little nose and perfectly pink Cupid's bow lips. She'd wear a dress that showed off her soft, creamy skin and, more than likely, her delicate collarbone and slender neck. And she'd have no idea the effect she had on him. Just a friend. 3 of the worst words ever strung together, followed closely by their evil twin, like a brother. He hated both of those, but that's what he was, and it would never change. He couldn't understand what she saw in any of the guys she fell for. The first engagement ended when the doofus cheated on her, and the second one ended when the guy decided he wasn't ready to commit, which he should have known before he asked her. And now Frank? Gus couldn't stand the man. One face-to-face with the guy when he and Peyton first started dating, and Gus was not impressed. His phone rang, and he answered it. "Hey, Gus, how's the flight?" asked Tyrone Reed, his business partner and friend. When Gus had first arrived in New York, it had been overwhelming. He just graduated from college, left Juno and Peyton, and he was homesick. It was just coincidence that he met Ty. An acquaintance had invited him to a party, and he and Ty both hated it. They'd left the flashing lights and loud music for the quiet of a coffee shop. Since then, they'd become tight. "It's all right. What's up?" Ty didn't typically call without a reason. "I have some news." "Oh yeah? What's that?" Ty cleared his throat. "You know that journalist for the Forever in Love magazine? Justine Pruitt?" "Oh yeah," Gus remembered her. Anytime she got the chance, she'd hound him about his bachelor status. "How is it that Mr. Matchmaker can't find his own match?" Yeah. You wanted her to do an article about the resort. It would be good for us. A positive piece from her, and the resort will be booked until forever." "I know, and I'm cool with that," Gus said. But she wasn't going to be able to make it to the grand opening. "I got a call from her assistant today. Her schedule opened up, and she'll be flying in for it." Great. That was the last thing he needed. "She's not trying to stay the week, is she? Because the bungalows are booked solid, and the rooms in the main house aren't exactly the same atmosphere if we are trying to get a good review." "No, she's just coming in for the night and taking a tour, and then she has some other engagement in Honolulu." "Are you cool with her doing a piece on the resort?" Gus raked his hand through his hair. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'll just avoid her. I don't want to be dealing with her nagging me about being a bachelor. She's a journalist for a romance magazine, and you're a single 28-year-old self-made billionaire. Of course she's going to want to know about your relationship status and why you aren't using your own service. And maybe she's interested for personal reasons." He laughed. "Stop. She doesn't know anything about me. I like being a bachelor. Why is that so hard to understand? I'm free to do what I want. Plus, I did use the service, remember? What a disaster. He'd used his real name, and women had changed their profiles to match his. There were hundreds who matched him, and maybe even a handful that truly matched, if he'd actually been interested." Ty laughed. "I'm sorry, man. I just wanted you to find someone and be happy. When I suggested you put your profile up, never in a million years did I think anyone would try to manipulate the system." "Yeah, well, I didn't either, but at least I was able to fix it before it happened to someone else." "And that torch you're carrying for Peyton has nothing to do with it?" Tyrone had met Peyton when they'd first become partners, and he knew instantly how Gus felt about her. Since then, Ty had been needling Gus to tell her how he felt. But he didn't get it. He hadn't seen the shocked look on her face when Gus kissed her. Ty hadn't heard how she said brother to her friend Leslie. It had almost seemed as though she was disgusted by the idea that they could be more than friends. No, Gus was better off accepting reality. I've told you. She thinks of me as a friend. That hasn't changed. Ty grunted. Man, you kissed her out of the blue in the middle of your yard in the beginning of 10th grade. Of course the girl was going to be shocked. Sure, I understand shocked, but it doesn't change what she said to her friend. She thinks of me as a brother. That was years ago. You're both different. She's engaged, Ty. For the 3rd time. What more of a statement do you need? Because she doesn't know you're interested. Gus dropped his head back against the seat. Seriously, can you just let this go? Ty exhaled sharply. Fine, but you're an idiot. Can we change the subject? All right. How's this for a change of subject? Have you looked at the website? People are already trying to find out when the next event will be held. Yeah, this is a hit. People like the idea of being able to meet somewhere safe and neutral. I knew it'd pay off. Having the resort in Hawaii was brilliant. Still tropical and beautiful but affordable too. It gives normal everyday people a chance. Gus nodded. Buying it cheap helped too. That's why he'd picked the place. Eddie, his real estate agent, flippantly showed it to him for an investment property, thinking Gus would laugh it off. Instead, it had given Gus his best idea yet. To take his matchmaking app to a new level. He'd even made sure all the participants were cross-matched so that everyone there was compatible. It was going to be amazing. The place had been in such disrepair that Gus almost changed his mind when he saw it in person, but after he and Ty discussed it, they went for it. They took the rundown resort and turned it into a beautiful spot. Once their contractors and designers were finished with it, it was more than Gus could have imagined. Keeping the costs down was the smartest thing we did. I mean, I know we're making money at this, but I also feel like we're really helping people. Gus had wanted regular people who were lonely to be able to afford it. People such as his mom, who had spent much of her life alone and sad after his dad left her. A lump formed in his throat. She'd been gone 2 years, and thinking about her still choked him up. They'd been a team from the moment his dad left. When his mom found a seamstress job in Juneau, they'd moved from South Dakota. The job almost didn't work out, but then she was offered a promotion, sparing them another move that would have taken him away from his best friend. They never had much money, but they always had what they needed. Well, yeah. Good thing Eddie showed it to you. Yeah, it was. Ty sighed. Thinking about your mom? Yeah. She'd be proud of you, Ty said. He'd met Gus's mother when they first decided to be business partners. She'd loved Ty, and because Ty lost his own mom when he was in his teens, he understood the loss better than most. Thanks. No, I mean it. You thought about regular Joes when we bought the place. People like your mom. She's smiling down on you, man. The lump Gus thought he'd swallowed doubled in size. You think so? Yeah, I do. Before Gus could respond, a ding in the cabin signaled the plane was starting its landing procedures. Oh, hey, gotta go. I'll see you at the resort, right? See you there. And Ty? Yeah. Thanks. Gus ended the call and put his phone away. Justine Pruitt. A weird feeling settled into the pit of his stomach. She'd been hounding him for an interview, and now she was going to be at the resort. He hoped her persistence was simply business-related. Maybe he could fib and tell her he was dating someone and that it had only happened recently. If Peyton wasn't engaged, he'd ask her to help him. It would be awkward, given how he felt about her, but he'd been able to maintain his distance all these years. He could handle a day of pretending. Once the plane landed, Gus took a limo to Peyton's apartment. He still couldn't figure out why he was nervously excited to see her. Maybe it was because she was engaged again, and all of Ty's talk of telling her how he felt wasn't helping. Maybe he would have considered telling her a few months ago, but this third engagement? Something in him had changed. Not only did she not see him as anything other than a friend, but she'd rather keep going out with losers than try with Gus. From that moment on, he closed his heart down and promised himself to let her go this time. Seeing her was hard, but with time, it would get easier. It didn't make Gus amiable toward Frank, the financial planning jerk in the fake Italian suits who behaved more like a used car salesman. The guy was obnoxious and loud. Anytime Peyton said a word, Frank would either make fun of her or downplay her ideas. Why she'd agreed to marry him was beyond Gus's ability to comprehend, but he wasn't going to dwell on that or say anything. Peyton didn't need or want his opinion on the guys she dated. A memory floated to mind, one that took him back to their first semester in college. She'd met this guy who thought he was a gift to the planet. Gus thought he was the kind of gift cows left behind as they grazed. For weeks, Gus put up with the guy treating Peyton as if she were property, and one night, he had enough when he heard the buffoon say something to her. She'd gotten angry, accusing him of not giving Perry a chance. How could Gus give the guy a chance when he was such a dirtbag? They had a huge argument, the worst one they'd ever had, and they disagreed in the past. Plenty in fact, but that time it was horrible. Her words came back like a fist. Gus, just stay out of my love life. I'm not dating you, and you aren't my dad. From that moment on, he determined to never again chime in on her dating choices. He couldn't count the number of times he'd held his tongue, but she didn't need or want his opinion. He shook the memory from his mind. There was no point in dwelling on it. Peyton was going to date and marry whoever she wanted. Maybe this was for the best. Maybe if she got married, he could finally move on. As the limo turned into Peyton's neighborhood, Gus stared out the window and smiled, trying to file away as much of his wayward thoughts about Peyton and relationships and everything else as he could. It was going to be a great evening, and he wouldn't let his talk with Ty bleed into it. He and Peyton were friends, and Gus was happy with that. He was going to pick her up and enjoy his time with her. He'd deal with her marriage a different day. Tonight, they were celebrating her promotion. And while he hadn't asked her directly about it, he knew she got it. They'd be crazy not to promote her. She was amazing, driven, talented, and hardworking. Anything she set her mind to, she pursued until she got it. It's what made her Peyton and what made him love her. Chapter 3. The doorbell rang, and Peyton furiously applied one last coat of mascara. Her nose was covered in enough foundation to hide an elephant, but maybe he wouldn't notice. Or she could tell him she had allergies or maybe a cold. She'd taken a long overdue shower, picked a comfortable but decent dress, put her hair up, and reduced the swelling in her eyes enough to cover what was left with makeup. With one last look in the mirror, she realized she was as good as she was going to get. Rushing out of the bathroom, she caught herself and slowed before answering the door. He didn't need to know she'd been running around like a madwoman since he called. She let out a slow breath, relaxed her shoulders, and pulled the door open. "Hey," she said with as much brightness as she could muster. Wow. Dark gray was his color. The linen suit looked custom-tailored and showed off his 6'6" athletic build. Had he been working out? She didn't remember his shoulders looking that broad. His thick dark hair was combed back, and his 5 o'clock shadow looked perfectly trimmed. Did he always look so dashing? And he smelled fantastic. Seriously, who was this man picking her up? What was her problem? Why was she noticing this stuff? He was like a brother to her. Okay, maybe a friend's brother. That made it less weird with the way her thoughts were going. Gus was seriously hot, and it was freaking her out. Maybe if she called him Gus Gus in her head, she'd picture the fat mouse in Cinderella instead of the model in front of her. Gus immediately pulled her into a hug. "Hey! It's good to see you." He leaned back. "You look gorgeous as always." Her cheeks heated, which was silly. It was just Gus, but she loved that he noticed. "Thanks. It's old, but it's comfortable. I figured that this way, I've got the best of both worlds in case you take me somewhere nice. It might be old, but it looks great on you." He smiled. "You ready?" She nodded and stepped out, shutting the door behind her. "So, how was your flight?" "It was good," he said as they walked to the limo. "As flights go." "Just good?" "It's a private jet. The last time I flew in it, it was amazing." She slid into the limo and scooted over. Gus unbuttoned his suit coat and slid onto the seat next to her. "I've been doing a little more flying than I wanted. Getting this resort ready wasn't a small task." The door shut behind him and she was surrounded by that crazy good-smelling cologne. It was spicy and warm and leathery. That wasn't Gus. Was it? He was her best friend. When did he start smelling so good? The whole week had been nuts, and she'd been in a funk. Her brains were 6 shades of fried. That had to be it. "I told you it would be a huge undertaking." He nodded. "I know, and I'm not complaining. I'll just be glad to stay put for a few days." Between flying back and forth to Hawaii and attending meetings to coordinate everything, I haven't had a second to breathe. "I thought you were supposed to hire a personal assistant." She'd been on him to hire someone for ages. He always worked too hard. There were times they'd video chatted, and his eyes always looked so tired. Part of her wished she lived in New York City with him so she could make sure he was taking care of himself. Well, she was unemployed. Maybe she could be his assistant. No, what was she thinking? She didn't want to move to New York, and working for her best friend would be weird. "I haven't had time." He laughed. Peyton shook her head. "You're going to wear yourself down if you don't stop." And by the looks of the dark circles around his eyes, that wasn't a far-fetched statement. He waved her off. I'm fine. I don't mind being busy. You know that. There's busy, and then there's chaotic. You chose the latter." Shrugging, his gaze dipped to her hand. "Where's this rock you told me about?" Her pulse jumped. Oh no, her engagement ring. Frank had told her to keep it, but she was so upset that she gave it back. She'd wanted nothing from the man, especially when she realized why he'd gone out with her in the first place. I'm getting it sized." "I thought you said it fit perfectly." "Shoot. Well, it wasn't as perfect as I thought. It started sliding on my finger, and I wanted to make sure I didn't lose it." "Oh, that's smart. Don't want to be pulling out your plumbing to find your ring." "Nope, wouldn't want that." "So, you got the promotion, right?" He smiled. "I'm asking, but I know you got it." For a second, Peyton debated about telling him. Did she really want to spotlight her woes? No. Plus, she didn't want him thinking he needed to take care of her when he had the huge opening week at his resort to worry about. Lying to him wasn't her style. They were always honest with each other, but laying all that on him at the moment didn't seem right. "Oh, well, you know how I am. I go after what I want." He nodded. "Oh yeah, you always have. One of the things I love about you. You never give up." Nope, I never give up. And she wasn't giving up, either. When Gus left tomorrow and once Christmas was over, she was hitting the proverbial streets and finding another job. The bank had given her a glowing letter of recommendation. It wouldn't take her long at all to find another position. They chatted about a few more things, and the ride to the restaurant went quicker than she expected. The driver opened the door and helped her out. She turned, and as Gus exited the car, her breath caught. Her brain might be fried, but that didn't change the fact that Gus was downright sexy. The confident way he carried himself. His electric smile. Everything about him was so different. Wow. She was insane. Totally and hopelessly insane. They hadn't seen each other for months. That had to be it. It was like getting a kitten. You don't realize how big it is until you leave for a week, and when you return, it's twice the size you remember. His hand came to rest on the small of her back as they entered the restaurant, and she nearly jumped. Zaps of electricity raced up and down her spine as the warmth of his hand spread through her. Holy smokes, her body was on overload. What on this green earth was going on with her? They followed the host and took their seats at the table. A waiter dropped off menus and filled their water glasses, taking their drink orders before leaving. Peyton looked around the restaurant. This is nice. I don't think I've been here before. I think it's new. I did a little Googling and booked us a table before I landed. She smiled. Thanks for taking me out. She was glad to be out of the house. It was amazing what the shower did for her mood. She should have taken herself out days ago instead of wallowing. I had to, he said, lowering his menu. That promotion was a slam dunk, and we needed to celebrate. That, plus your engagement. He was talking, but she wasn't listening. Just then, she was struck by how green his eyes were, as if the menu had underlined them and the sparkle in them was an exclamation point. Whoa. Gustav Grant was gorgeous. He needed to find a woman, and Peyton needed to help. Those soft lips of his needed to be kissing someone like her. Okay, this was getting out of hand. What did that TV therapist say? Oh, right, when you've been through something, your mind searches for ways to compensate for that loss. That's all this was. She'd lost her boyfriend and her job. Such stress was bound to put a strain on her mind. Well, thank you. So, tell me about the promotion. What will you be doing? Gus smiled, and his gaze dropped to the menu. Peyton plastered on her best fake smile. Oh, the bank was bought out, so it's basically the same position but, with a little bit of a title and salary change. I don't even know why they were calling it a promotion. Still, I know how hard you work at something when you put your mind to it. You deserve this. He smiled. Which reminds me. With a fluid motion, he stuck his hand inside his suit coat and pulled out a small box, holding it out to her. Now, before you say anything, it's small, and it wasn't all that expensive. Okay, she said with a nod. She excitedly pulled the Christmas tree wrapping paper off and opened the little box. Her jaw dropped. Oh, Gus, I mentioned in passing that I loved this bracelet months ago. You remembered? He nodded. Yes, why wouldn't I? If something interests you, I pay attention. You'd do the same for me. Had she done the same for him? Looking back over their friendship, she could point out a handful of times that she thought about what he needed, but he'd always thought about what she needed. How had she let their relationship get so one-sided? What could she do to make it up to him? You're always so sweet to me. It made her determined to do something for him too. She'd just need time to think about what. Of course. You're my favorite girl. He winked, his green eyes twinkling. Yowza. It was like a lightning strike, and she was the rod. Man, her mind must be seriously stressed. Well, I do have to share you now, he said. His smile faltered just a bit, but he was looking at the menu, so more than likely it was nothing. Peyton checked over the menu. Did something look bad? What? You made a face while you were looking at the menu. Something must have sounded terrible. I want to make sure I avoid it. He chuckled. Oh, yeah, duck. I'm not a fan. It's too gamey for me, but don't take my word for it. You might love it. Oh, I'm not big on duck either. I'm thinking the seafood risotto sounds good. He nodded. We could share it, and then you'd still have room for a dessert. Make it two, and you're on. She grinned. This was why she loved Gus. He had a way of making her laugh at the simplest things. During their meal, they finished catching up, minus her breakup and joblessness. He was doing so well and was so excited, and every time she thought she could tell him, well, she couldn't bring herself to do it. For once, she needed to support him and be happy. It wasn't about her. It was about him. Afterward, they stopped at the grocery store to grab some microwave kettle popcorn for Gus and a movie from the movie rental kiosk. Once they were in their pajamas, they got the popcorn popped and settled into watch frequency. It was old, but it was one they loved. As the opening credits played, Gus asked, "Are you excited to spend Christmas with Frank's family?" Oh, right. Frank had a huge thing come up at work. He won't be going home. They need him in Paris. Which was where he was going to be, so it wasn't a total lie. What are you doing for Christmas? Just hanging out here. She'd already told him about her parents spending Christmas on a Jamaican cruise. He tilted his head. What about New Year's? You and Frank were going to New York to watch the ball drop. Is he going to be back in time for that? Ugh. She'd forgotten about that and fought back tears. He'll be gone for that too. She tried to make her voice steady and failed. Peyton, what's going on? Nothing, she said, waving him off. He narrowed his eyes and pierced her with a look. She really didn't want to tell him. I don't want to tell you. You have your big week coming up, Anne. Gus took her hand in his. My big week is not more important than you. Tell me. Her lower lip trembled. Frank dumped me. What? He dumped me. He only started dating me because he wanted his firm to think he was a family man so he'd get a promotion and get to go to Paris to head up the new office there. Her tears flowed freely now. And I lost my job too. They restructured and moved my department to Iowa, and they didn't need 2 supervisors. Gus wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close, kissing the top of her head. Frank isn't worth your tears, and you can do better. Am I free to tell you I didn't like him to start with? Yeah. It came out pathetic. She circled her arms around his neck and laid her head on his shoulder. This is what she needed. She shouldn't have told him, but she already felt tons better. And as for your job, you were great at it. It won't take you but a second to find another one. His voice was so soothing, and he ran his hand up and down her back. You're Peyton Burrows, Supergirl. There's nothing you can't do. A tiny chuckle trickled out. He'd called her that before. It was silly because she never felt that way, but Gus sure believed in her. Thanks. I'm so sorry to dump all my bad news on you. Christmas Eve is 2 days away, and then your resort opens. I feel awful. Don't. You never have to keep things from me, no matter what's going on in my life. Gus's face lit up, and his eyes widened. I have an idea. She leaned back. What? His smile grew. Why not come with me to the resort? A Hawaiian resort? Hot sun, warm beach, far enough away from her problems to drown them in little umbrella drinks? No, she couldn't. The resort was booked. I'll be fine. Besides, you said you were booked up the last time we talked. You could stay with me. The bungalow I'm in has 2 rooms and a couch. Tyrone will be in the other room, but I can sleep on the couch. It's perfect. She chewed her bottom lip and looked down. Oh, it sounded so nice. Of course, she wouldn't let him take the couch, especially when he was being so thoughtful, but it would be pointless to argue about it now. Are you sure? I don't want to be a bother. He leveled his eyes at her. You could never be a bother, Peyton. I don't want you spending Christmas and New Year's alone. He put a finger under her chin and lifted her head. Look, I wanted you there in the first place. It would mean a lot to me if you were. Even though he had kettle corn breath, Peyton was on the verge of turning into a puddle. His face was so close, but he'd been close before. Why was this time different? Fiancé. She had a fiancé a week ago, and this was Gus. Her rebound card wasn't getting its punches from Gus. If she wasn't careful and didn't get her mind straight, she'd be getting a special visit from remorse. She debated a bit more. Oh, she so wanted to go, and he wanted her there. Why wouldn't she go? If you want me there, I'll be there. This is so great. My favorite girl with me. Christmas couldn't be better. He pulled her into a tight hug, and she relaxed against him. Gus had always been reliable and comfortable. A trip with him was exactly what she needed. By the time she returned, she'd be back to her old self and ready to tackle life. And with a tan to boot. Chapter 4. The sun was centered between the horizon and the top of the trees as Gus and Peyton reached the resort. He'd made the necessary calls to account for Peyton's stay. Even Ty knew she'd be there. That conversation was exhausting. This was not his shot with Peyton. The only thing Gus wanted was to spend Christmas and New Year's with his best friend, because she wasn't engaged. He nearly breathed a sigh of relief out loud. He'd been given a reprieve. Not that he thought it would change anything, but maybe he could prepare himself better for the next time she announced she was spending the rest of her life with someone else. The coming week with her would test him with her looking so good. She'd worn an off-the-shoulder little black dress the night before. She'd called it old, but it had taken effort to keep his jaw off the ground. But then again, Peyton could wear a mud-covered burlap sack and look good. He hated that she felt the need to keep Frank's dumping her and losing her job from him. It was sweet that she didn't want to take away from the good things going on in his life, but how could she not know she was one of the best things in his life? It had been so tempting to kiss her. Her face was so close, those dark eyes of hers holding his. The monumental effort it took to keep his lips to himself should have put him in the lineup for a gold medal. Now, he was spending the week with her at this resort that was meant to help people fall in love. What could it do for someone already in love? How much could he handle? Oh, Gus, this is so incredible. Peyton's entire face glowed as the car slowly drove into the expansive half-circle driveway. She turned to Gus. Wow. Gus grinned. He was hoping for this reaction. Not just from her but from every visiting guest. One of the reasons this particular resort caught his eye was the 21 single-room bungalows extending in both directions from the main house. And with mountains behind it and the beach stretching in front, the entire place gave the illusion of being its own island. It was the perfect amount of space for 10 couples, a nice-sized group. During the planning phase, he paid careful attention to the front of the resort to showcase the local foliage. He'd made sure everyone hired was local so that he was infusing the local community with revenue. His chef would use locally harvested foods as much as possible too. You like it? No, I love it, she said as she stepped out of the car. Look at all this color. It's, wow. Gus followed her out and nodded. I hope everyone thinks the same way you do. She touched his arm. They'll have no choice. I'm telling you, you're going to be booked solid forever. Her touch was always electrifying, but knowing she was single and staying with him in the same bungalow made it feel as though the voltage had increased. His pulse was a testament to that. "Let's get settled in our bungalow, and then I'll show you around. We'll have the place to ourselves until tomorrow. Tyrone is arriving early in the morning, and the guests won't arrive until around noon. I wanted to get here a day early in case there were any fires I needed to extinguish." Her eyes lit up. The whole resort to ourselves? She lifted on her toes and clapped her hands together. That's amazing. He loved being the reason she was so excited. Her features turned pensive, and she tilted her head. "You were going to spend the holidays with strangers." He shrugged. "It wasn't a big deal." "Yes, it was. Why didn't I think about that before?" "Really, it was fine, but I have you now." Peyton rolled her eyes, and then she smiled. "We could go somewhere and do some Christmas shopping." He smiled. "We could have pre-Christmas Eve hot cocoa, and I brought my iPad, so we can watch movies by the fireplace." "Well, maybe not the fire since we're in Hawaii. It can get chilly here at night." "We might get that fire." He nodded his head toward the path to the bungalow they'd share. As they walked, he told her a bit about them. All of the bungalows are one bedroom with a fireplace, except the one we're staying in. It's 2 bedrooms. Tyrone wanted the option to visit without reducing the number of available rooms. That leaves 20 bungalows for the 10 couples. There are also a few rooms in the main house for visitors not being matched, like personal guests or speakers. That's smart, but you've always been like that. Thinking ahead, planning. Boring and weird. Peyton pinched her lips together in the cutest way possible. This was the look she got when he said anything derogatory about himself. Exciting and innovative. You're helping lonely people find their special someone. You aren't boring or weird. Some woman out there is just waiting for your meet cute. I don't have time for a meet cute. Won't you slow down a little after your resort gets going? You've hired a manager, right? He appreciated what she was trying to do, but he didn't want to hear all the good things she thought about him when she probably said the same thing to Frank. With a quick peek at his phone, he checked the time. "Let's go get freshened up, and then we can get some dinner, okay?" Peyton cocked an eyebrow. "Nice sidestep, Gus." Laughing, he nodded. "Can we go?" She exhaled heavily. "Fine, but this isn't over. We're finding you someone." The last thing he wanted was Peyton in charge of his love life. Who would she pick for him? Unless it was her clone, there was no one else for him. "Come on. I'm hungry, and I want to change shirts." "Okay," she said and hugged his arm. "Thank you for this. You have no idea how much I needed it." "This is it," he said as they arrived. "It's similar to the others." The simple rooms were appointed like a 5-star hotel. Luxury beds, fine linens, and decor that was peaceful and inviting. The only difference from a high-dollar hotel was no TV in each room. If people were coming there to connect, they needed to disconnect from their technology. He'd removed the televisions, only leaving a couple in the main house in case the couples wanted something to do other than hang out on the pavilion or down by the beach. "I love it. It's simple and relaxing." Before he could offer his room to her, she turned to him. "You were kind to bring me here, so I'm taking the couch. Don't argue." He laughed. "You sure?" "Positive." She touched his arm. "I'm going to use the restroom before we tour the rest of the resort, okay?" "Go ahead. We don't have a schedule." Peyton nodded and disappeared into the bathroom. A moment later, Ty walked in the front door with a young woman Gus didn't recognize. What was he doing there already? "Hey! Just the guy I was hoping to see," Ty said. Hey, Ty, Gus said as his gaze darted to the woman. She was staring at him like a piece of meat. I didn't think you were coming until tomorrow. This is Justine Pruitt. Her schedule cleared a day early, and she asked if she could tour the resort before the guests arrive. I figured I'd come early to show her around. Fantastic. And creepy. Gus shook her hand, holding in a frustrated sigh. Hi, Justine. It's nice to put a face with the emails. Justine smiled and held his hand just a bit too long. Likewise. You're rather reclusive. I tried finding information on you, but all I got was that you were from Juneau. You've been quite persistent with the interview requests. There's really nothing noteworthy about me. I'm just a guy. Gus chuckled, trying to play off his nervousness. Was she going to try to interview him now? He didn't want to answer questions about his relationship status, his views on marriage, or anything else relationship related. Her smile widened, and it wasn't a friendly smile. It was the look of a predator about to pounce. I'm still wondering how a matchmaker can run a successful matchmaking company when he himself can't find a successful match. Gus's pulse jumped as he caught Ty's gaze. Oh no. How should he answer that? Well, of course she'd wonder about his own love life when he was trying to match others. The door to the bathroom opened, and Peyton walked out. Hey, Tyrone. I didn't think you were coming in until tomorrow morning, she eyed Justine, who was still staring at Gus, and raised an eyebrow. Who is this? She asked. Gus was glad she was back. Peyton, this is Justine Pruitt with Forever in Love magazine. She's doing an article on the resort. Justine finally tore her gaze from Gus and shook Peyton's hand, her expression growing suspicious. He put his arm around Peyton's waist, hopefully giving Justine the impression that he was with someone. This is Peyton. His wife. Peyton smiled. That's not what he'd planned to say. Why did she say that? Sure, he'd thought of fibbing, but he decided against it. He shook his head. We're. Ty choked. They weren't planning to announce it this quick. What was Ty doing? Why was he going along with Peyton? Gus needed to fix this and quick. Peyton cupped his cheek. It's okay, sweetie. I don't mind her knowing. She looked at Justine as she dropped her hand. We wanted to keep it quiet. We're private people. Gus's heart hammered against his ribs. Had Peyton overheard Justine asking him about his relationship status? He couldn't let this go. Justine's eyebrows shot to her hairline. Married? Her voice rose an octave. When? I don't see any rings. Ty nodded. It came as a shock to all of us, but these two have been crazy for each other since they were kids. He slapped Gus on the back. It was so sudden that they haven't been able to pick anything out yet. Gus was going to kill him. Hey, Ty, could I speak to you for a second? Outside? I would, but I told Justine that I'd show her around. Ty held Gus's gaze like he was trying to send some unspoken signal. Gus wondered if Ty was picking up his signal, the smoke coming out of his ears. The only reason we stopped in here was to find you. As much as he hated pretending or lying, maybe this wasn't as horrible as he thought. It was for an evening, and it wasn't like he was telling the world. Okay, fine. Since the cat is already out of the bag, yes, it was rather sudden, but she's my best friend, so we didn't see the point in waiting, he said and smiled down at Peyton. I figured we'd get rings once we got to Hawaii. Peyton shrugged. Exactly. Rings were secondary. Gus is my best friend. I've loved him since we were 9. All that mattered to me was that we were together. Justine's gaze moved from Gus to Peyton and back. That's very sweet, and I think it's great. That the matchmaker found his match. The way she was eyeing them, it was as though she could see through the lie. He hated lying, but he hated the way Justine was looking at him even more. "Me too," Peyton said, placing the flat of her hand against his chest. Ty gave Gus a slight grin. The man was enjoying this way more than Gus liked. Would Justine expect them to pretend to be married the whole evening? How was that going to work? Was he going to have to kiss her? He nearly paled at the thought. "Well, we'll go so you two can settle in," Ty said. He started to turn and stopped. "I told Justine the four of us would have dinner tonight. I hope you don't mind." The man smiled. Oh, Gus was going to kill him for sure. Justine nodded, her face brightening. "Yes, I was extremely excited about that. I'd love to spend more time with you and talk about the resort and the fun activities you have planned for the guests." Turning to Gus, she said, "Plus, the matchmaker marrying his childhood friend? I just have to hear more about that." The small lift of her eyebrow, the tiny curve on one corner of her mouth, and the way she held his gaze gave him the impression that she had other intentions. Gus smiled, but inside he was a wreck. How was he going to fake being married to Peyton during dinner? Ty waved as he guided Justine out of the bungalow, and Gus walked with Peyton to the door. Once they were out of earshot, Gus let go and raked his hand through his hair. It had been a long time since his life had felt so out of control. "Peyton, why did you do that?" asked Gus. "I overheard that woman asking you about being single. It sounded like she was trying to make you look bad, not to mention the way she was staring at you. Since you didn't want me finding you someone, I thought why not rescue you by telling her you were married." "Rescue me?" Gus asked. "What do you mean? You're always rescuing me. Even when you don't know it, you charge in just when I need you. Like yesterday. You found out I would be alone for Christmas, and you invited me here. I just want to take care of you the way you always take care of me." Her bottom lip trembled. "I feel like I'm not carrying my weight in this friendship." What was she talking about? "You rescue me all the time. When I'm exhausted and I can't get my mind to shut off, you stay on the phone with me until I fall asleep. You send me little fruit baskets when you don't think I've been eating enough. Just because you rescue me in a different way doesn't mean I don't feel rescued. And I'm not keeping score. I know you're not keeping score, but I felt, I don't know. Like I needed to show you that I care about you and our friendship." She paused and sighed heavily. "Do you want me to find Justine and tell her the truth?" Gus laughed. "No, she's leaving tonight, so it's not a big deal." Peyton smiled. "Does that mean I can find you someone this week?" He held her gaze. "Even if my special someone was on this island, I'm not interested in dating anyone right now." He took her hand. "Let's go into town and do some shopping. When we get back, we'll have dinner with Justine and Ty." "Okay." "I wonder what Justine will want to know about us. I mean, we've known each other forever it seems, so it's not like we'll have to lie about that. She may expect us to hold hands and kiss. Are you okay with that?" Not by a long treacherous mile. Kissing Peyton in 10th grade was so forever ago that the only thing he remembered now was Peyton's horrified look. Kissing her as an adult, his stomach turned. "I doubt we'll have to do that." He sent up a silent prayer that they wouldn't have to, because he knew he'd love kissing her. Knowing that and then knowing she'd never be his would be torture. At least she's not staying the week. We can handle anything for just one night. Peyton bounced on her toes. Exactly. This way she leaves you alone from now on and your resort gets a great write-up. Thanks. Are you ready to go shopping? Absolutely. She walked ahead of him, and Gus let out a silent puff of air. Married to Peyton. At least Justine was the only one who believed that, and she wasn't staying the week. Thank goodness. Spending the week with Peyton was hard enough. Pretending to be married to her for a week would drive him insane. Chapter 5. Gus draped his arm across the back of Peyton's chair as they sat at the table with Justine and Ty. All evening during their shopping trip, she'd felt so weird. She'd hidden it, of course, but telling Justine they were married had given Peyton all sorts of crazy ideas. Ideas that a woman who'd been engaged just a week ago shouldn't have. Justine wiped her mouth with her napkin. That meal was incredible. Gus, you've got quite the resort here. Our readers are going to love it. Gus smiled. Thank you. I hope people love it. Ty and I worked hard to pay attention to the details. Justine nodded. And I can see that. I mean, really, just gorgeous and luxurious without being so over the top that it's pretentious. Well, Justine had that right, and Peyton had never been prouder of Gus. Of course, Ty had helped, but Gus had put all his energy and time into making the resort the oasis it was. I appreciate that. People are meeting each other for the first time. That makes them anxious enough. I wanted them to feel comfortable so they can concentrate on making a connection while they're here, Gus said. Ty nodded. Exactly, and don't let this guy fool you. A lot of these touches were his idea. He's just a good enough guy to share the glory. Gus chuckled. Ty did a lot too. Don't think for a second he didn't. Justine settled her gaze on Peyton. Had you been to the island before today? Peyton didn't know what to say. No. He wanted me to see it when it was all finished. The journalist narrowed her eyes. You never saw it? Peyton shook her head. No. When exactly did you two get married? If Gus was so busy with the resort, how did he make time for that? Justine asked. Peyton froze. Why was this woman so hung up on the details? They were married. That's all she needed to know. But Peyton was getting the feeling that she'd accidentally stepped into Justine's territory or something. Was Justine interested in Gus? Why did that make Peyton want to sharpen her claws? Gus wasn't hers. A little voice in the back of her mind vehemently disagreed, and she shoved a sock in it and stuffed it in a closet. Blurting out they were married seemed like the best way to be a friend to Gus when he was being attacked, but now she was wondering if she should have thought it through a little more. She'd only said it so Justine would stop asking Gus all those questions about his dating life. At least it was only for the day. With as frazzled as she was and how crazy her thoughts were since Gus showed up at her apartment, she couldn't imagine pretending to be married for an entire week. Gus looked at Peyton, and as he answered he held her gaze. I don't have to make time for her. She's my best friend. When I'm not with her, I'm thinking about her. We take care of each other despite time constraints or distance. She was blown away. Well, of course they were best friends, but the way he was looking at her, he'd never looked her like that before. Or had he, and she'd been so blind she just didn't see it. Oh, what was she doing? He was pretending. Exactly, Peyton said as she reached behind her and covered his hand with hers. She looked at Justine. We're best friends, and we take care of each other. Justine grinned. Our readers are going to eat you two up. You're just darling. They're going to love that Mr. Matchmaker has found his match. After shedding a few tears, of course. She chuckled, but it had a fake ring to it. Gus blinked and pulled his focus from Peyton. Her readers? She was going to write about them? What had Peyton gotten him into? This was supposed to be a fake marriage to get Justine off his back. If she wrote an article, everyone would read it. Peyton's little fib was getting bigger by the second. Are you planning on enjoying the activities while you're here? Justine asked. Ty nodded and grinned in Gus's direction. Oh yeah. Actually, Gus and I decided that once things were in full swing, we would try to enjoy the island as guests and observe how the staff handled things. We still have to stay close in case there are any problems, but there's plenty to do here at the resort. Gus shot Ty a look that was somewhere between pistols at dawn and flat-out murder. Well. Justine grinned. That's so smart. What sort of activities will there be? She asked as she pulled out her phone. If you don't mind, I'm going to record this. Sure, Gus said. No problem. He tried to hide his frustration, but Peyton could see him working his jaw. If he wasn't so upset, she'd be tickled. Why was time messing with him like this? Justine tapped record and set her elbows on the table. So, about those activities. Oh, they're the usual. Horseback riding, and because we have the mountains behind us, guests can either ride on the beach or up the trail behind us. There'll be diving, hiking, mountain climbing, helicopter tours, and bus tours of the island. We've worked with the local companies on the island to make sure everyone has plenty of things to choose from. Tomorrow night we'll have a tree trimming social mixer to start things off. It'll give our guests a chance to introduce themselves. Some people can be shy, and I don't want to make people feel like they've been thrown to the wolves, so to speak. Oh, a tree trimming party. I love that. I can't wait to participate. Peyton felt Gus tense next to her. What? He asked. Justine smiled. Oh, didn't I tell you? He said there was a room in the main house I could stay in, and he invited me to stay the week. He's even going to move in next door to me in the main house so you two can have your privacy. Peyton thought she heard a small gasp from Gus. But the review. She held up a hand. Don't worry. He already made sure I realized I wasn't getting the full experience of staying in a bungalow. But from what I've seen on the tour, my room is just as nice as the others. My accommodations won't affect my review. It'll be great. I plan on blogging about the entire stay, including letting our readers know that Mr. Matchmaker himself is now off the market. Gus paled. The week? Isn't it great? Did you bring enough clothing to stay for the week? Gus asked. Of course. After doing this for so many years, I've learned to always come prepared. She smirked. In Peyton's head, she echoed Gus. Justine was staying the week? Not only was she going to write an article about them, but now they'd have to pretend 7 whole days? And Ty was going to leave them in a house by themselves? When Gus was looking at her with dazzling green eyes and smelling so good. But she was the one who got them into this mess. She owed it to him to put his mind at ease. I think it sounds wonderful, Peyton said and leaned into him. I know you'll have a wonderful time. Justine looked at Peyton. Is it weird to be spending your honeymoon surrounded by strangers? Oh, no. I knew what we would be doing when I said yes, and we've planned something special for after. Peyton looked up at Gus. Isn't that right, sweetie? Gus nodded. Yep, that's right. He pulled his arm from the back of her chair. Darling, would you like to go for a walk on the beach? Oh. Maybe Peyton had made a mistake. He was giving her the we need to talk look. You know, between the flight, the shopping, and now dinner, I've shared him all I can handle today. I'm sure you understand. After all, we are newlyweds. Of course, and now that I'm staying, I'm in no rush. We'll talk again later, Justine said. Man, that woman gave Peyton the desire to put her in a chokehold. It made her feel possessive of Gus, and it was weird. Gus stood and held Peyton's hand to help her up. We'll see you guys later. Good night, Justine, Peyton said. Gus slipped his arm around her waist and little zaps hit her again. They'd been happening every time he touched her now. Like she was in a perpetual state of static electricity around him. With his hand on the small of her back, they walked away from the pavilion, toward the beach and away from listening ears. Even in the wide open space of the beach, Peyton could feel the tension rolling off Gus. Peyton turned to him. "I'm so sorry, Gus. I didn't mean to make such a mess of things. Should we come clean?" "No, I'm sorry. If I'd known before her little impromptu interview that she was staying the week, I would have come clean, but she recorded the whole thing." Gus raked his hand through his hair. "I don't know what to do. This is the grand opening of the resort. I don't know how she'd take being lied to. I'm guessing not well." There was no way she was letting Gus down. He'd done so much for her. "You know what? We'll just pretend we're married. I won't let someone write a bad article about this place. You've worked too hard for it. When we get back, and after the article, we'll just say we realized that maybe we rushed into things and got an annulment. We did say we got married pretty quickly. That wouldn't be too far-fetched." "Exactly." She smiled. "I got you into this mess, and I'll see you through it." He pulled her into a hug and dropped a kiss on the top of her head. "You didn't get me into a mess. You were trying to help. Neither of us had any idea she'd be writing an article about us or staying the week. It was just like him to make her feel better, and she melted into him. Yeah, but even when I think I'm helping, I'm not. Why do you put up with me?" She pulled back and looked up at him. "I don't have to put up with you. You thought you were helping. It's the thought that counts, right?" He smiled, and her breath caught. When did he get so beautiful? And why hadn't she noticed before now? He rubbed the back of his neck. "I'd actually considered asking you to be my pretend girlfriend, so don't feel too bad." Huh. He had? Really? He took a deep breath and stepped back. "Yeah. Why didn't you ask me, then?" And why was her heart beating so fast, wondering what the answer could be? Gus shrugged. "You're my best friend. I didn't want to put you in an awkward position. Plus, at the time, I thought you were still engaged to Frank and getting a promotion." Oh, right. Why did she feel so disappointed by that answer? He smiled. "How about we head to the bungalow? I'll turn the air down and get the fire going, and we can hang out on the couch. At least you don't have to sleep there since Ty so graciously gave up his room for our privacy." He rolled his eyes. "He sure is generous." She giggled. "Can't say I'm going to complain about getting a bed, though." "True," Gus said, guiding her down a path toward the bungalow. Once they reached it, they each took turns in the bathroom, changing into pajamas. Gus closed the bungalow up and turned the air down as low as it would go, making it extra chilly so they could make a fire and cuddle under a blanket. When they were finished making cocoa, he retrieved his tablet, set it up on the coffee table, and got a Christmas story going before settling in next to her under the blanket. "I may have turned the air down a little too low." His teeth chattered. She giggled. "Maybe, but leave it. This is nice, and it feels Christmassy." "Okay. This is seriously paradise. You picked a great place, Gus." "I'm so proud of you and the things you've accomplished," Peyton said. With the tip of his foot, he pulled the coffee table closer and set his feet on it, making sure to avoid the tablet and crossing them at the ankles. What was sweet was that he pulled the table close enough for her, even though it hit his lower calves. He took a deep breath and crossed his arms over his chest. "Thanks." He sounded almost sad. "Are you okay?" "Just tired. I'm hoping I get a little downtime while I'm here." Peyton studied his face. He did look tired. "Well, go to bed. We can do this anytime. But this is relaxing, and I just got the fire going." She knitted her eyebrows together. Well, you can take a nap, and I'll wake you up in a little while. Where am I going to take a nap? He asked with a laugh. Waving her hands over the couch, she said, right here. You can use my lap as a pillow and grab some Z's. I'm fine, Peyton. I'm used to this. I'll get some sleep later. He tried to make it sound like he was fine, but Peyton knew better. She pulled on his arm. You might be used to it, but you're taking a nap. Besides, you don't want to look sleep-deprived tomorrow, do you? He yawned. See, you've infected me with all the sleep talk. She laughed. Just lie down. His green eyes held hers for a heartbeat, and her pulse jumped. Did he feel that strange spark? Maybe she was as tired as he was. It wasn't like she'd gotten a decent night's sleep in the last week. Okay. He twisted in his seat and laid his head in her lap, facing her. Almost immediately, his eyes closed, and he took a deep breath. You may not be able to wake me up, he mumbled as he nuzzled her stomach. Butterflies took flight like the bush they'd been sitting in had been hit. It was chaos, and her nerves felt exposed. When did Gus get so attractive? Defined cheekbones, perfectly sloped nose, lips that could make a woman cry. In high school, she would have called him delicious with a cherry on top. The way she described boys she liked, the way she described them to him. Had that bothered him? Why was she suddenly thinking about that? She ran the back of her hand along his strong jaw, following the line into his hair. He responded with a long sigh. Gus was beautiful. That word was the best and only way to describe him. Her bracelet glinted in the firelight. It was lovely and sweet and thoughtful. Just like him. He was all those things. Of course, she'd always known that, but for some reason, everything about him had been heightened since he rang her doorbell. Gus needed someone who would appreciate his heart. The moment she thought it, she wondered if she could be that someone. Then, like a smack to the back of the head, she woke up. They were friends, and she was going through an emotional time. What if she suggested something and it failed? Could she go the rest of her life without Gus in it? The mere thought made tears spring to her eyes. No, she couldn't do that, but once this week was over, she could devote her time to finding someone for him. Someone who would love him and cherish him. Gus needed someone to love too, and as his best friend, she was appointing herself captain of the Gus Meets a Woman committee. The instant the thought crossed her mind, she ached. Man, she needed to get a handle on her crazy emotions. If she kept this up, she'd drive herself mad. Chapter 6. Taking a deep breath, Gus opened his eyes. Sunlight poured through the back wall of windows overlooking the patio, hitting him so that he blinked. The painted sky told him it was still early, but he'd slept so soundly that he actually felt refreshed. Or as refreshed as one good night's sleep would get him. Then the night before rushed back. Peyton. Her lap. He looked up, and her chin was resting on her shoulder as her hand lay flat on his chest. His wealth had opened a world he'd never seen before, things of beauty that would make someone cry, but they all paled compared to her. That idiot Frank had no clue what he'd let go. Peyton Burrows was sweet, bubbly, and caring. Most of the time, she was oblivious to her own charm. The way she'd laugh, smile, light up a room, it was all lost on her. Gus tried to tell her to find a guy who saw that, but she never listened. As he stared up at her, watching her while she slept, he wished things between them could be different, but they couldn't, and he needed to get moving. He had a resort to run. As he sat up, Peyton stirred and lifted her head, stretching her arms up as she did. Oh, wow, I fell asleep. I know. So much for that nap. You didn't wake me up. He felt so torn. On one hand, he wanted to put his arm around her and kiss her temple, and on the other, he wanted to get away as fast as he could. Suddenly, This week was feeling like a big mistake. She laughed. I'm sorry. It was comfortable. The fire, the coziness, I slept great. Did you? Yeah, I did. Actually, he felt better than he had in a while. Before he could move, she hugged his arm and cuddled next to him. This is going to be the best week I've had in a long time. She sighed and pressed farther into him. Yeah, it is. Despite his better judgment, he slid his arm out of her grip and put it around her, and she rested her head against his shoulder. This is nice, she said, the movement of her mouth pulling at his shirt. More than she could possibly know. How many times had he dreamed about this type of moment? Only in his dreams did she tell him she'd been wrong and that they belonged together. Geez. He closed his eyes and tried to get himself together. It was so hard when she was close. All he wanted to do was kiss her and tell her how much he loved her. Gus? His eyes flew open. Yeah? Are you okay? He looked down at her. She was in the crook of his arm, her head tilted up, lips close. The perfect position to kiss her. His gaze lingered on her lips. It almost felt as though she was giving him permission. Then his brain caught up, and he blinked. He couldn't kiss her and have her walk away again. His heart couldn't take it. Gus? Are you okay? He cleared his throat and nodded. Yeah, I'm good. Quickly pulling his arm away from her, he stood. Well, I guess I need to get ready for the day since I'm the one in charge. We can't have breakfast first? Peyton asked as she pushed off the blanket and stood. I mean, you do need to eat, right? Yeah, I can handle that. Let's get dressed, and we'll go see if our chef, Kalani, is in. Peyton threw her arms around him. Gus, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you bringing me here. Leaning back, she looked up. It's so beautiful here. Lifting on her toes, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. Thank you. Gus swallowed hard as the warmth of her touch spread through him. He was torturing himself. On second thought, I really need to get to work. I'll get the staff to get you something to eat, okay? I really do need to make sure everything is running smoothly. He turned toward his room. Wait. As he turned back, even her eyes seemed to plead with him. What? He asked, smiling while his chest felt stepped on. Peyton came closer. Why do I feel like you're running away from me? Did I do something wrong? His stomach clenched, and his lungs felt squeezed. He had to get away. Gathering every ounce of willpower he had, he smiled. No, you haven't done anything wrong. I just have a lot to do, and with guests coming, I know if I wait until the last minute, things will blow up like they usually do. She fidgeted with her fingers. Are you sure? You look really upset. He needed to get a grip. This was Peyton. He loved her. More than just loved her, he cherished her. His mom had always told him loving someone meant setting aside selfishness. It wasn't her fault he was hung up on her. He rubbed his hands up and down her arms. You've done nothing wrong. I really do have a lot of work to do. I'll make sure we have dinner together tonight, okay? Ty said you two were going to act like guests, so if there's really nothing wrong, have breakfast with me. What could he do? If she got that close again, could he trust himself not to give in? And he had to pretend to be married to her. He could do this. He could be close to her and keep his cool. How long had he been doing exactly that? What was one more week? Peyton stepped closer. I know you're busy, and I don't doubt you have plenty to do. All I'm asking is for a little breakfast with my best friend before he becomes the star of the show. Gus laughed. Did he have a choice? Yes, but it would hurt Peyton. Okay. Good. Her smile was worth whatever torture he was bringing upon himself. That 1,000-watt smile was what he wanted all the time. When he woke, when he went to sleep, and everywhere in between. Over the next hour, they showered and dressed, and then they strolled to the restaurant. When they got there, Kalani was just getting in. Hey, Kalani, good morning, Gus said. Aloha, Mr. Grant, how are you? Her dark eyes shined. He knew Ty was interested in her, and Gus could see why. I'm good, thank you. How are you this morning? Is everything ready to go for tonight? Yes, sir, everything's set. Kalani's gaze drifted to Peyton. Oh. Manners. Guess I need some. This is my best friend, Peyton Burrows. Peyton, this is Kalani Mahalana, our famous chef. Kalani shook her hand. Aloha. It's nice to meet you. You too, Peyton said and smiled. Gus rubbed his chin with his fingers. I hate to ask because I know you're busy, but is there any chance I could bother you for some breakfast? He asked Kalani. Her laugh was warm. I'd be happy to. Thanks. Just something small, okay? We'll be out on the patio. Yes, sir, I'll have it out shortly. Kalani smiled. Gus and Peyton walked out to the patio and found a table near the edge. He sat, but instead of sitting down with him, Peyton stood at the rail, hugging herself. Instantly, he pictured himself walking up behind her and wrapping his arms around her, dropping a kiss on the top of her head. She turned, and her lips quirked up. With the sun shining behind her, she looked angelic, and his heart skipped a beat. He was in trouble. A full week of being with her was ahead of him, and if he started avoiding her or running away every time he couldn't handle something, it would make her suspicious. Is there a better view standing up? He asked as he moved to stand beside her. I don't think there's a bad view here, sitting or standing. He crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. No, I don't think there is, but I think that's pretty standard for Hawaii. True. She sighed and bumped his shoulder with hers. Never thought I'd be standing on a patio in Hawaii on Christmas Eve or staying the week so I could celebrate the new year. Well, I'm glad you got to come. He put his arm around her, and they stood there, quietly watching the beach. I've got your breakfast ready, Mr. Grant, Kalani said as she walked toward them. She set the tray down on a nearby table and smiled as she left. There were several different kinds of fruits and a couple of bagels, along with coffee, juice, and water. Breakfast is served, he said. Peyton nodded and followed him to the table. He pulled out her chair and then took a seat across from her. This looks delicious, she said. Yeah, it does. Kalani is amazing. He grinned. You've got a big day ahead of you. If there's anything you need me to do to help, I'm ready. I mean, it's the least I can do. He shook his head. No, I've got it. You relax and have a good time today. He popped a strawberry into his mouth. Picking up a piece of mango, she said, You told Justine you were doing a tree trimming mixer tonight, right? Yep, that's tonight. I thought it would give everyone a chance to talk and get to know one another. It takes the pressure off of having to come up with a conversation. Plus, decorating a tree is fun, and it will make the evening feel lighthearted. She caught her bottom lip between her teeth as she smiled. That's a smart idea. I never would have thought of that. We're doing that, having a trivia night, trail rides, all sorts of things. I didn't want it totally unscheduled. He snagged one of the bagels and spread a little cream cheese on it. I need to grab my tablet from the bungalow, so I'm going to get going. Once everyone arrives, then I'll act like a guest. Really? Her shoulders sagged. Breakfast just got here. I know. I'm sorry, he said and stood. And there's nothing I can do to help? Nope, he said, stepping closer and quickly kissing the side of her face. Enjoy yourself. If you need anything, just ask the staff. She gave a tiny wave. Okay. See you later. Later. He winked. When he reached the bungalow, Tyrone was already there, standing outside on the patio. He turned and grinned. Hey! How's married life? I could knock you flat. What were you thinking, telling Justine all that and not warning me she was staying? I'm going to have to pretend to be married to Peyton all week, while staying in a bungalow with her alone. That wasn't cool, man, and you know it. Someone needs to do something, and since you're not, I will. You're hitched to the girl all week. What better way to see if anything's there? She's just been dumped by her fiancé, and I'm not going to try anything when she's vulnerable, even if we're pretending to be married. Ty blinked, and his eyebrows furrowed. Wait. She's no longer engaged? No, Frank used her and then dumped her. Gus, this is your chance. You've got to take it. No. She's vulnerable and confused, and I'm not doing that. Maybe in a while, but not now. Ty sighed. Man, this is different, and you know it. You've never told her how you feel. I know she only thought of you as a brother, but that was years ago. People change. You've changed. Gus worked his jaw, trying to keep his anger in check. Ty needed to quit. His friend held up his hands as a show of backing down. I'm just saying, think about it. That's all. What could it hurt to see what happens? Without a word, Gus shook his head, grabbed his tablet, and stalked out of the bungalow. Ty made it sound so easy, but it wasn't. Gus had tried, and while it was a long time ago, Peyton had never shown any interest in him in that way, ever. There was no point in setting himself up for heartache. No, he wasn't going to admit to Peyton how he felt. He was going to tackle this week with her like he did everything else, with steely determination. They'd leave this island as friends and nothing more. Chapter 7. Never had Peyton felt more confused. First, it had almost seemed like Gus was going to kiss her. And what was even crazier? She'd wanted him to. In fact, she'd nearly closed her eyes and puckered up. In her mind, she pictured one of those kissing fish giving a close-up to the camera. She shuddered. How embarrassing would that have been? He'd told her in high school that all he wanted was friendship. Of course, that was after he'd kissed her and she'd pretended it didn't happen. Then she'd told Leslie that Gus was like a brother and that there could never be anything between them. But even as she'd said it, a little seed of doubt was planted. That kiss had meant something at the time. She just didn't know what. Before she could ask him about it, Gus told her that they were friends, he liked their friendship, and that was all he ever wanted, so she'd never let herself think of Gus as more than friends ever again. She'd dated so many losers since then. Her college argument with Gus came roaring back. Oh, man, had that been a fight. Gus told her what he thought of Perry, but Gus really hadn't given him a chance. It wasn't like she was settling down with the guy either. And what made Gus think he could give her relationship advice when she wasn't good enough for him to begin with? It didn't take long for her to realize that Gus had been right, but that argument was the worst. She'd screamed at Gus that he had no business in her love life and if he couldn't stay out, he could just leave her alone. They were done being friends. What a joke. Not a week went by before they were calling each other and apologizing. As if she could ever stop being friends with Gus. She loved him. No one, not one single friend, had ever been there for her like he had. Still, from that point forward, he'd never spoken about anyone she dated. She even asked once, and he'd held up his hands and shook his head. He wasn't ever butting into her relationships again. My opinion is not worth our friendship. I'd rather have you than anything. He'd been so sweet, and after that, she'd never asked again. Why had she done that? He'd been spot on about Perry. Maybe if she'd let him speak his mind, she wouldn't have nursed so many broken hearts. Grumbling to herself, she pushed down the thoughts as she ate a few more pieces of fruit and finished her bagel. When she was done, she took the tray into the restaurant. When no one came to the counter, she set the tray down and left. As she entered the bungalow, she found Ty in the living room. "Hey," she said. Ty was good-looking too. Dark skin, dark eyes, and a deep voice. He wasn't as tall as Gus, but he had a commanding presence. In his breezy button-up and light-colored slacks, he looked like he was ready for a vacation. Ty smiled. "Hey, gorgeous. How are you?" "I'm in Hawaii." "I'm great." He laughed and nodded. "Couldn't agree more. Have you enjoyed it so far?" "This place is incredible. You guys did a great job. I'm so glad Gus brought me. Thanks for giving up your bed for me, by the way." She smiled. "No problem." Ty's gaze flicked to her ring finger. "Gus told me your engagement to Frank fell through. Shouldn't someone saying that hurt more than it did? It stung, but she should feel gutted, right? If Frank was really the love of her life and she was going to spend the rest of her life with him, why wasn't she more upset? Mostly, she was just mad that he'd used her. Oh, yeah, Frank was a big jerk. I just wish I'd known it." Peyton cast her gaze to the floor. Ty touched her arm, and she looked up. "Let's grab some coffee and talk on the patio." "Okay, I'd like that," she said as she followed him to the kitchen. "I told Gus, but maybe it would help to talk about it a little more. I don't know how I keep finding these losers." They grabbed their coffee and went to the patio, taking a seat in the two chairs facing the beach. Man, she could get used to this. Even as crummy as she'd felt, there was nothing like the view in Hawaii. "So, tell me what happened." Ty took a sip of coffee. "Frank was only dating me so he could make partner and open their new office in Paris. The whole time, he was just using me to make himself look like a family man." Ty glanced at her with the same disgusted look that she'd had when Frank's brother told her what Frank had really been up to. "Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Who does that? Losers and jerks." "Yep, but Gus rescued me again. I would have been alone this whole week if it weren't for him surprising me by coming into town. Seems you came to the rescue yesterday." Ty shot her a glance. Her cheeks warmed, and she smiled. "I was in the restroom and heard that Justine woman asking about Gus's love life. It sounded like she was implying that he couldn't be single and be a matchmaker. I thought it was the best way to help." That was pretty quick thinking. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. "I don't know about that. She's staying the week now, and we'll have to pretend any time we see her." The look on Gus's face. "I think he was horrified by the idea of being married to me." "I don't think so. I think he was taken off guard. You know how he is when something happens and he's not prepared." Peyton laughed. Boy, did she. In high school, he'd nearly panic. As he got older, he handled it better, but there were times, like yesterday, that were still too much for him. "Yeah, true. I just wanted to be there for him the way he's been there for me. He's a pretty great guy. The best." That didn't even begin to describe Gus. He was beyond the best. He was the guy who brought her homework to her when she was sick. The one who'd get her fries when they were studying and she was craving something salty. He was the one who held her when the guy she was dating would break her heart. But they were friends, and that's what friends did for one another. "Want to know what's sad?" she asked. I was thinking that while I was here, I could find someone for him, but now I've messed that up. Honestly, none of them are his match, based on his software. Her jaw dropped. He actually did his profile? Why did that bother her so much? What if she input her profile? Would they match? Ugh. She needed to cut that out. Ty nodded. Yeah, and women found out. Changed their profiles to match his. It was a mess. I can't believe he did that and didn't tell me. He didn't tell you? Ty got a funny look on his face. There was something Peyton couldn't put a finger on, but she was probably just reading into it. It seemed that lately she couldn't think clearly, considering she was calling Gus beautiful and hot. She shook her head. Why wouldn't he have told me that? Maybe he didn't think you'd care. Suddenly, she found herself caring a lot. Gus in love. What if the new woman didn't like Peyton? Would Gus stop being her friend? She shook that thought away as soon as it popped up. No, Gus was her best friend. No one could tear them apart. Well, I care in that I'm sure it stressed him out. He should have told me. Ty shrugged and took a sip of coffee. He probably didn't want to dump his problems on you. Peyton snorted. As many times as I've called him, crying? I owe him. And now he's brought me here? I'm going to owe him until I'm 80. I don't know. You did get Justine off his back. Yeah, but I don't think he sees it that way. The only reason he's not telling her is because he doesn't want to hurt my feelings. He wouldn't say that, but that's the real reason. She sipped her coffee and sighed. Ty chuckled. Nah, he's been dodging Justine. You saved his bacon. You think we'll see a lot of her? He shook his head. I doubt it. There's a lot to do, and she's more interested in the resort than anything. I bet you guys don't even have to so much as hold hands the rest of the week. Her heart took a nosedive. It had been nice being close to Gus. Oh, she wanted to pull her hair out. This was good news. It was for the best that they didn't have to pretend they were a couple. I bet you're right. She scratched a spot under her ear. I guess I feel like I'm more trouble than Gus needs or wants. I wanted to feel useful. Ty leaned over his chair and touched her arm. Hey, I can assure you, he doesn't feel that way. You mean a lot to him, and he enjoys coming to your rescue. I think he's been a little lost since his mom's been gone. He was always helping her, and now that she's passed away, he feels useless. You give him the chance to feel needed. I hadn't thought about that. He loved his mom. After his dad left, he was so sad. He'd just sit in his backyard and cry. That first summer after he moved next door, his dad had promised Gus that he could stay with him until school started. Just before he was supposed to leave, his dad canceled. Gus was devastated. Ty nodded. See? You've come to his rescue too. Friendship doesn't have scorecards, sweetheart. I promise Gus doesn't keep one. She nodded. Yeah, I know. I'm going to head out. If you need anything, call, Ty said and stood. Okay. He winked and walked back into the bungalow. Now alone, Peyton scooted down in her seat and propped her feet up. The view was so breathtaking, and with the light breeze, it was the most peace she'd felt in years. All because Gus showed up unexpectedly. He really was something special. She groaned and pushed out of the chair. Her head was a fried, stressed-out jungle. What she needed was some sand and surf. Gus in swim trunks and no shirt popped into her head. Oh yeah, she needed help. She needed a distraction and fast. Chapter 8. Music played softly in the pavilion situated next to the restaurant. It was attached to the patio, but there were no tables. Just couches, chairs, and fireplaces. Gus and Ty stood in the back, observing. The mixer had just started, and Gus was anxious to see how the event would do. "Do you want some water?" he asked. Ty shook his head. "Nah, I'll have a glass of wine or something later." Gus caught a waiter walking by as he went into the kitchen. "Do me a favor, no hurry. When you come back out, would you bring me some water?" The man smiled. "Yes, sir." "Thanks." Sticking his hands in his pockets, Gus let his gaze roam over the space. This had been the perfect spot. Insulated against the wind enough to keep from being blown over, but open enough to still get a nice breeze. With the fireplaces crackling away and the sunset in the background, it set the right mood for the event. Ty tipped his chin in the direction of the tree. This idea for the Christmas tree was excellent. A great way to start this week. Gus shrugged. "Well, it's Christmas Eve. We're in Hawaii, so with no tree or snow, it wouldn't feel very festive." "True. Now we just need mistletoe hung in a few strategic places, and it'll be perfect." Ty grinned and wiggled his eyebrows. With a sigh, Gus pinched the bridge of his nose. "You're killing me. You're just afraid you'd get caught under some with Peyton, and then you'd have to kiss her." Gus shook his head but remained silent, keeping his eyes trained on the front of the pavilion where guests were arriving. Then he felt Tyrone's gaze on him. "What, Ty? You're sure focused on people arriving. That's why we're here. To focus on our guests." After tonight, they'd be leaving the resort in the hands of the people they'd hired. Both men wanted to see things from a layman's point of view. That way, they knew what the job of the host would entail, and they could pay accordingly. Ty chuckled. "Couldn't be the attractive, newly single brunette you brought along, could it? You know, the one pretending to be your wife?" Gus rolled his shoulders and stretched his neck. "No. Peyton's a friend. I'll make you a deal." Ty crossed his arms over his chest. A one-time offer never to be repeated. Gus sighed heavily. "What kind of deal?" "I will never mention anything about you and Peyton again if you'll just try while you're here this week." Ty held his gaze. He was a man of jokes and fun, but when he held a person's gaze like that, it was all jokes aside. "But you have to make an actual real effort. I want at least one real kiss. If there are no sparks, no nothing, I'll back off, and you'll never hear me speak of it again." "Never?" Gus asked. Ty never speaking of it again. Man, that was tempting. Gus cursed under his breath, something he rarely did. "I did kiss her, remember?" Yeah, even he wasn't buying that. It had been forever ago, and they had changed. Ty lifted an eyebrow as he looked at him. "It's time to try again." Gus shook his head. "No." "Well, what if she kisses you?" That was ridiculous. Peyton would never kiss him. "Then I'll enjoy it, because it's never going to happen." "Okay, then do we have a deal? You give it your best shot while you're here, and if she kisses you, you go for it. In exchange, I'll shut up about you and Peyton." Gus stuck out his hand. He'd be too busy to really make a go of it this week, so this deal was in the bag. "You've got a deal." "Sir?" "Your water," the waiter he'd stopped earlier said. Gus took it and said, "Thanks." Ty and Gus waited until he'd moved on. "Great," Ty said quietly, shaking his hand. "I can't wait to see how this plays out." Gus rolled his eyes, and just then, a figure caught his eye. Peyton in a dress that could make Zeus weep. It was honey-colored and flowing in the wind, and she looked like someone from Mount Olympus. "You're drooling." Ty laughed. "But I can't blame you." Gus didn't hear him. You got this? He asked absent-mindedly and set his drink on a tray that passed by on a waiter's arm. Ty laughed again, but it was lost on Gus. He was fixed on Peyton. When he stopped in front of her, he didn't know what to say. For a second, he just gaped. Wow. You look, wow. Her cheeks turned crimson, and she smiled. And you look like James Bond. All tailored and dashing. This party is great. It is. We'll make a few announcements, but hopefully, people see it as a time to get acquainted and meet their someone special. I wish you could meet your someone special. I'm worried about you. You're alone in New York and work all the time. I want to see you happy. You're here. Would it hurt to meet someone? I'm not a match with anyone. He'd keep that he'd done it on purpose to himself. Besides, the only one he wanted to be matched with was her. What's really got you so focused on this? She shrugged. You're always rescuing me. I just want to take care of you the way you always take care of me. Last I checked, you saved me from a very vicious reporter. And I'm not alone in New York. I have Ty. I'm fine, really. Peyton sighed. All right. She paused and looked over her shoulder. I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back. Do you want me to get it? He asked. She shook her head. No, I don't know what I want yet. With the way the dress hit the floor, it looked like she was floating away. He'd always thought of her as graceful and poised. Man, she was beautiful. Gus, Justine said from behind him. He turned. Hey, Justine. Have you enjoyed everything so far? She smiled. I have. This place is beyond incredible. You can fall in love here without even trying. Her gaze swept around the pavilion. I must admit, I'm impressed. It's beautiful, simple yet elegant, and luxurious. And this mixer is very low-key. Listening to the guests, they're quite happy with how you've done things. She smiled. That was the idea. Gus chuckled. She moved a little closer. Well, all I can say is that it's an idea well executed. I've slept in more hotels than I can count, and I've never had a bed like the one I slept on last night. It was incredible. I'm glad to hear that. Justine tilted her head. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Now that he was pretending to be married to Peyton, he didn't mind at all. What could she ask? Sure. She tilted her head. I've asked around about you in New York. No one seems to remember you ever talking about being with anyone. Gus froze. She'd asked around about him? Great. Suddenly, he felt like a mouse in a hawk's talons. I'm a private person, and I don't want to be the topic of gossip. Phew, quick thinking on his part. I've learned that much, but, still, it seems rather odd that no one would have heard of your wife, Peyton, is it? She ran her hand down his lapel, and Gus stepped back. What was Justine doing? Peyton needed to hurry back. A few of the guests turned their attention toward him, and it took effort not to pull at his collar. The guests weren't supposed to know about the little white lie. What was he going to do if he had to pretend to be married in front of all of his guests? They'd really have to act married. Could he handle that? If he came clean now, what would Justine do? He'd worked too hard to build this place to have it ruined because he'd angered a journalist. We grew up together in Juneau. There's nothing else, really. That information was nothing people didn't already know. That's good to hear. Hey, Peyton said as she returned, holding 2 drinks in her hand. Justine, I hope you are enjoying your stay, she said as she looked up at Gus and smiled. He inwardly sighed in relief. Being left alone with Justine wasn't an option anymore. It's been lovely. Justine raised her glass to Peyton. I don't think I've properly congratulated you on your wedding. When exactly did you get married? Again, a few guests cast glances in Gus's direction, and he could swear he heard murmurs, as if the lie was being spread like a wildfire. Yep, there went his plan to keep the ruse contained to one person. A few days ago. It was spur of the moment, right, sweetie? Peyton smiled. Yeah, spur of the moment. Gus nodded as he put his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Justine's gaze dipped to their hands. Still no rings? I'm surprised those weren't the first things you went out and bought. She held Peyton's gaze. I mean, on an island filled with single women, if I were married to him, I'd stake my claim. Gus laughed. We'll get rings soon enough. Peyton hugged his arm. Besides, I don't have to worry about that. Gus would never do anything to hurt me. She rested her hand on his chest. My husband is a good man. More murmurs, and Gus felt everyone in the room shifting their gazes to him and Peyton. He needed to talk to her before things got too crazy. Justine, I'm sorry. I need to speak to my wife a moment. Justine nodded. Sure. I've got all week, right? Exactly, Gus said and led Peyton out of the pavilion, down to the beach, and away from anyone who could hear them. He took her hands in his. I'm so sorry. I had no idea she'd ask about us being married in front of the guests. It's okay. I'm just glad I saw her. What do you think she'd do if she found out you weren't really married? Peyton asked. Gus shrugged. I have no idea. It's not like someone single can't run a matchmaking agency or that it hasn't been done before. I don't know why she seems so fixated on it. Maybe it's not the resort she's focused on. Maybe it's you. His eyes widened. Then she's in for a letdown. I'm not interested. I just don't know about lying to my guests. If you want, we could just tell her the truth. I doubt the idea of being married to me is all that great. Peyton cast her gaze down to the sand. Is that what she thought? How could he get out of this without hurting her and still keep Justine out of his business? No, that's not what I mean. You just got out of a relationship. I don't want you to feel like you have to keep up the pretense. It's okay. Really. I mean, if nothing else, having the day to myself gave me a lot of time to think. Frank isn't worth my tears or my anger. He wasn't worth my time, and I should have seen it from the very beginning. Peyton stepped into him. I know we argued in college, and I know I asked you to butt out of my love life, but I'm rescinding that. I need you to tell me when I'm making a horrible choice. You're my friend, and if I care about you as much as you care about me, I'll at least be willing to hear you out. Gus wasn't sure he could do that. Not after the fight they had. I don't know, Peyton. You were so angry. I know, but we'll call it youthful stupidity. You have my permission to tell me what you think, and I will do my best to listen from now on. Gus couldn't hold back as the overwhelming need hit him to tell her exactly what he thought of all her boyfriends. Every guy you've dated has been a class A jerk. They don't treat you like you should be treated. They don't listen like they should, and you were too good for them. I have no idea what you saw in them. And Frank was the worst by far. If a slug and a deformed jellyfish had a baby, it would make fun of Frank. Peyton rolled her lips in. Do you feel better now? Gus laughed. Actually, yeah, I do. She giggled and wrapped her arms around him. You really are the best. You know that? If anyone deserves someone special, it's you. When we get back to the mainland, we're finding you someone that will love you. You'll just have to promise me they won't make you stop being friends with me. He hugged her back. Peyton, if any woman told me I couldn't be friends with you, I wouldn't be with her. You mean the world to me, and if they love me, they'll love you too. She squeezed him. I don't know what I'd do without you. He sighed and rolled his eyes. Come on. Let's get back to the party. She slipped her arm through his as they walked back, and it didn't take any imagination at all for Gus to picture this being his life with her. Slow strolls, laughter, love. Only, he'd never have this. He'd have a week of pretending what it would be like and then have to go home to an empty apartment and nurse an even bigger heartache. Chapter 9. Peyton should have known it wouldn't take long for the news to spread when there was a journalist around. She blushed at the number of congratulations she received as she walked back to the patio, even if it was all fake. It was exciting to be attached to Gus. And now, Peyton had ruined any chance for him to find someone. Even when she was trying to be selfless, she was selfish. When was she ever going to do anything right? They just made their way through the welcoming crowd when Tyrone stopped into the middle of the room in front of them. Gus smiled. What are you doing, Tyrone? He asked without moving his lips. Peyton heard him, but that's because she was pressed so close to him. She was positive no one else had. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Mr. and Mrs. Gustav Grant. I'm going to kill you, Gus said without dropping his smile. The crowd erupted into cheers and more congratulations. Gus leaned down. I'm so sorry. She smiled at him. Why? This is actually a little fun. What a great way to start this week. We at Mr. Matchmaker hope that this week leads you to the love of your life and a happily ever after just like Gus and Peyton. Peyton could see a vein popping out of Gus's neck, and she snickered. Ty was in the doghouse with Gus. Stop, Gus said through his teeth. What I'm thinking is that we need to see a kiss. Something to really start this week. How about it, you two? Why not start this week off with a kiss? The bulging vein throbbed in time to the music playing, and beneath Gus's seemingly calm demeanor, Peyton knew he was a hot pot ready to boil over. She should have been sympathetic, but in a way, it was comical, and it took effort on her part not to laugh. I really don't think that's a good idea, Gus said. Her best friend was never going to kiss her. Not after kissing her in 10th grade and her walking away. He had years to try since then, and not once had he ever even given her so much as a peck on the lips. If Ty was going to get his big show, it was up to her to do it. She cupped Gus's cheek, lifted on her toes, and pressed her lips to his. The explosion of fireworks took her breath away. Her heart pounded so fast it almost hurt. Pulling back slightly, lips a breath away, she looked into his eyes, and everything around her faded. Tingles flew in every direction like lightning in a storm. She pressed her lips to his again, and this time, he responded. Holy guacamole. She circled her arms around his neck, and it was a good thing she was holding on to him, otherwise, she'd be on the floor. Her knees were shaking so hard they were actually hitting each other. This time the cheer of the crowd broke through, and Gus leaned back. Something she couldn't put a finger on flashed in his eyes. He put his mouth to her ear. I'm sorry about that. It's okay. I promise I didn't read anything into it, and I know we're just friends, he whispered. He didn't feel that spark? Really? Of course he didn't, and neither did she. Discreetly, she took a big breath and calmed herself. This island had mojo or something. Hadn't she seen that on Ghost Hunters or something? That's it. It was paradise casting its crazy love spell on her. When she got back to Juneau, Gus would go back to being Gus. Her best friend. There'd be no more of these weird, confusing feelings. Okay, Gus said and cleared his throat. I guess it's time to trim the tree. Pick your favorite ornament, something that represents you, and find a spot on the tree. There are plenty, so feel free to fill that tree. Once the ornaments are hung, we'll light it up." The rest of the night, Peyton stayed close to Gus. She watched him work the room, effortlessly starting a conversation and smoothly going to the next, and she could tell he took in every word of the conversation. He would hold the person's gaze and keep it as they talked, letting them know they had his undivided attention. She marveled at the way he moved, and she'd never been prouder of him. It made her feel good to be with him. When she'd speak, he never interrupted, not like Frank or the other guys she dated. He laughed at her jokes, held her close, and did all the things a great husband would do. It was nice, and she liked the feel of him next to her. Then she'd remember it wasn't real. Once the tree was trimmed, the lights were turned on, and the large spruce that nearly touched the ceiling lit up. It was gorgeous, and the guests clapped. What Peyton noticed most, though, was that the air felt a little more natural. The nervous energy was still present, but it wasn't a scared or shy energy. It was excited and expectant. She looked at Gus and, again, marveled at how incredible he was. Near the end of the night, Gus tapped his glass to get the guests' attention. "This has been a wonderful start to the week. I want to personally thank you for agreeing to come here and join us in this little, albeit expensive, experiment. Remember, relax and be yourself. If you need anything, please ask the staff, and they will take care of it. We're having one last dance, and then we'll conclude the mixer." He paused. "Tomorrow is Christmas, and we'll have dinner on the patio. Until then, enjoy your time and get to know someone new." The music started, and Gus took Peyton, swirling her onto the dance floor. She tipped her head back, laughing. "Oh! You caught me off guard." It had been years since she'd had so much fun. "Did you not want to dance?" "I did, but I wasn't expecting Mr. Suave to twirl me onto the dance floor." He chuckled as he rested one hand on her lower back, and with the other, he held her hand to his chest. "Yeah, I'm not really Mr. Suave, and we both know that. After what I've seen tonight, you most certainly are. It's just business. Well, more personal. I do care about whether or not the people using my software find someone to love." His voice was low and deep. Was it always so sexy? Gus and sexy. Who knew? Peyton held his gaze. "You are a special person, Gus Grant. I'm so glad I know you." Justine stopped them as they danced. "I'm sorry to barge in, but I was hoping to ask you a few more questions." They stopped, and Gus kept his arm around Peyton. "Sure. You said you've known each other since you were 9. Did you always know you wanted to be together?" Justine asked. "Best thing my family ever did was move into the house next to hers. I'd have never passed English if I didn't cheat off her in 7th grade." He grinned. Peyton's mouth dropped open. "I knew it," she said and popped him in the arm. "That didn't answer my question," Justine said. "When did you know she was the one?" As he looked down, Peyton looked up, and he smiled. As he spoke, he held her gaze. "When I was growing up, my dad would make promises and break them. It was a regular occurrence, but this one summer, he promised to take me camping for 2 whole weeks. Of course, deep down I knew it wasn't going to happen, but it didn't stop me from hoping." He paused a moment. "My dad had disappointed me before, but that year, the summer after our first year of high school, it cut deep. It had happened before, and Peyton had worked to take my mind off of it each time. We'd even camped out in the backyard in the past, but that summer, she planned an entire camping trip for me. She even got her parents and my mom to go along with it. I knew right then she was someone I wanted to spend my life with." Peyton remembered that. Gus was devastated that summer. Beyond anything she'd ever seen. It was like he'd lost his spark, the thing that made him Gus, and she'd been desperate to help him find it. It wasn't long after that he'd kissed her, but as quickly as he'd kissed her, he declared he only wanted to be friends. It was as though kissing her made him realize he didn't want more. And you, Peyton, when did you know that he was the one? Justine's question broke through her thoughts. Peyton looked at him and held his gaze. Gus is lovable and sweet. From the moment I saw him, it was like I'd been waiting for him. I loved being around him. The way he'd make me laugh or how he'd walk me home and hold my books. He's my Gus. She smiled. He's always been there for me, and I couldn't imagine life without him. And she couldn't. Life without Gus would be intolerable. She knew all this was pretend, but if she let herself, for just a second, think about a future with him, there was no doubt in her mind that it'd be the kind of future she'd always wanted. Justine smiled but didn't try to hide her disappointment. You two are cute together. I can see you really love each other. Maybe she would stick to the story about the resort and abandon her personal interest in Gus if she believed they were really in love. Gus laughed, but it sounded off. Thanks. Well, I'll go so you two can finish your dance. Thank you for your time. This resort is incredible. Thank you, Gus said. Once she was out of earshot, Peyton popped him in the chest. You are so charming. Nah, just comfortable with you, and you make it easy to be around others. Alone? I'm 2 left feet and broken fingers. The way he smiled at her made him look so kissable. But that fireworks show was hers and hers alone, apparently. He took her in his arms, and they began dancing again. I bet you're sorry you've declared yourself my wife now. No, actually, it's been fun. When the song ended, Gus let her go. I'm ready for Christmas Eve hot cocoa and opening presents, are you? You don't have to, of course. You can stay a while longer. I'm just tired. And miss out on our tradition of opening presents on Christmas Eve? No way. Besides, these heels aren't nearly as comfortable as I make them look. She laughed. He swept her into his arms and spun her around. Well, I can't have my wife walking on sore feet. She giggled and put her arms around his neck as he carried her to their bungalow, where he set her down as he reached the couch. While he changed in his bedroom, she changed into her pajamas in the bathroom, taking time to wash her makeup off, brush her teeth, and take a breath. When she stepped out, Gus was already setting up the tablet, and she could smell cocoa heating. The temperature was even a little chillier than it was before. Hey, she said. Hey, I turned the thermostat down, but not as far as last night. And the cocoa is on the stove. He walked to it and stirred the spoon sticking out of the pot. Shouldn't be long. When did Gus start looking so good in pajamas? Did he look this good last night? The shirt he wore stretched across his chest, emphasizing muscles she didn't know he had. Wow. Gus was, wow. She'd felt like a broken record since he arrived on her doorstep. Peyton walked to the kitchen and leaned against the counter next to the stove. Thanks for cooking. Of course. Can't do Christmas Eve without it. Are you sure you aren't mad at me for blurting out that we're married? She asked as she twisted her fingers in her shirt. He tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear. No, I'm not. It's not like anyone will care if we are or not. I don't have to be perfect to be a matchmaker. But he was perfect, or at least Peyton thought so. You remember that time I got my tonsils out? He chuckled. Yeah, the summer between 8th and 9th. You were miserable. Oh, she was, but Gus, you brought me ice cream. You sat with me and watched Dawson's Creek even though you thought it was a chick show. I've never done things like that for you. You don't remember bringing me magazines when I broke my leg? She blinked. That was when they were seniors and she was dating Brad Fleming. I did? Yeah, you did. But I didn't stay with you. Because she had a date, and she was so caught up with Brad that she'd put Gus on the back burner. Some friend she was. So, you thought of me, and you didn't have to. He paused. You were dating someone. I didn't expect to be your sole focus. I should have done more. I should have stayed with you. Gus sighed. I'm not keeping score, remember? Stirring the pot again, he stuck his pinky in the chocolate mixture. Oh, it's ready. Would you get the mugs? She nodded and dug in the cabinet for 2 cups, but her thoughts weren't on the hot chocolate. They were on the sweet man who'd been there for her more than anyone else ever had. Setting the cups down, she continued to let her thoughts wander as he dished up the drinks. Hey. You coming? He asked, tapping her on the shoulder. What's got you so glum? Peyton smiled. Nothing. I think I had one of those moments where your thoughts go down a rabbit hole. Want to talk about it? Nah, let's watch movies. They settled in on the couch, and Gus hit play on the tablet. He put his arm around her and pulled her close. Then it struck her. She was developing feelings for him. It hit her square in the chest, and she nearly gulped. What on earth was she going to do? It was obvious her feelings were one-sided. With the island and the ambience, the resort was made for love connections. But it wasn't that simple for her and Gus. Not when she knew he saw her as a friend. No, she'd wait. When they got back to Alaska, she'd see what Gus thought about maybe taking a chance. If he didn't want to, it might be awkward, but Peyton Burrows wasn't a coward. She'd just deal if he said no. She had plenty of experience with rejection. Now that she had a plan, she could make it through the week. Get back home. Tell Gus. An easy 3-step plan. Done, done, and done. Chapter 10. For the second day in a row, Gus was waking up on the couch. How long had it been since he'd slept that hard? Well, other than the night before when he'd fallen asleep with his head in Peyton's lap. The last thing he remembered was leaning his head back against the couch. He felt bad that he'd fallen asleep before they'd opened their gifts. When did he stretch out? Had he pushed Peyton off the couch? If he had, he was sorry. At least she had her bedroom, and he knew the bed in there was excellent. He took a big breath, and the smell of rich Hawaiian coffee made his mouth water. Before he could move, Peyton kneeled next to him. Hi, she said. Merry Christmas. It's very early, and you're very chipper. Who are you, and what did you do with my Peyton? She giggled. I wanted to make coffee and sit on the patio with you before our day got started. Tilting her head, she ran her fingers through his hair. You still look tired. Gus pushed her hair over her shoulder and smiled. I'm more rested than I've been in a while. Holding his gaze, she ran her finger down his jaw and traced his lips. In an instant, the air around them was charged. She leaned in, and it seemed like she was going to kiss him. Her lips were so close, and he couldn't think or speak. Good morning, Ty said as he walked in. Merry Christmas, guys. Merry Christmas, Gus said. Peyton startled and shot to her feet. Merry Christmas, Ty. Her cheeks were a color of red Gus was sure could be classified as new. Coffee's ready. I'm going to go take my shower. See you later. She nearly ran out of the room and into the bathroom, leaving Gus feeling as though he'd been hit by a tornado. Did I interrupt something? Ty asked as his gaze followed the blur named Peyton running out of the room. Gus wasn't sure what had happened, but he was certain it wasn't what he thought had happened. Peyton saw him as a friend. She wouldn't even entertain thoughts of kissing him. No, she was just telling me the coffee was ready. You sure? Gus pushed off the couch and stood. Yeah, Positive, and positive I need some of that coffee. After they grabbed a cup of coffee, they went to the patio and sat. This view, Ty said. I think I could get used to this. The sun was still low enough that the horizon was a rainbow of colors. Yeah, me too. I've already checked on everything. I think the staff we hired will work out great. They've got things under control. Gus took a drink of his coffee. That's good to know. I knew you were the best person to do the hiring. Yeah, and it also gave you more time with Peyton. Ty shot him a glance and smiled. Gus rolled his eyes. You just won't stop. And whatever that was last night. What were you thinking? Peyton and I aren't married, and you know it. I can't even believe Justine did that. Hey, I can't help it that everyone heard her. But once it was said, a celebration was in order. Did you want me outing you in front of all those people and embarrassing Peyton? No. Ty shook his head. I didn't think so. And now that you're married, you're going to have to act it. Gus pinched the bridge of his nose. He knew what that meant. Spending time with Peyton and making sure they really looked married. I don't know if I can. I don't want to jeopardize our friendship. Let Peyton make the first move. When Gus didn't respond, Ty continued. Listen, I know it has to be hard, but take this as your chance. If Peyton kisses you again, ask yourself why. Maybe things have changed. People do change, you know? Gus nodded as he considered Ty's words. He'd always looked at his relationship with Peyton with clarity. Hadn't he? She'd never shown any interest in him ever, or at least, he didn't think so. When was the last time he'd really dissected their interactions? No. What was he even thinking? It was nonsense to even consider it. He appreciated Ty's friendship, but there was no point in even considering it. Hey, since you're having to act married, I took a chance that you'd be up for it and booked you a horseback ride, Ty said. I can go for that. I'm sure Peyton will love it. Gus finished his coffee and stood. When do we need to be there? Ty pulled out his phone and checked the time. You've got an hour. Mountains behind the resort or the beach? I figured you'd get enough beach time this week and went with mountains. Ty stood and let his cup dangle at his side. I'm going to run into town. Kalani needs a few things, and I said I'd make the trip. Gus lifted an eyebrow. You sure there isn't another reason you're running that errand? The left side of Ty's lip quirked up. Hey, at least I'm making a move. I'll see you later, and thanks for booking the horseback ride. Ty nodded and gave him a mock salute. See you later, bud. Gus put his coffee mug in the sink as he passed the kitchen. As he neared the bedroom, Peyton walked out of the bathroom, nearly knocking into him. For a second, Gus was stunned. Wet hair, freshly showered, and smelling like vanilla, Peyton was everything he'd ever wanted. It's your turn, she said as she smiled at him. He worked his jaw and got his mouth moving. I was coming to tell you that Ty booked us a horseback ride. Her jaw dropped, and she clapped her hands. Awesome. I wanted to do that. Well, I'll get ready so we can go. He winked, strode to the bedroom, and grabbed some clothes before ducking into the bathroom. He quickly showered and dressed, stepping out with his hair still dripping wet. All set. You didn't dry your hair, goofball. She snatched a towel from the bathroom. Bend down. When he didn't, she tugged on his shirt collar. I'm going to get some of that water out of your hair. Fine. He leaned down, and she toweled his hair. Okay, better. As he lifted his head, their gazes locked. She brushed the back of her hand along his jaw, into his hair, and combed her fingers through it. If the air was charged before, it sizzled now. His pulse raced as she continued to hold his gaze. His breathing ratcheted up, and he felt lightheaded. What was Peyton doing? What was he doing? This was crazy. Was he trying to get his heart broken? After clearing his throat, he said, "We should probably get going." Yeah. Her voice was just above a whisper, and her eyes were wide. Stepping back, she held the towel to her chest. See, better. It was 10th grade all over again. Pretending nothing happened. Yeah, and it's warm. It'll dry eventually. As they stepped out of the bungalow, Peyton tangled her fingers in his, and he nearly flinched back. "In case someone sees us," she said. Oh, right. They were married. This will take some getting used to. Her eyebrows knitted together. Why? You can't fathom being married to me? Am I that repulsive? First, she acted like there were no sparks at all when it felt like he was being electrocuted. Then she seemed offended. What was he supposed to think? No, it's just, he leaned down. I'm not used to pretending I'm married. If she only knew. Not only could he fathom it, but he'd also dreamed about it more than once. Her in her white dress, eyes on him as she made her way down the aisle, and that final kiss to seal it. He wanted it more than he was willing to let himself admit. Oh, so you need to get used to it. She bumped him with her shoulder. He kissed the back of her hand. Peyton, I think you will make some guy out there the happiest man ever alive when you marry him. If he's smart, at least. You're just saying that because you're my friend. Peyton bumped him again. He stopped walking and turned to her, placing his free hand on her arm and looking into her eyes. I am not. You will. He sighed. You have more to offer than you give yourself credit for. I know you've taken a hit with these failed relationships, but it's not you, it's them. Peyton chewed her lip. It takes two to kill a relationship. Granted, Frank used me, but I was so focused on being with someone that I wasn't focused on being with the right someone. Gus smiled. Then you've learned something about yourself that you can apply to the next relationship. Yeah, she sounded off as she looked away from him. Maybe he'd been imagining it, because when her gaze moved back to him, she was all smiles. They continued to the stables, and he let her hand go as they arrived. Saddled horses were tied to a post just outside as though someone was expecting them. What was weird was that only 2 horses were ready. I don't see anyone else, Gus said as he glanced inside the building. Should we come back later? Peyton asked. He shook his head. It was strange, but he wasn't going to disappoint Peyton. No, I haven't been on a trail ride, but the path is pretty worn. Plus, the horses are trained. If we let them do their job, we'll be fine. With one last look around, he helped Peyton onto her horse and then mounted his. Then it hit him. Tie. This smacked of something he'd do. Pushing Gus and Peyton together on a trail ride where they'd be all alone. When would his friend give up? When Gus got back, he was putting a stop to whatever else his friend had up his sleeve. There was 1 full week before New Year's Eve, and then Peyton would return to Juneau and Gus would go back to New York City. He and Peyton were friends, and that's all he could allow himself to believe. Chapter 11. Oh! Look at that! Peyton pointed to a tree filled with birds. They're beautiful. So far, the trail ride was incredible. The horses were so sweet, and they moved like they were professionals, which backed up what Gus had told her. Good thing, too, because her horsemanship skills were a little rusty. The scenery was something out of a fantasy novel. It was bright and felt so alive. The worn path held a variety of interesting things to see and hear and smell. Birds of all colors, plants so vivid they didn't look real, and fresh clean air. Alaska had great air, but it was tropical fresh here. Gus nodded. Yeah, this is what I needed. Some quiet, a little time away, and my best friend. Me too, she said softly. Best friend. Those words were beginning to taste nasty. Words she didn't want associated with him. Probably because she'd almost kissed him again. The first time, on the couch, she was a breath away from pressing her lips to his when Ty walked in. It had startled her when she realized what she almost did. She'd bolted out of the room like she was caught selling government secrets. Then Gus had walked out of the bathroom looking sexier than any man she'd ever seen. His jeans hit his hips at just the right spot, and his shirt was taut against his chest. Her heart had skipped a beat, and her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. When she'd managed to speak and dried his hair, he'd met her gaze with those incredible sparkling green eyes that held hers, and she could have sworn the earth was moving under her feet. Nothing like that had ever happened to her before with any other man. Just as she made the decision to go for it and kiss him, he'd broken the spell. She felt blindsided. Didn't he feel the zaps of electricity arcing between them? Now, all she could think about was kissing him. Hey, I think I hear water, Gus said as he glanced at her. I think I hear it too, Peyton said, trying to focus on something other than what it would feel like to have his lips on hers. Continuing their slow, meandering pace, she let her thoughts drift again. She'd meant what she said about relationships taking two. Frank had been the wrong man from the get-go, and she didn't have to dig deep to know it. Well, if she really thought about it, none of the men she dated were all that great. Why had she dated them in the first place? What caught her off guard the most was Gus's odd reaction to holding her hand and pretending to be married to her. This is something I'll have to get used to. Why had that bothered her so much? She'd never thought of him that way before. Maybe she wasn't thinking straight. It was possible she was latching on to the first man that came along. No, she knew that wasn't true. Gus wasn't just some man. He was so much more than that. Beyond looks, beyond anything, he was something special. He'd always been something special to her. Peyton? She took a deep breath and blinked. They'd arrived at a clearing without her even realizing it. Oh, wow. You were right. That waterfall was what we heard. He tilted his head. Where were you? Enjoying the peace and scenery. She smiled. He dismounted and then helped her down. She turned in place, trying to take it all in. This is, wow. Yeah, that's about the only word to use. She smiled as she watched him looking around. I thought you were playing dumb when you said you hadn't been up here. No, I've never seen this before. I don't think I could have hidden that I'd been here before. It's like something out of another world, he said, walking closer to the edge of the clearing. It really is. Peyton walked to the edge and stood next to him. Comfortable silence stretched between them, and she let her mind wander back to the first time she met Gus. When he moved in next to her, it was the best thing ever. Finally, she had someone like all those girls in the movies. The kind with the walkie-talkies and secret languages. At first, he was so guarded, like he was used to people not liking him. Even back then, she couldn't understand that. He was so likable to her. Then she found out why he'd moved to Juneau. His dad had cheated on his mom. Peyton could remember it like no time had passed. She found him in his backyard, sitting by their tree, trying to hide that he was crying. But she knew, so when that bully knocked him down, she stood up for him because someone needed to. Do you remember that first summer after you moved in? He laughed. Yeah. I was upset about my dad, and you made it your mission to make sure I had a great summer. We camped in our living rooms almost every night. Your house and then mine. That was so much fun. It was the best summer. She laughed with him. And then she remembered he'd nearly moved. And then that year, we were juniors, we thought you were moving. Nodding, one corner of his mouth twitched up. Yeah, I don't know who was more upset, me or you. Oh, it was me. I thought the world was ending. Oh, talk about a clear memory. The night he told her his mom had applied for a job in Missouri, she'd curled around her pillow and soaked it with her tears. For days, she was sick with the thought that he might move. I don't know. I was pretty upset too. Finding out my mom was getting that raise and we could stay was like winning the lottery. At least, it was to me. He had no idea. Yeah, I was so relieved. Yeah, me too. His lips turned up, and a smile stretched across them as he looked at her. Talk about an incredible view. That smile was amazing. Just then, she was struck by how much Gus meant to her. How much he'd always meant to her. And despite her selfishness, this beautiful man had cared enough about her to bring her to a place filled with so much splendor. Gus, I don't know how to thank you for bringing me here. He shrugged as he stuffed his hands in his pockets and cast his gaze to the ground. Thanks works. She stepped into him. No, it doesn't. I'll never be able to thank you enough. You've made my year. As he lifted his head, her breath caught again. His green eyes sparkled in the light, mesmerizing her with their depth. She took his chin in her fingers, bringing his lips closer. Was she really going to kiss Gus? Would he be upset? What would he think? Should she kiss him? Every fiber in her being screamed, yes. Oh, hey, guys. I'm so sorry. We didn't know anyone was up here, Justine said, smiling like she'd won a prize. Leave it to the newlyweds to find the best spot. Peyton needed a gif of a woman pulling her hair out or a soundproof room where she could scream until her throat was sore. She nearly looked up at the sky and mouthed, "Really?" It was as though the universe was laughing at her, or maybe it was getting back at her for walking away from Gus all those years ago. Gus broke away from Peyton and looked at her, stunned and almost pained. Oh no. It's okay, he said as he turned to face the group of half a dozen riders, putting his arm around Peyton. Her heart hammered against her ribs. For the third time in a day, she'd almost kissed him. It's pretty romantic up here, Peyton said. And it's easy to get caught up in it. You've been warned. Had she been caught up in the moment? It was romantic. They were alone. 2 + 2 did equal 4. But when she added X and Y, it wasn't that simple, and she knew it. Justine laughed and dismounted along with the rest of the group. It's so beautiful up here. Gus nodded. I couldn't agree more. Hey, you should come with us. We're headed farther up the mountain. I'm told there's an even better waterfall up there. Gus shook his head. No, I think we're going to grab some lunch. He led Peyton to her horse. Come on. Let's get down this mountain. Inwardly, Peyton chastised herself as he helped her up. There could be no more almost kisses, especially with the anguished expression on his face that last time. He thought of her as a friend, so, of course, the thought of kissing her would horrify him. He didn't want to mess up their friendship any more than she did. Was this how he felt when she'd walked away from him? Once he mounted his horse, they rode down the mountain. So, are you up for lunch? He sounded so normal, like nothing had happened. But something had happened. Maybe he wanted to pretend it didn't because he didn't want to hurt her feelings. Sure, she said quietly. Should she ask him about what happened? No, she already felt strange for almost kissing him. Adding an awkward talk would only make it worse. And did she really want to go in depth as to why he looked so pained when they'd been caught nearly kissing? Still, she couldn't take her mind off how drawn to him she was and how differently she was seeing him. What had changed to make her thoughts so muddled and confusing? Then it hit her. She was falling for him. Holy smokes. She was falling for Gus. Oh, things had just gotten more dangerous. He didn't feel the same way about her, and here she was, tumbling down a cliff, straight into spikes. And she had to pretend to be married to him. Holy cow, this was bad. No, it was this place. She couldn't have feelings for Gus. That was crazy. He was Gus. There was nothing between them. But if that was the case, why had she tried to kiss him 3 times? Oh, her thoughts were an evil circle of confusion. What on earth was she going to do? Quietly, Peyton took a deep breath, forcing her thoughts to calm. It was going to be okay. She only had to spend the week with him. After that, she'd be flying back to Juneau, and everything would go back to normal. As long as she remembered that, she'd be fine. Chapter 12. Gus and Peyton rode down the mountain, returned their horses, and ate lunch. Afterward, they went on a boat ride that took a few hours, and then he was called to the main house for an emergency. One of the guests was injured playing volleyball. Once Gus knew everyone was okay, he returned to the bungalow and found Peyton asleep on the couch. Instead of waking her, he covered her up and left quietly. He was tempted to lie down himself, but he drifted out of the bungalow and took a walk along the beach, eventually ending up at the patio near the main house. Now, sitting alone, Gus let his gaze sweep across the resort, and a sense of accomplishment washed over him. There were groups of 2, 3, and 4 at various tables. This is what he wanted when he bought the resort. A place where his clients could relax and maybe find love. Love, it was for everyone but him. Peyton almost kissed him again, or so he thought. She'd probably heard the group approaching, and to keep up appearances, she'd leaned in. That's the only thing that made sense. Of course, that didn't explain the moment in the bungalow before they went horseback riding. No, keeping up appearances didn't explain that one, but being in a beautiful place, it was easy to get caught up in a moment. That's why he'd pulled back. He didn't want her to kiss him and then regret it. It would be worse than her walking away after he kissed her in high school. "Hey," Ty said as he pulled out a chair and straddled it. "How was your horseback ride?" Gus shrugged. "It was good. It's beautiful. You should see if Kalani wants to go sometime." He grinned. Ty rolled his eyes. "My love life is fine. It's yours that needs a jolt." "My love life is fine too." Gus paused. "I don't know, Ty. I'm beginning to think it's stupid to hold this torch for someone who will never see me as anything but a friend." His friend groaned. "You're basing that on something that happened years ago. Just because it happened years ago didn't mean things might have changed since then." "I know that, but if anything had changed on her end, wouldn't she have said something? Maybe stopped dating all those losers? Didn't you tell her that you only wanted to be friends after you kissed her?" "Yeah, but like you said, it was years ago." Ty scoffed. "True, but you told her all you wanted was her friendship, and you've never told her any different. How is she supposed to know anything's changed? Maybe she dated all those guys because you weren't an option?" Gus leaned forward with his arms on the table. Admit it. You're terrified of getting your heart broken, so you're holding on to the past as an excuse to keep yourself closed off." Ty was wrong. Wasn't he? High school was a long time ago. What if things between them had changed or could change? Okay, so say part of that was true. What can I do without jeopardizing our friendship? She's a big part of my life. I know, but is keeping her friendship worth being miserable all the time? Gus's pulse jumped. I hadn't thought about it like that. He'd never thought of himself as miserable, but it didn't take a plastic toy rake to dig deep enough to know he was. Being around her was painful, even though he loved it. He tried dating, only to find himself always comparing them to Peyton. He wanted to be loved just as much as the people using his software. Ty sighed. Take this week to make her see that things can be different between the two of you. Let go of the past. The only way you're ever going to be happy is to get out of this limbo you've been living in. And you have the best excuse, you're pretending to be married. I was trying. Hey, Peyton said as she slipped into the seat next to Gus. Why didn't you wake me when you got back? For a moment, he was frozen. Wow, she looked great. Instead of her jeans and t-shirt from earlier, she was wearing a cute little sundress and sandals, with her hair hanging loose around her shoulders. This is a vacation. Naps are on the schedule. He smiled. She rolled her eyes. Hey, Ty, Peyton said, turning her attention to Tyrone. How are you? I'm great. Did you have fun on the trail ride? Gus watched as she animatedly told him about all the things they saw on the way up and in the clearing. It was the best, she said as she finished. That's good. Ty took a drink of water and tapped Gus on the shoulder. Oh, hey. I almost forgot. Remember how we talked about dinner tonight? Making a change? Our manager suggested we have a buffet for the guests and watch the sunset. It'll be a nice way to end the day since it's Christmas. Peyton smiled. That sounds awesome. She touched Gus's arm. After that, we can go back to the bungalow, and you can open your present. Present, huh? Ty asked. She nodded. Oh yeah. When we were kids, we get each other gifts and then open them Christmas Eve, but we fell asleep last night, which means he'll be opening his gift tonight. Ty nodded his head toward Gus. Yeah, he doesn't rest as much as he should when we're in New York. Peyton turned her gaze on Gus. I know he doesn't. I could see the dark circles the first day he showed up at my door. I keep telling him he needs an assistant. I'm fine, Gus said. And I told you I'd hire someone soon. Ty grinned, and Gus braced himself. You should hire Peyton. She gasped, and her eyes widened. I'd be perfect for it. I actually had the exact thought when we were talking about it the day we arrived. Her? What? Living in New York with him? The only way he was handling not being with her was the distance. Oh, but you love banking. You wouldn't want to be my assistant. I'd love it. A change of scenery, and I'd be near you. Gus shook his head. I don't think you'd like it. You don't want me as your assistant? Her voice held a tinge of sadness, like he'd hurt her feelings for even suggesting she wasn't good for the job. You'd need to move to New York. Do you really want to leave Juneau? I'd have you, right? She smiled. It'll be perfect. Gus's mind was in a torrent. What could he say? Hadn't he just been thinking he needed to take a break from her so he could get over her? Now she'd be living in New York? Ty nodded. Personally, I think it's a great idea. Peyton smiled, taking her attention from Gus to Ty and back. See? Even he thinks it's a good idea. I'd be great at it. I've got superior skills when it comes to details, scheduling, and keeping deadlines. I had to do that at the bank all the time. But working for me? Gus could see serious potential for fallout if they had an argument. We're best friends. Who better to help you than me? Would anyone else have your best interests at heart better than me? She leaned in and cupped his cheek. This way I can make sure you're taking care of yourself. Suddenly, Gus felt like he was under a microscope with both Peyton and Ty's gaze on him. If he told her no, he'd hurt her feelings. If he told her yes, he'd torture himself because she'd be around him all the time. Only, he couldn't hurt her. Geez, this was a field of primed minds. But maybe Ty had a point. Gus had kissed her, and they'd never spoken of it. Then he'd overheard her on the phone. The second she put it down, he'd walked into her room, declared they were friends, and that was all that was said. He was so upset at the time that he didn't even give her a chance to respond. Was it really her fault that he'd loved her and she didn't know it? He covered her hand with his. I think you've had a great idea. She clapped excitedly and kissed his cheek. This has been the best week ever. Not only do I get to hang out with you on a beautiful island, but now I'll get to hang out with you all the time. Ty caught Gus's gaze. Yep, you sure will, Ty said and stood. Well, I'm going to get going. You two have fun. Peyton looked up at Ty. And you'll have to help me find him someone. I think I already have someone in mind, he replied and winked. Later. As Ty walked away, Gus choked on the sip of water he'd just taken. He's kidding. There's no one in New York I want to go out with, and since we're married, there's no setting me up while we're here either. For a heartbeat, he thought she looked hurt, but then she smiled. We'll just have to fix that. I'll find someone who interests you if it's the last thing I do. Gus tilted his head, and the mood turned serious. How do you know who I'd be interested in? I've never really dated anyone. Her face fell. Well, I paid attention to who you dated. You went out with, she stopped and tapped her chin with her finger. With. He lifted his eyebrows and looked at her expectantly for the answer. With? There was Tracy Rivers. Nope. I helped her study for the biology midterm. Olivia Thames. He shook his head. History. Nicole Mann. Nope. With each name, Peyton's eyebrows furrowed together even more. Gus, I know you dated. You couldn't have not dated. I liked a couple of girls in high school, but nothing life-changing. Except for Peyton. That was life-changing. Enough that he realized in college after going out with a few women that he needed to take a break from dating until he could get over her. Even after moving to New York City after school, away from Juno and Peyton, he dated and found that his heart wasn't in it. So, he'd slowly stepped back from the singles scene there, too, and concentrated on his app and furthering his business. Have you ever been in a serious relationship? Not really. I dated someone a couple years ago, but after about 6 months of dinners on the weekend, I realized it wasn't progressing and that I didn't want it to. So, I told her, and that was it. We never saw each other again. She leaned her head against his arm. Gus, it's hard to believe you haven't found someone yet. You're sweet and wonderful and amazing. I wish I'd never claimed to be your wife. Now you'll have to wait until you get back to New York when we can pretend to annul this. It's okay. He was about to add that he was satisfied, but he wasn't. All he had to do was scratch the surface and it would be painfully clear he wasn't happy. Yeah, helping others was fulfilling, but he'd neglected himself. Didn't he deserve happiness too? What if Ty was right, and he could take this week to let go of the past and see where things went with Peyton? They were pretending to be married, after all. Maybe she could see him as more than a friend if he stopped acting like just a friend. But you should have someone. You're a great guy. I've not been a very good friend. If I was, I would have been trying to find someone for you, she said and lifted her head, catching his gaze. Did he see tears? Peyton, you've been a great friend. I don't want you finding me someone, and I don't mind acting married to you for the week. You really don't mind being fake married to me? I didn't completely mess up your week. He shook his head and covered her hand with his. No. Anytime you're in my week, it's a great week, even if the world around me is on fire. You're always so sweet. Pushing her hair over her shoulder, he held her gaze. This was it. His chance to take a leap and see if things could be different between them. To stop treating her as a friend and treating her as someone he wanted to be with. How about? Justine stopped by the table and leaned her hip against it. You two are so cute. Are you going to be watching the sunset with the guests tonight? The way she asked, it sounded like she'd be watching him. Yeah, Gus was thrilled to be pretend married to Peyton this week. We are. Will you? Peyton asked. Oh yeah. I wouldn't miss an opportunity to watch the sunset on a Hawaiian beach. Peyton nodded. I totally agree, she said and kissed Gus on the cheek. I wouldn't miss sitting on the beach with my husband. Then I'll see you there. She waved and trotted off. As soon as Justine was out of earshot, Peyton turned to him. Well, I guess it's a good thing you don't mind pretending, because I have a feeling she's going to be watching us. He nodded. More than likely. He'd spent so much time living in the past that he'd failed to live in the present. A present where he wasn't some awkward kid in high school who'd kissed his best friend and then, in an effort to keep himself from getting hurt, told her he just wanted to be friends. Yeah, he was going to go for it. Instead of telling her, though, he'd show her. He'd show her that he could be more. That he could love her and cherish her and treat her like the beautiful, caring woman she was. A chance to show her just what her life could be like with him. His chest tightened at the thought. It also terrified him. What if she still wanted to be friends at the end of the week? Could he handle that? He'd have to. Living a half-life wasn't working anymore. No, he wanted more, needed more, and this was his week to go for it. Chapter 13. Hawaii had to be the best spot on Earth to watch a sunset, or it could have been the man Peyton was cuddling next to. Before Justine walked up, Peyton was sure he was going to say something, but after she left, they just hung out, eating dinner with the guests. It was interesting to see the dynamics of a resort filled with people looking for love. The great thing about Gus's resort was that he didn't put any pressure on anyone. She'd even overheard a few of the guests talking about how much fun they were having and how grateful they were to have somewhere to go for Christmas. Look at the ships out there, Peyton said as she pointed. Bet they cost a fortune. But Gus's idea of a fortune would be different. Would she ever remember he was billionaire? Probably not. He'd always just be Gus to her. He laughed. I bet they do. A tiny shiver ran down her spine, and she snuggled closer. You okay? Asked Gus. You aren't cold, are you? No, not yet. I can tell the wind has picked up, though. Okay? She was fantastic, even if she was just a teensy bit chilled. She was going to be working with him as his assistant in New York. It'd take some adjustment, but she didn't mind moving from Juneau as long as Gus was there. It would have saved her from dating the likes of Frank and would have helped Gus. Only, if she was honest, being his assistant wasn't the only reason she wanted to be in New York with him, at least for now. Maybe if they both got out of Juneau and away from all the memories, he could picture her as more than just his best friend. Maybe they could have more moments like this. He pulled her closer, and his delicious cologne mixed with the salt air made her lightheaded. Well, let me know if you get cold, and we'll go to the bungalow. I will. You aren't cold, are you? She sat up and turned to him, and in the last bit of sunlight, it hit her full force just how much she'd missed out on. Her idea of a perfect guy was sitting right in front of her. His lips quirked up. No, I'm okay. The island magic was playing havoc with her, because at that moment, all she could think was that she desperately wanted to kiss Gus. Justine was somewhere watching, right? And if something interrupted her this time, she would scream. Out loud. Like she'd been stabbed with a shell. Tentatively, she reached her hand out and touched his lips, tracing them with her fingertips. They were as soft as she suspected. He didn't flinch away or tell her to stop either. But was that because he wanted her to kiss him or because Justine was somewhere? Did she care? Not if it gave her a chance to kiss him. Taking his chin in her hand, she brushed her lips across his. It was like wanting chocolate cake all day and finally getting that first bite. It was so good it was as if her whole body was rejoicing. It was all she could do to hold in the groan building in her chest as she pressed her lips to his again, keeping them there until he wrapped his arms around her. It was glorious. His body was warm, and his lips were soft. She circled her arms around his neck and threaded her fingers in his hair. Lightning, sparks, electricity, none of it adequately described what she was feeling as they kissed. No one had ever kissed her like this, like she was the only one in the world he wanted. This kiss was different, but was that only because of the reporter in the crowd? Justine was coming on strong. Was he pretending? She leaned back, touching her forehead to his, and tried to catch her breath. I kissed you. I kissed you back. We do have to make it look good for Justine, right? The question tumbled out before she could stop. That's not what she meant to say, but maybe it was better that way. Being on the island, it was so easy to forget reality. Yeah, she thought she wanted more, but she was just coming off a relationship. Was her heart messing with her? Instead of giving her an answer, he ran his hand up her back and into her hair, holding her in place, and touched his lips to hers. Was he agreeing with her? Oh, this was bliss, and she didn't want to think. A soft moan escaped as he deepened the kiss, and she let her mind empty of everything but that moment. She was falling for Gus. He was kissing her with as much passion as she was giving, and she didn't care about tomorrow. If this week was all she had, she'd soak him up. She'd take whatever she got and enjoy him. They kissed like that until she thought her lungs would pop, and when he finally pulled back, in between pressing little kisses on her cheeks, across her eyelids, and along her jaw, he asked, "Would you like to take a walk with me?" Yes, I'd love that. She wanted to ask him about reality and vacations and all that, but she was too afraid to break the spell. At that moment, she'd never felt more alive in her life. Never wanted anyone as much as she wanted him. He held her around the waist as he stood and then set her feet on the sand. She tangled her fingers in his, and a comfortable silence settled between them as they leisurely walked down the beach. When they got to a part of the beach that was still illuminated by the resort, Gus pulled out his phone and set it on a nearby rock, and music began to play. He held out his hands and said, "Dance with me." When did her Gus become so romantic? Smiling, she took his hand, and he twirled her in the sand. She threw her head back, laughing. Is this why you wanted to take a walk? Maybe. Hours passed as he held her close, and they danced. When the chill of the night was too much, they returned to the bungalow. After they were dressed for bed, they fixed hot chocolate and sat on the couch, ready to open their gifts. They'd gone shopping, but she hadn't expected him to get her anything. What she was really excited about was his gift. It had taken a little work, but with the help of her friend Tracy, she hoped it'd be the best gift she ever gave him. That he'd see what he meant to her. You already got me a bracelet, Peyton said when she saw he had another gift for her. Why did you get me something else? He shrugged. I wanted to. Couldn't have our traditional Christmas Eve without you having something to open. You can go first. No, you first. He needed to go first for once. She gave him her gift. Fine. He tore the paper off, opened the box, and his eyebrows drew together. An old phone? Not quite. She took it from his hand, pulled up her old photos and hit play on one of the videos, and handed it back. Kids laughing filtered from the phone, and Gus's breath caught. Her birthday party the year before she died? Peyton nodded. Listen. She'd watched it before to make sure it was the right one before wrapping it up. I can't believe you did this, Gus, Ms. Grant said. Gus hugged her and kissed her cheek. I've wanted to do this for a long time, Mom. I know it was hard on you when Dad left, but I never felt like I missed out on anything. He pulled back. You are the best mom I could have asked for. Thank you for working 2 jobs and teaching me to be a good man. Miss Grant's voice trembled as she said, Oh, sweetheart, you are the best gift I ever received. I'd make every decision the exact same, knowing I'd get you. I'm so proud of you. Gus hit stop and blinked, like he was holding back tears. How did you find this? And when did you get it? Peyton smiled. I had Tracy go to my apartment and find it. She overnighted it to me. When? I was pretending to nap earlier today, she said and smiled. I've been selfish when it comes to you. He shook his head. Peyton. She held her hand up to stop him. No, I have been. You've sat with me while I cried over being dumped. You've brought me soup when I was sick. You've been there for me in ways I never fully appreciated. Instead of staying with you when you had a broken leg, I went on a date. I don't even know who you dated or when, or your problems, but you've always listened to mine. You think I've rescued you when I've sent you fruit or pizza, but it's nothing to think of someone when they're on the phone with you. She swallowed hard as she cast her gaze down. You are the best friend I could have ever asked for, and I've taken you for granted. No, you haven't. She lifted her gaze to his. Yeah, I have, and it shows how incredible you are to try to ease my guilt. He set the phone down and pulled her into a hug. You don't give yourself enough credit. You were there for me when I needed you the most. When my mom died, when the app went public, during the trials and errors and my dad being a flake, and now here for the resort opening. Peyton pulled back. You are my best friend, Gus. Someone I cherish and hold dear, and from now on, I promise I'm listening. Gus avoided her gaze as he nodded. Like he was trying to keep from falling apart. Most of the time when he was emotional, he got quiet. Just like now. Peyton took his face in her hands and kissed his forehead. He needed some time, and she didn't want any of the focus on herself. Too many times that happened, and this Christmas, it was about him and how much she cared about him. Can I open my gift tomorrow? He nodded, continuing to avoid her gaze, and cleared his throat. Sure. He put his arm around her shoulders, and they quietly cuddled on the couch until they fell asleep. It had to be the best ending to a Christmas ever. At least, in Peyton's mind it was, and she was going to keep her promise. Their friendship wasn't going to be centered on her anymore. She would make sure he got as much of her attention as she could give him. The next morning, Peyton woke up on the couch, covered with a blanket. The smell of coffee filled the air. For a second, she lay there, smiling as she recalled the night before. Was it possible she was jumping into something just because she hated being alone? Maybe that would be true if it was anyone but Gus. No, with him, it was about more than filling the loneliness. She stretched, sat up, and pushed off the couch in search of Gus. Hello? Hey. Want some coffee? He said as he stepped out of his room, dressed in board shorts and a shirt. How could he look so good in something so casual? Sure. She smiled, not feeling any of the awkwardness she'd worried about, and followed him into the kitchen. Are you dressed for something special? He shook his head. No, just wanted to be comfortable. She poured herself a cup of coffee, dressed it up with some cream and sugar, and took a sip. Oh, coffee. Now the day can start. She tilted her head. You're not having any? No, I've had a cup. He leaned against the counter. What would you like to do today? Peyton shrugged. I don't know. What do you want to do? He stepped into her space and held her gaze with such intensity that she gulped. Whoa. I want to spend the day with you. I want to spend the day with you too. Her words came out breathy. Setting her cup down, she closed her eyes as his lips touched her forehead. As he pressed light kisses all over her face, his lips like whispers across her skin, she was in a trance. Wow. She could handle him doing that all day. When he leaned back, she opened her eyes, and he smiled. How had so much changed in just one night? Granted, it was a magical night filled with his kisses, but, still, so much was different. The way she saw him, felt for him, thought about him. Only, she did have to wonder if he was only playing his part. It was easier to remain in pretend mode if they kept it going. She pushed the thoughts away and hugged him around the neck. I guess we'll just see where the day takes us, he said, and then he nipped at her lip. Why don't you put on your swimming suit? Her heart skipped a beat. Where would the day take them? Would there be more kissing? More kisses like she just experienced? The kind that made her forget everything around her? Suddenly, her coffee wasn't nearly as important as brushing her teeth. She took another quick sip and grinned. Okay, I'll hurry. You do that, he said, his voice low and sultry, and then he winked. Her pulse jumped again. Who was this man in her Gus's body? When did he get so sexy and charming? I will, she said, nearly tripping over herself as she left the kitchen. She grabbed her clothes from her room and rushed to the bathroom, trying to calm her racing heart. He had a serious effect on her. When had a man produced that kind of heart-pounding response? She was drawing a blank. No one but Gus. One night. It had taken one night for her entire thought process to be upended. What would spending the rest of the week with him do to her? As she braced her hands on the sink and studied herself in the mirror, she realized two things. 1, she was falling for Gus, and 2, the week with him wasn't going to be nearly long enough. Did she tell him that, though? He'd said repeatedly that he didn't want a relationship. She didn't even know if she wanted a relationship either. Maybe she needed to slow down a little and make sure of what she wanted before she said anything. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt him or have her heart broken, and she suspected that with Gus, the heartbreak would be catastrophic. Chapter 14. The sun was hanging on the upper branches of the trees as Gus finished setting up a beachside table. After Kalani brought their dinner, he texted Peyton that he had a surprise for her and to meet him on the beach near the rocks they danced next to the night before, which meant she should be there any minute. Gus let his thoughts wander as he positioned the food and plates. Peyton had kissed him the night before. It had been beyond words. The feel of her lips, the way she held on to him, it was like his dreams had come to life. Then again, Justine was there, and they were pretending. Seeing his mom in that video had brought back so many memories, and it had been overwhelming. Not in a bad way, but in a way that had left him an emotional wreck. He loved his mom, and he'd been missing her, so Peyton's gift had meant more than she would ever know. Was Peyton a little selfish at times? Yes, she could be, but she was also kind and caring and thoughtful. She didn't know who he dated because he didn't talk about it with her. How did you talk about something you didn't do? Or did so infrequently that it wasn't worth talking about? Besides, they were friends. Best friends, and he wasn't keeping score. He'd never kept a tally of what they did for each other. He loved her. Even before he realized it had moved past a friendship kind of love, he loved her and liked doing things for her because he liked seeing her smile. She helped him more than she knew. Gus? Peyton called his name as she walked toward him. What's this? They'd spent the day doing water sports and lounging on the beach, and he'd planned dinner on the beach for her. He knew she'd love it because that was one of those fantasy-type things she talked about when they were kids. You've always talked about dinner on the beach, and I thought, hey, I own a resort. I can do that. He smiled and pulled her chair out for her. The corners of her lips curved up as her mouth dropped open. "You did this for me?" She stopped at the table. He shook his head. "Yes, I wanted to find a way to thank you for the video. I had no idea you had that. It never even occurred to me that you might," and seeing her healthy and happy was, a lump formed in his throat, and he looked away. "Oh, Gus," she said and circled her arms around his neck. "You always did get quiet, and I knew that. I just didn't think it would affect you that much." "It did," he whispered. "So, we're having dinner on the beach, and then you're opening the gift I got for you." She leaned back. "I told you not to get me another gift. Christmas is over anyway. The bracelet is perfect, and this dinner is more than enough." "I know, but when you see what it is, you'll understand why it's not that big of a deal." For a moment, she held his gaze, and then she dropped her arms. "Okay, but I open it under protest." He laughed as he held her chair. "Under protest, huh?" "Yes," she said and took her seat. "Under lots of protest." Through dinner, they chatted about everything from previous Christmases to what Peyton thought it might be like living in New York. When they finished, Gus pulled out a small wrapped ring box. Peyton gasped. "Please tell me you didn't get me another piece of jewelry. Open it first, and then if you still want to protest, you can." He smiled and handed it to her. She eyed him as she took it and then unwrapped it. The second she tipped the lid up, she jerked her gaze to his. "We decided on just wedding bands. We were going to keep it simple. This is the diamond I loved." "Why did you do this?" Nestled inside the box was a princess-cut diamond sitting on a gold band, surrounded by 10 smaller diamonds. A set of matching gold wedding bands hugged each side of it. It was the ring he would have bought for her had he really asked her to marry him. Simple and elegant, a perfect complement to her character. He shrugged. "I thought that if we're going to pretend to be married, you could at least wear the ring you loved." "I'm protesting. This is too much." "No, it's not." Peyton stared at him, her eyebrows drawn. "Yes, it is." He stood, walked to her, and squatted down. "No, it isn't. I'm not keeping score, Peyton. That's not how a relationship works. If you keep score, it's a game, and this isn't a game. You are my closest and dearest friend. I've never kept a running list of things I've done for you or vice versa. You love that ring. Wear it while we're pretending. Please." He plucked the wedding band out, slipped it on her finger, and then did the same with the diamond. "See? It fits you perfectly." She placed his band on his ring finger and hugged him around the neck. "You have no idea how much you mean to me." "You too, Peyton. You are the best friend I could have ever asked for." Leaning back, she held his gaze a moment and then nodded. "Exactly. I feel the same way." For a breath, it seemed like she was pained, and then she smiled. "Maybe we could go for a walk on the beach and talk a while? Give your tablet a rest for the night." He nodded. "You bet. I'd love that." And he loved her. Maybe he'd even have the courage to tell her one day. Their time together was flying by, and the next day only emphasized that fact. Despite wanting to be at the resort as guests, there were things that, as part owner, were up to him to attend to. He and Peyton barely saw each other aside from eating a quick lunch together. He'd been so late getting in that Peyton was already asleep when he returned. The work wasn't surprising, but he lost valuable time with her. After finishing his coffee the next morning, Gus opened the front door and leaned his shoulder against the frame. He would never get used to the view. Hawaii really was paradise. Today he was going to take Peyton to the beach and make up for missing so much time with her. "Hey," Peyton said as she hugged him around the waist from behind. As he turned in her arms, he said, "Hi." "What?" she began to say as her phone rang. She pulled it out and looked at the caller ID. "It's Lori." She answered and said, "Hey, Lori, you're on speaker." "I'm with Gus." "Gus?" Her sister's voice rose an octave. "What are you doing with Gus?" "I thought you were at Frank's parents'." Peyton groaned. She'd said this was why she didn't immediately tell Lori what happened. The judgment was right there, sitting on the end of her sister's tongue, just waiting to pour all over Peyton. "Frank dumped me." "What?" "He was using me to get a promotion. When he got it, he didn't need me anymore." Peyton cast her gaze down. Gus took a finger, tipped her chin up, and mouthed, "Not worthy of you." Lori grunted. "What a loser." "Well, at least you found out what a real jerk he was before you married him." Peyton's eyebrows rose. "You're not going to judge me? Tell me, you know how to pick M?" "Okay, yeah, you do, but that was low. He even had me charmed. Plus, you're my sister, and, Peyton, I just want you to be happy. To find a good guy who'll treat you like you're special. He's lucky he's not within reaching distance or I'd pound him." At least Lori wasn't giving her a hard time. Although, the idea that the creep had charmed Lori bugged Gus, but he'd keep that to himself. "I told her the same thing." "So, you guys are together? Isn't this your opening weekend, Gus?" "We are, and it is," Gus said. "When I found out Peyton would be spending Christmas alone, I invited her. I'd wanted her with me anyway, so it seemed like a good idea." He smiled. Lori hummed. "Have you told Mom and Dad you broke up with Frank yet?" "No, Mom said she'd try to call when she got in port near Jamaica." "Yeah, I haven't heard from her either. I couldn't remember when she would get there." Her sister sounded wistful. Peyton tilted her head as she looked at Gus. "Lori, is something wrong?" "Actually, no. I wanted to talk to Mom and Dad first, but I can't wait that long. Ted asked me to marry him." Her sister squealed. "What?" "That's awesome. Although, I'm thinking it's about time." "Hey! There are the newlyweds!" Justine yelled as she approached with Ty and stopped at the bottom of the steps. "I'm surprised you two are up this early." "Who is that?" "Newlyweds?" "What? Who's a newlywed?" Peyton's sister barked out questions as Peyton fumbled with the phone and dropped it. It clattered across the front deck. "Peyton?" Lori called through the receiver. "What's going on? What's that weird noise?" Gus dove for the phone and quickly took it off speaker before handing it to Peyton. "Her sister." Peyton grinned. "I'll just take this inside," she said, her cheeks looking like they'd been fried by the sun. "I'll be right back." Justine smiled and looked from Peyton's retreating back to Gus. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I bet I ruined the news of your nuptials." "It's okay." Gus shut the door and stepped farther onto the deck. "What's up?" Ty, who was standing behind her, looked stricken. "She's wondering if you and Peyton want to tour the island with her today. She's wanting to get plenty of pictures of the two of you for the articles she's writing about you." Gus nearly choked as his pulse skyrocketed. An article on him and Peyton? This was getting so out of hand. "I thought you were doing an article on the resort." "Oh, I am. This is a separate article." "What?" Justine smiled. "I think it's so sweet that the matchmaker found his match. Our readers really love this sort of stuff, and I think it'll complement the article." His eyes widened. Well, I'd planned a picnic on the beach with her today." "Then perhaps tomorrow?" "I'd really need to talk to Peyton about that. I'm not sure how she'd feel being featured in an article." We've just married, and this is all very new. More than she realized. Peyton walked back out and slipped her arm around his waist. She smiled up at him, but it looked forced, and he wondered if she'd overheard Justine. I hate to do this, but I need to talk to my husband. Justine nodded. Sure, and thank you so much for letting me stay. I'm loving it so far. She waved as she and Ty walked away. They smiled and waved back, and the moment she was out of sight, they stepped inside and shut the door. We've got a problem, they both said at the same time. Gus lifted an eyebrow, figuring Peyton had overheard Justine's side article on them. I know. I had no idea she'd decide to do an article on us. She did? Peyton tilted her head. Wait, what article? Isn't that what you were talking about? She shook her head. No, Lori thinks we're married. I wanted to tell her, but... Your sister thinks we're married? He raked his hand through his hair and took a deep breath. Oh, this is getting bigger by the minute. I know. And what article? Justine wants to do an article on us as a compliment to the other piece she's writing about the resort. This was not how he planned to start his day. Her eyes widened. An article? Like, an entire article? He nodded. Uh-huh. Peyton pursed her lips and put her hands on her hips. You know what? We've already come up with an idea to fix that. Honestly, we could use the article as a reason why we decided to annul our marriage. It hit us after we read it that maybe we'd rushed into things. What about Lori? If Lori got to Peyton's parents first, what would they think? I'd say we could set her straight when we saw her, but you know her. She's not the best at keeping secrets. If she's told my parents, I'll tell them the truth because I think they can keep the secret. It's my fault all of this is happening, so I'll be the one to take the brunt of any backlash. She dropped her hands from her hips. It was all my idea, and I need to own up to it when the time comes. Gus shook his head. No, I didn't stop it either. If we're in this pretend marriage together, then we're in all of it together. But did she really want to continue the farce if it was going to involve her family? Are you sure you want to continue? I mean, we're talking about your parents. I don't want them to hate me. As if they could ever hate you. You mowed their grass any time it needed it. You helped my mom with the groceries even when I wasn't home. They love you. I might just break their hearts when I tell them we're not really married. She chuckled. Are you sure? We don't. Gus, it's fine. I got us into this, and I'm going to see it through. We have the perfect out. Once the article is published, we'll quietly let it slip that we didn't last, but we're still very good friends, which is why I'm staying in New York as your assistant. She took his hands in hers. See, I'm going to be great at this personal assistant thing. She grinned. He pulled her into a hug. You'll be the best one ever. Thank you for putting up with all of this. She hugged him around the waist, setting her chin on his chest, and smiled up at him. I think you've got that turned around. Maybe we put up with each other. How's that? You're my friend, and you mean the world to me, Gus. I'd rather put up with you than anyone else, she said as she held his gaze. Friend. There was that word, and after she'd kissed him? He'd been so stupid to get his hopes up so quickly. Of course, it'd take more than a night to show her how much he loved her. Maybe the picnic he'd planned would help. They'd be alone, away from prying eyes, and if she kissed him, then he'd know. Right? Chapter 15. As they walked along the beach, Peyton fanned her fingers out to her side, studying the diamond Gus had slipped on her finger. It was beautiful and perfect and the most wonderful ring she'd ever seen. Mostly because it was from Gus. The only thing that made her even a little sad was that it was only pretend, and he'd used the words oldest and dearest friend. Would he really say that if he thought they could be more? As romantic as the evening was, she had to think that if he did, he would have said something. Then again, it wasn't like she'd had the guts to say anything either. She shook her head and cleared her thoughts. If she kept going down that path, she'd analyze herself into a loony bin. She'd been a little worried that he was avoiding her the day before, maybe regretting his gift even, but she'd run into Ty at dinner, and he'd confirmed that they'd been slammed with management issues the entire day. And even though the day hadn't started so great, Gus was all hers now, and that made everything perfect. "Are you going to tell me what's in the basket?" Peyton asked. They'd walked in silence for a long while. More than likely he was still trying to process everything that had happened since Justine popped by that morning. Peyton was too, so she couldn't blame him. He shook his head. "Nope. Not until we get where we're going." It was almost comical how everything happened. Justine walking up and Lori hearing her call them newlyweds. If only the laughs stopped there. Her thoughts drifted back to the conversation with her sister. Who was that, and what was she talking about, newlyweds? Her sister gasped. "You and Gus? Seriously? I thought you'd never wise up." "We're not, wait. What do you mean?" "Gus is a wonderful man. He's practically a part of the family, and you've known him forever. I always thought the two of you would end up together. So, you wouldn't care if I just broke up with Frank and said I was married to Gus?" Lori scoffed. "You weren't in love with that loser. You wanted to be, but I could tell you weren't." "You're right. I wasn't." Until that conversation, she thought she was, but after hearing her sister say it, Peyton was certain she'd never loved Frank. It went back to what she'd thought before. Just someone, not the right one. "I don't even know why I said yes." "See? You didn't want to be with him. You and Gus are meant to be." Peyton had nearly dropped to the floor. "You wouldn't think I was nuts for jumping from one relationship to another?" "No, it's Gus. He's successful, attractive, and sweet. He's always treated you like you were the most important thing in the world. I can't believe you didn't see it until now." Peyton had been so caught up in what Lori had said that before she could correct her, her sister had hung up on her. "Bye, gotta go," and click constituted hung up on in Peyton's mind. She'd even tried calling her right back, and all she got was voicemail. "I'm not married" wasn't exactly something you delivered in a recording. Now, her sister thought she was married to Gus, and the craziest part was that Lori thought it was the best idea ever. Would her mom and dad think that as well? Why didn't anyone tell her before she dated so many creeps? Or did they, and she was so busy keeping Gus in the friend zone that she didn't hear them? It wasn't like he hadn't friend zoned her too, and she wanted him as her friend rather than nothing at all. That's why she'd never even given it a second thought. What if she'd written the possibility off and she shouldn't have? High school was a long time ago. Hadn't they changed? Peyton? She blinked. "Sorry, I guess I was just enjoying the walk." "Is this where we were going?" "I thought brunch on the beach sounded good since it feels like we're being watched all the time." She took a few deep breaths and said, "It sounds lovely." Maybe he'd kiss her while they were alone. That would be a sign that he'd changed his mind about them, right? So far, she had initiated all of their kisses. Gus pulled out the blanket he'd set in the basket and spread it out. He placed the basket in the middle, and they sat and dug in. After finishing their meal, they stretched out on the blanket and lay next to each other. Peyton rolled to her side and propped her head in her hand. "I think I could live here all year long. I love the air and the smells and everything." With his eyes closed, he nodded. "There is the temptation, that's for sure." "Well, why couldn't you?" Do you have to live in New York to do your matchmaking stuff? He chuckled and rolled his head to look at her. Can't say I've ever thought about it. I can't say I won't be comparing everything to Hawaii from this point forward. I love Alaska, being near my parents, but to live here? I think I could manage. Nothing saying I couldn't move things here. I think I could handle 76 during the winter. Peyton chuckled. I think anyone could handle that. Honestly, part of me wishes the whole resort was home. Gus laughed. There were times when I was getting things together that the thought crossed my mind. This time I'd keep my address from my dad. That surprised her. Anytime Gus heard from the man, he'd spiral. His dad had a way of really getting to him, especially now that his mom was gone. Did he try to contact you? Yeah, about 2 months ago. Why didn't you tell me? He shrugged and sat up, wrapping his arms around his knees. I don't know. I guess for once I wanted to not fall apart and sound like a man who couldn't handle dealing with his deadbeat dad. Peyton pushed herself up. That's not how you sound at all, Gus. His father was a horrible man. She'd only met him once when they were younger. He'd come to Gus's high school graduation drunk and made a complete fool of himself. Gus and his mom were so embarrassed. Police escorted him out of the event, and then that next day, the man came to Gus's home and screamed horrible things about Gus and Mrs. Grant while standing on the front lawn. When his dad finally took a flight back to wherever it was he came from, Gus had been so broken. Really? Because that's how I feel. In my head, I know the man isn't worth my energy, but it's like he has this hold on me. For once, I want him to call and be happy for me. Not to tell me about all of his problems and then ask for money. Peyton's eyes went wide. He asked for money? He did this last time. I told him no, and then he got angry. He set his chin on his knee, and it reminded Peyton of when they were kids. The times when she'd catch him looking so vulnerable. I blocked his number after that. She put her arm around his shoulders. I'm so sorry. You're right that he's not worth your energy. If he was, he'd know how great you are, and he'd be proud of you. I know your mom would be. I can practically see her smiling. I didn't realize how much she put up with before she left him. At first I was so angry, but when he didn't show that first summer, I called him. I know. Oh, it was horrible. He was so upset. When Peyton finally got him to confide in her, Gus told her that his dad had said horrible things about his mom. I didn't tell you everything. I didn't tell anyone. What? He shrugged. Dad and I were talking, and at first, everything was okay, but then I guess I whined, and he lost it. He said I was the reason they broke up. That mom had wanted to leave me with him, but that he'd won that argument, and she was stuck with me. Peyton's jaw dropped as she gasped. Are you serious? He said that to you? What kind of horrible parent says that? And you kept it to yourself this whole time? I knew none of it was true, but I guess it's kind of stayed with me, in the back of my mind. He grunted. I don't even know why I'm saying anything now. He's not worth it. You thought when he called that he'd be congratulating you and telling you he was proud of you. He lifted his head and nodded. Yeah, I think so. There's a part of me that's been desperate to be loved by him since I was a kid, but he can't love anyone but himself. No, he can't, and look at you. You've accomplished something so great. You're a billionaire with a successful company. It's his loss, Gus. His. Don't ever for 1 second let him convince you that you aren't incredible. He's just mad because he's jealous. She hugged him around the neck. Don't ever listen to him. Gus wrapped his arms around her and buried his face in her neck, taking a deep breath. I know. I'm trying. Peyton was so furious with Gus's father. He wasn't even good enough to hold the title. That he'd say all those horrible things to him, and Gus had kept it to himself all this time. No wonder he'd cried that day in the backyard. If she'd known, she'd have cried right along with him. As your personal assistant, I will make it my business to make sure he never talks to you again. Unless he's cleaned up his act. I won't let him talk to you like that again. He chuckled, and his breath tickled her neck. Does that mean you're doubling as a bodyguard? Absolutely. She pulled back. Anyone who wants to mess with you will have to go through me. It's been that way since Bambi. Hey! Just who I was hoping to run into again, Justine said. Peyton and Gus looked over their shoulders to find Justine, along with at least a dozen more people, walking onto the beach. Justine? She thought for sure she'd get time alone with him. Those kisses of his were addictive. Her stupid luck needed a 4-leaf clover recharge. Justine nodded. Yeah, I took a tour of the island. I wanted to go ahead so that when the three of us went, I could concentrate on getting pictures of the newlyweds. Oh, that was smart thinking, Peyton said. Suddenly, she was done with the beach. Maybe they'd get a moment in the bungalow. A picture of them on the back patio, cuddled together and him kissing her, sprang to mind. Apparently, Gus felt the same way. He stood and helped Peyton to her feet. When did you want to do that tour? He asked. Would tomorrow work? If you haven't been yet, you are going to love it. I can't wait to get your reactions on film. You two are so cute, and coupled with that, I think the pictures will be amazing. She smiled, holding Gus's gaze a little too long. Peyton hugged Gus's arm. I'm sure they'll be great. I have a long list of questions. Would it be okay if I asked a few now? I'm trying to spread them out so I'm not pelting you with them all at once. Justine looked from Peyton to Gus. Peyton nodded. Sure, but we were just about to leave, so only a couple, okay? You bet. Only a couple, I promise. She pulled out her phone and tapped a few buttons. She turned to Gus. Okay, I'm recording. So, you said you got married pretty quickly. How did you manage to get a ceremony together and plan this resort at the same time? That sounds like a lot. Peyton's pulse jumped. What would Gus say? They hadn't thought about answering that sort of question. We just went to the courthouse, Gus said. Yeah, we didn't need anything big or fancy to prove how we felt, Peyton said. Justine's mouth dropped. What? No ceremony? That sounds so sad. Peyton waved her off. Oh no, it was really perfect. We said our vows, and it was sweet. Just like I wanted. Justine's eyebrows drew together. Really? You strike me as the kind of girl who dreams about her wedding. Peyton had dreamt about her wedding, and it was ironic because she'd wanted a beach wedding, only she'd wanted it in the Maldives. Peyton shrugged. It was more important to marry him than anything. We'll worry about a ceremony later. Right? She smiled as she looked at him. Absolutely. After cheating off you in 7th grade, I owe you, right? He winked. Peyton chuckled. You bet you do. Justine hit the side button on her phone and stuck it in her purse. You two really are sweet together. It's obvious there is a deep level of affection between you. At first, I was really skeptical, thinking Mr. Matchmaker just didn't want me asking questions about his status, but I'm totally convinced. She didn't necessarily sound happy about the revelation, but at least Gus was off the market to her. Maybe she'd direct her infatuation elsewhere. Before Peyton could respond, Gus's eyebrows knitted together. Hey, there's a surfer. She followed his line of sight and gaped. Oh, cool. I can check see a surfer in real life off my bucket list. Justine laughed. That's what I was thinking. The crowd the reporter had come with gathered along the beach and watched with them. Whoever it was on the waves was doing a great job. At least, Peyton thought so, until Gus sucked in a sharp breath. That wave is huge. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and shoved it into her hand. I think he's going to hit those rocks. Take my phone. Call 911. He ran in the direction of the surfer. Justine's jaw dropped, and she turned to Peyton. Those rocks look dangerous. Yeah, they do, Peyton whispered. Gus stopped at the water's edge and glanced at her over his shoulder and then back to the surfer. In that moment, she knew without a doubt that he was going into that water. Her lungs constricted, and she felt like she was suffocating. If something happened to Gus, she'd break into a million pieces. Chapter 16. For a second, Gus stood at the edge of the surf, debating what to do. Even though he'd taken a lifeguard course, he'd never put it into use. He glanced over his shoulder at Peyton and then back to the surfer. There was no doubt the man was about to be in trouble. Then what Gus feared would happen played out right before his eyes. Time slowed as the wave crashed down, sending the man into the jagged rocks. Without another thought, Gus plunged into the water. It nearly took his breath away. It wasn't freezing, but it wasn't nearly as warm as he liked. The current was strong and pulled at him like it was trying to squeeze the breath out of him, but Gus fought against it as he kept his gaze trained on the spot where the surfer went down. The man bobbed up a couple of times, only to have the waves crash down on him again. When Gus reached the exhausted man, he yelled, "Hold on." He put his arm around the surfer's chest, battling to keep them from being bashed against the rocks while trying to reach the shore. Being so close to the rocks, though, made it nearly impossible. Another large wave crashed down, pushing Gus into one of the rocks. The impact nearly made Gus drop the man as pain shot through his right shoulder and down his arm. Before he could get his bearings, another wave crashed down, sending him into the rocks again and pushing his head into them. Water rushed up his nose, and it was hard not to take in a gulp as the hit jarred him. He shook his head, trying to clear the dizziness. With the waves, the strong current, and the rocks, Gus began to wonder if he'd get either of them out alive. With the next wave, he positioned himself, pushed off the rocks with his feet, and dove through the wave, sideways across the current. The water wasn't much calmer, but the waves were easier to swim through. Can you walk? Gus wheezed as his feet hit solid ground. He pulled the man's arm across his shoulders to help him. Yeah, the man said. Let me help, Peyton said as she took the man's other arm. Together, they helped him up the beach to dry sand where they helped him sit down. Gus caught Peyton's gaze. Did you call an ambulance? She nodded. I called 911 in Thai. Both should be here any minute. Okay. He wobbled and sat down hard on the sand next to the man. His head pounded, his body ached, and his shoulder and back were stinging. It felt like he'd run a marathon. Warm hands took his face, and then he was staring into Peyton's eyes. Are you okay? She asked as she brushed his wet hair from his forehead. I'm fine. Just tired. You scared me to death, Gus. Your head kept going under. The man next to him took a breath and said, I think I would have died if it weren't for you. As his breath came in short pants, Gus nodded. I'm out of shape. I feel like I've been beaten. The adrenaline began to wear off, and a fog settled over him. Peyton wrapped her arms around him and kissed the side of his face. I'm just glad you're back on dry land. He hugged her back, equally glad. Me too, he said and slumped forward. I need to sit here a minute. Catch my breath. Gus felt Peyton's fingers working their way through his hair, and he sucked in a sharp breath as she touched the back of his head. You hit your head? I think so. I don't remember. Everything at that moment was fuzzy and getting fuzzier by the second. His head was beginning to throb even harder. She pushed him back and took his face in her hands. "Gus, look at me." With effort, he peeled his eyes open. "You need to stay awake, okay? Your head is bleeding." That was a tall order, especially since he was so tired. "I'm trying." Before she could finish her statement, sirens blared in the background. The next thing he knew, he was being picked up and placed on a gurney. "Wait," he said. "I'm okay. I don't need to go to the hospital." The paramedic taking his vitals leveled her eyes at him. "You've got a bump on the back of your head, which means you need a CT scan. You also have a decent-sized gash on your shoulder that I think may require stitches, and there are cuts on your back and legs." And he can't remember hitting his head. Peyton took his hand in hers. "You should listen to her." Gus grimaced and held his head as he sat up. "I'll be okay. I'm tired, that's all." No," the paramedic said. "We don't know how hard you hit your head. We need to make sure nothing's wrong, and a doctor needs to see that shoulder." "Hey, man, I got here as fast as I could," Ty said as he stopped next to Peyton. "Peyton said you rescued someone. Is he a resort guest?" The paramedic shook her head. "No, he's a tourist staying at one of the hotels a little further away from the beach." "It's not a big deal, really," Gus said. "The man you saved says different," the paramedic said. "He said if it wasn't for you, he would have drowned. He's got a couple of cuts, but he's doing fine. You, on the other hand, took most of the beating." There was a gasp, and Gus looked up to find Justine standing next to Ty. "Justine?" "She caught me as I walked over." Ty's lips spread into a thin smile, like he was getting tired of her as well. "She wanted to make sure you were okay." Peyton touched Ty's arm. "Gus is trying to say he doesn't need to go to the hospital, but he hit his head. It was bleeding right before you got here." "Oh, hey, no. You have to go," Ty said. Peyton combed her fingers through Gus's hair. "He was brave." Gus shook his head. "No, I wasn't, and I'll be fine. A little nap is all I need." He stood, and the second his feet hit the ground, he wobbled and rocked back. Ty and the paramedic grabbed him at the same time to keep him from falling. "Whoa," Ty said as he helped him sit down. Peyton put her hands on her hips. "You are going to the hospital. If nothing else, to give me and Ty peace of mind that it's just a bump to the head." Discussion over. "Okay," he said and lay back. "I'm not sure I could fight you anyway." Ty turned to Justine. "Sorry, but you'll have to stay at the resort while I go with Peyton and Gus." "I need to be there." Justine nodded. "Oh, sure. I completely understand." "Thanks," Ty said and turned to Peyton. "I'll be right there. If anything happens between now and then, call me." "I will," Peyton replied. The last word hadn't left Peyton's mouth before Gus slipped away. His dreams were dark, watery, and jagged. When he woke up later, he'd already arrived at the emergency room, and over the next 6 hours, he put up with a head scan, 12 stitches, and an X-ray. Once they were finished and the attending physician was sure he just suffered a mild bump on the head, Gus returned to the bungalow, not just knowing he'd been beaten against rocks but feeling like it too. His arm and leg muscles ached just to move. "I'm only 28. I don't think I'm supposed to feel this old," he said as he eased himself onto the couch. Ty chuckled as he sat on the coffee table across from him. "You're lucky you get to feel old. I think it's awesome you rushed to help the guy, but you could have died." "I know, but I couldn't do nothing," Gus replied and yawned. "I think if I can shut my eyes a little while, I'll be fine." Ty tapped him on the knee. "You take it easy. You need anything before I go? I'll take care of him, Peyton said as she perched on the seat next to him. He'll rest, or else. Ty chuckled. I think with this attitude, she's going to be a great personal assistant. Gus rolled his head to look at Peyton. I know. Well, I can see you're in good hands. Ty stood. I'll check in on you later. Trivia. Oh, man, we've got the trivia activity tonight. Gus started to move, but Peyton stopped him. Nope, she said. Ty can handle it. Right? Ty nodded. I've got it covered. You're taking it easy. Okay. Call me if you need anything, Peyton, Ty said. I will, thanks. See you later, Ty, Gus mumbled as his friend walked out of the bungalow. Gus, I'm worried. I think you should have stayed at the hospital so they could have kept an eye on you overnight. He shook his head and instantly regretted it. Touching his temple, he said, sleep. I need some rest, and I'll be as good as new. Her gaze raked over his face, and she chewed her bottom lip. He thought she'd argue, but instead, she leaned in and stroked his hair. I was so scared. You went under that last wave, and I don't know how high I counted, but it was enough to make me think I'd lost you. But I'm fine. He pulled her to him, and she stretched her arm across his chest. Everything is fine. The only thing that bothers me is that I spent most of the day in an emergency room, and there was nothing wrong with me except a bump to the head and a cut on my shoulder. A cut that needed stitches. To prevent scarring. I don't care about that. I wanted to spend the day doing things with you. Gus dropped a kiss on the top of her head. She sat up. You should go lie down. I don't want to move right now. Not moving sounded great. Actually, it sounded better than great. Every movement he made sent aches rippling through him, but he needed to change clothes. His eyes fluttered closed, and he blinked to wake himself up. Come on. If you don't want to go to your bedroom, the least you can do is lie down here. I'll wake you in a couple of hours to check on you. He wanted to argue, but he could barely hold his head up. Peyton's cool fingers rested on the back of his neck as he stretched out on the couch. I shouldn't be this tired, he yawned, but I am. I know you are. It took a lot of energy for you to fight those waves and pull that guy out. Plus, you were beat against the rocks. You could have really been hurt. Her voice trembled. He opened his eyes and found tears pooling in hers. Peyton, I'm fine. But you almost weren't. I can't lose you, Gus. You mean the world to me. She leaned in and touched her lips to his cheek. My heart was in my throat the entire time. Maybe there was hope that she could see him differently, but as fuzzy as his mind was, it wasn't the time to delve into those thoughts or have that type of discussion. No, that was a conversation he wanted to remember. When he told Peyton he loved her and wanted to be with her, he wanted to remember it with clarity so crystal clear that he'd never forget it, because for the first time, he had hoped that maybe she felt the same way. Chapter 17. Peyton jerked awake as her phone clattered against the coffee table. She'd fallen asleep with her head on Gus's chest after setting an alarm. After silencing her phone, she rubbed her eyes and stretched her arms above her head. The only source of light in the room was the moon. Gus took a deep breath and rolled his head toward her, bringing her attention back to him. Her chest tightened as her gaze roamed over his injuries. The bruises along his arm were more visible now, highlighting just what could have happened. She could have lost him. In an instant, he could have been gone, and she never would have had another moment with him. She pushed her fingers through the salt-coated strands of his hair. Gus, you need to wake up. He made a little noise but didn't move. Gus, wake up. Come on. Wake up. He slowly opened his eyes. I just want to sleep, he murmured, his voice thick and low. I know, but you made a deal with the doctor that if you came home instead of staying overnight for observation, you'd have to wake up every couple of hours. She slipped her arm around his shoulders, pulling him into a sitting position. A drink wouldn't hurt either. With a groan, he worked to sit up. I'm not thirsty either. I know, but you need some electrolytes. They'll help you feel better. He rubbed his face with his hands. It feels like I haven't been asleep at all. Are you dizzy? Does your head hurt? No, I'm not dizzy, but I do have a headache. He took her hand in his. This isn't what I had planned. Peyton smiled. What did you have planned? I don't know. Not this. He licked his lips. Actually, I am thirsty, and I need to use the restroom. I almost wish I'd taken a shower earlier. The only way you're taking a shower right now is if I'm in there with you. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks heated. I mean... Gus chuckled. I know what you meant. I'll hold off on the shower until later, but the bathroom can't wait. Peyton scrambled to stand as he pushed off the couch, and she wrapped her arm around his waist. You feel okay? Yeah, I'm okay. She dropped her arm and watched him as he slowly walked across the room, making sure he was steady before going to the kitchen and fixing him something to drink. A few minutes later, he returned to the couch and eased himself down. How about some of the medicine the doctor prescribed to go along with that drink? She said, holding out 2 tablets with one hand and a glass in the other. He took the medicine, popped them in his mouth, and drained the glass she offered. Okay, maybe I needed that drink. He smacked his lips. I didn't realize how dry my mouth was. You want some more? Please? He offered her the glass. Peyton took it, went to the kitchen, and poured him another glass. She returned, and he drained that one too. Maybe I should bring the pitcher. He stopped her just as she started to walk away. No, I'm good now. You sure? Gus nodded and set the glass on the coffee table. Yeah. Grimacing, he rolled his shoulders and neck. I feel like I've been beaten within an inch of my life. I'm stiff all over. It wasn't easy, but I didn't think I'd feel like this. Swimming will take it out of you on a good day, but you went into chilled water, battling crazy waves, and got banged against rocks. You're going to feel it for a while. She sat beside him. I need to look at your shoulder too. I guess it's a good thing Ty brought me one of his Hawaiian button-ups. His lips quirked up, and a chuckle rumbled low in his chest. He unbuttoned it and shrugged off the left sleeve. I don't know why they were so obsessed with me having stitches. I didn't care about a scar. It's not like it's that big. 12 stitches. Exactly. That's tiny. He shot her a side glance. The only reason I agreed was because you looked so upset. She peeled back the bandage and sucked her teeth. That looks painful. It's fine. He yawned as Peyton replaced the bandage, and he pulled on his shirt. As he leaned back, she rested her hand on his forearm. You're brushing this off, but I can't tell you how frightened I was. You should have told me you had lifeguard lessons. That would have helped. How did you find that out? Ty told me while we were waiting for you to come back from the CT scan. I wish I'd known. He shrugged and winced. Honestly? I forgot. It's been a while, and the only reason I took it was for something to do. I thought I knew everything there is to know about you. I feel like I'm missing important details. What other things haven't you told me? Gus held her gaze, and a shiver ran down her spine. What was he thinking, and why was the intensity of his stare making her heart race? I'm sure there are some things I've failed to mention. I'll try to remember when I'm not feeling hungover. He struggled to keep his eyes open. All right. You're going to pass out sitting upright, and then your neck will hurt. She helped him stretch out again, and he yawned louder than before. Oh man, what did they give me? She smiled. Something pretty strong, apparently. He closed his eyes. No kidding. As she brushed the back of her hand along his jaw, a soft sigh escaped, and seconds later he was breathing evenly. She bent down and kissed his forehead. He was beautiful, and she was falling head over heels for him. The next morning when she opened her eyes, her phone was buzzing against her thigh. Pulling it out of her pocket, she checked the caller ID and saw that it was her mom. Her eyes widened. Mom! What if Lori had already talked to her? Peyton pressed a soft kiss to Gus's temple, stood, and hurried out to the patio, carefully shutting the door before answering the call. Hey, Mom, she said as she slumped into a chair. What's up? You left me a voicemail that said to call, so I did. Oh right, I did, didn't I? Yeah, she'd wanted to tell her mom what happened with Frank, but it had become so inconsequential in light of what had happened since getting to the resort that she'd forgotten. We're at port. One more stop, and we'll be in Jamaica. Oh, well, that's nice. Your call sounded urgent. What happened? Phew. At least Lori hadn't spoken to their mom yet. Frank only dated me to get a promotion and then dumped me. And what shocked her was that she didn't care. What a sleaze! But I could have told you that. I never liked the guy. You didn't? Sweetheart, you wouldn't have listened anyway. You are going to do what you want to do, and you don't care what people think. You did the same thing to Gus. He tried to tell you about that Perry boy, and you told me how that went. She sat up. How many times have I brought someone home and you didn't like them? I don't know. That Jimmy guy was okay, but there was zero spark. I don't even know why you brought him home. Jimmy. Peyton chuckled. Yeah, it didn't take long to figure out there was nothing there. The only way she was getting sparks out of that relationship was to stand in a tub full of water and drop a hairdryer in it. I don't either, and I need. Are you okay? Ugh. She needed to tell her mom about her not marriage before Lori called her. I'm fine. Gus surprised me for Christmas and invited me to his resort. That's where I am right now. It's so beautiful here. But I need. He's a sweet boy. I've always loved him. See, now, he's who you need to date. What? Her mom's phone beeped. Hold on, honey. A second later, her mom came back. It's Lori. I'll combine the call so we can all talk. Oh crud. There went coming clean with her mom. There was no way Peyton was doing that with Lori listening in. Lori? You there? Hey, Mom, Lori said. Did Peyton tell you the news? She was just telling me about Frank. It's a good thing she found out before traipsing to Paris with the guy. Lori laughed. But that's not the real news. She married Gus. Oh, this was so bad. Well, actually. You married Gus? Isn't that awfully fast? Well, Lori snorted. Oh, come on, Mom. How long have we wondered when they'd get together? They're perfect for each other. Peyton's mouth dropped open. You thought we were perfect together too, Mom? You were together all the time. The way he looks at you, I always thought you'd get together eventually. Just didn't expect you to be engaged one week and married to someone else the next. Well, in her defense, they were only engaged 4 months, and we both know she wasn't in love with him, Lori said. Okay, so Peyton got to share her news. I get to share mine. What, honey? Ted asked me to marry him. Peyton pulled the phone from her ear and worked her jaw. Wow. That was louder than the last time. She put the phone back just in time to hear their mom give her congratulations. Oh, now I wish your father hadn't wandered off. She huffed. You know how he gets when I'm told things without him. Lori groaned. Yes, we know. Peyton and I will make it up to him. A large horn sounded in the background. Oh, her mom said. I need to go find your father. Love and kisses to you both. Wait! Mom! Peyton needed to tell the truth. We'll see you and Gus at home. Tell him I'm expecting a hug when I see him. Love you, sweetheart. Before Peyton could reply, the phone went dead. She hung her head. Oh, this was going to be awful. How was she going to tell her parents she wasn't married? How was she going to tell Gus her mom and dad thought they were married? She groaned as she dropped her head into her hand and tried to figure out a way that wouldn't give him a heart attack. The doors behind her opened and shut. Hey, Ty said. How's our boy doing? She glanced over her shoulder and smiled. He's okay. Wiped out, but waking him every 2 hours will do that. I don't think he realized how banged up he was with all that adrenaline pumping through his veins. He probably could have lifted a car, he said as he took a seat in the chair next to her. You should have seen him. He didn't even hesitate before diving into that water. Gus is a good guy. I knew that the moment I met him. He wasn't like the other people I was hanging around. He genuinely cares about people. He paused. I got really sick right after we met. You did? Yeah, I was diagnosed with lupus. It's a crazy disease, and most of my friends just dumped me. Not Gus. He'd check on me. Go to doctor appointments with me when I couldn't drive myself. That sounded exactly like Gus. He's always been sweet like that. Always caring. He's got the biggest, kindest heart of anyone I've ever met. Yeah, me too. Peyton shot Ty a glance. I think I have feelings for him. Did she just say that out loud? How did she cram them back in? Maybe Ty didn't hear her. Really? So much for that. I know it's crazy, but I think so. She looked over her shoulder again, making sure Gus was still sleeping. I've always thought of him as my best friend, but something's happened this week. What happened? I don't know. Ever since I opened the door to my apartment, something's been different. And being here with him, she liked being married to him. Fake married to him was better than any dream she'd ever had about being married. Real married had to be even better. Ty nodded and steepled his fingers in front of his mouth. I kissed him, aside from opening night when you told us to for the crowd. She squeezed her eyes shut and waited for Ty's response. When he didn't say anything, her eyes popped open, and she looked at him. Well? He shrugged. I've always thought you guys were good for each other. Her jaw dropped. Really? Yeah, but you know Gus. He's so stubborn. The fact that he's lying on a couch in the living room is a testament to that. She chuckled. I'm afraid to mess things up. I couldn't handle losing him. I'd rather have him as my best friend than not have him at all. She paused, debating whether to tell him about Gus wanting to be friends. Well, if she was spilling her guts, she may as well spill it all. Besides, he said he only wanted to be friends. Ty's eyebrows knitted together. He did? She nodded. In high school, he kissed me and then told me that afterward. That's why I've never given it any thought. I see. Please, Ty, don't tell him I told you that. I mean, I know you're friends, but I don't know if he's ever told anyone that. We never spoke of it again. He shook his head. You have my word. I won't say anything. Thanks. She chewed her lip, trying to sort through her thoughts and feelings. Maybe you could talk to him for me. Find out what he's thinking. I don't think that would work. I think you should take the next few days and show him how you feel. Maybe that would work. Peyton nodded. I kissed him. Isn't that enough to show him I want more? Would that be enough for you? Gus had kissed her back, and yet, she was still wondering how he felt about her. No, I'd want more than that. Or maybe she was being too hasty and she should wait until she really knew how she felt. What if she did something and hurt Gus? I think I'm unsure. Why don't we talk after Gus is better? Maybe give me some time to really think it through, you know? Ty nodded. Probably wise. Yesterday was a pretty emotional day. Almost losing someone has a way of coloring our feelings. Maybe give it a day or two. Yeah, she said and nodded. I did almost lose him. Maybe once he feels better, you can see where you are, and if you still want my help, I'm in. Ty smiled. Thanks, I appreciate that. Sometimes I don't think things through, and I don't want to hurt Gus. He means too much to me. There was so much truth in that statement. All of her relationships were a testament to that. Gus meant the world to her. She really did believe she was falling for him, but Ty brought up a good point. She didn't want to be second-guessing herself or hurt Gus. Once Gus was feeling better and she had a chance to really think about what she wanted, maybe she'd find a way to show him how she felt. Until then, she'd take care of him like he took care of her. And this time, she'd make sure he got all of her attention. Chapter 18. I don't want to wake up, Gus said as Peyton gently called his name. He knew she was following doctor's orders, but it seemed as though the second he was in a deep sleep, she was waking him up again. I know, but you have to. Groaning, he opened his eyes and found her sitting beside him on the bed. How did I get here? He had no recollection of anything, and he was trying so hard to remember that his head hurt a little. Hours ago. You woke up around 7 this morning, complaining that your back hurt. Ty was here, and he helped me get you in bed. I'm sorry. She smiled. For heroically risking your life and saving someone else's? But you were supposed to be having fun. Gus pushed himself into a sitting position. His muscles and back still ached. I didn't think I'd be so sore. He let his gaze roam around the room. The shades were pulled, but he could tell it was dark. What time is it? About 1 in the morning. His jaw dropped. I slept the day away? That's not what he wanted. He only had so much time with her. How was he supposed to show her how much he loved her if he was bedbound? Peyton cupped his cheek. Yeah, so? You were tired. He sighed. That's not how I wanted to spend my day. We only have a couple of days left. Well, can't really plan on being all superhero-y, she said and dropped her hand. Laughing, he rolled his eyes. Stop that. I'm not super or a hero or any of that. That those two words would ever be associated with him was crazy. He'd seen someone in trouble, and that was it. Fine. Her smile was so bright he didn't need the lamp. Are you hungry? Ty had the kitchen bring over some sandwich stuff in case you were. His stomach rumbled loudly. I'll take that as a yes, she said through a giggle. He felt disgusting, and since he knew he hadn't taken a shower since he pulled the surfer out of the ocean, there was no doubt he needed to clean up. I need a shower first. He tapped Peyton on the leg, letting her know he wanted up. She stood and waited for him. You sure you can handle that? He pushed off the bed and moaned. Muscles he didn't know he had ached. His joints popped and creaked. Wow. I feel terrible. But good enough to shower? I think a hot shower is just what I need. Slowly, he rolled his shoulder. The cut wasn't horrible, but it smarted. Ouch. You need to keep that out of the water. I can rewrap it when you get out. Okay. He pressed his hands against his lower back and leaned back, stretching. Oh, suddenly I feel much older. When he straightened, he wobbled. Peyton put her arm around his waist to steady him. I'm beginning to think I need to veto that shower. You can't veto my shower. As your duly elected caretaker, I most certainly can veto a shower. She smiled as she looked up at him. He tapped her on the nose. I'll be fine. You want your usual? Black Forest, cheese, mayo, and mustard? That sounds great. He slipped from her grip, grabbed his clothes, and went to the bathroom. Setting the clothes down, he turned the water on, and while he waited for it to heat, he slowly stripped. His body felt like it had been pounded with a tenderizer. When the water was hot, he stepped in and braced his hands against the wall, making sure to keep the cut on his shoulder out of the water. The longer the water rolled over him, the better he felt. His stomach grumbled louder and louder until he shut the water off and dressed. He shuffled out of the bathroom and into the kitchen. Hey. Peyton shot him a glance over her shoulder. Hey, you look tired, but also like you might feel better. You would be correct. Tired, but I definitely feel better. He stopped next to her and leaned his hip against the counter. Thank you for watching over me. It was a pretty easy job. She tugged on the hem of his shirt. Come on, the sandwiches are done. I made sure the tomatoes weren't even in the same galaxy as your sandwich. She picked one of the plates holding 2 sandwiches and handed it to him. Whoever it was that declared them a fruit clearly never tried them. She popped a tomato slice into her mouth. With her hand over her mouth, she laughed and picked up her plate. He shivered. Evil not fruit, he said as he followed her to the couch. I don't know how you can eat those. He took a giant bite as he sat down and moaned. I think shoe leather would have tasted good. Thanks? No, that's not. She laughed. I know. I'm injured. You shouldn't pick on me. Peyton shook her head. Whatever. Gus tilted his head. It suddenly dawned on him that she was eating too. Have you not eaten? I had a snack earlier, but I wanted to wait to eat with you. What if I hadn't eaten? She shrugged. I'm not starving. Hence the half sandwich. She set her sandwich down. I need to tell you something, and I hope I don't upset you too much. Lori told Mom we're married. We were on a 3-way call, so I wasn't able to explain what was going on. His jaw dropped. What? Oh, this is getting worse by the second. They're going to hate me. They could never hate you, and seeing as how it was my idea, it's me they'll hate. What are we going to do? She sighed. Same thing as before, I guess. Wait for the article to come out and then quietly announce that we're separated. That we jumped into things. I mean, with my track record, it won't take that much convincing, at least for my family. I don't like lying to your mom and dad. I don't either. There's no way to get a hold of my mom while they're on the cruise. We won't see her until she gets back on New Year's Day. She paused. We get them alone as soon as they get back and tell them. We'll just make sure Lori isn't around. I won't be the reason you get a bad review your opening week, and neither will she. We'll just play along in front of my sister, and everything will be fine. Okay. Fine is not how he felt. Something in his gut said things were only going to get worse, but at the same time, he didn't want to have the resort suffer because he'd been too afraid to admit he was single. If he'd come clean right that second, it would have been no big deal, but now? It felt like it was too little, too late. He gulped down the rest of his food and set the plate on the coffee table. I'm stuffed. He scooted down on the couch and yawned. Stuffed and tired. Peyton swallowed the last of her sandwich and leaned back. Go back to bed. I'm comfortable at the moment, and moving is not necessary. You're going to have to move. I need to redo the bandage on your cut. Peyton picked up their plates as she stood. I'll be right back. When she returned, she was holding a small kit, and she perched on the edge of the couch. You'll need to take your shirt off again. Putting it on had been a challenge, but he complied and worked the shirt over his head so she could reach the cut. He thought he heard a small gasp from Peyton, but he was so tired that it was possible he was imagining it. Well, no stitches are busted, but I do need to clean around it. That sounds a lot like, hey, I'm about to cause you pain. She chuckled. It might sting, but you don't want it to get infected, do you? I guess not. He could smell the alcohol before she said another word. Okay, brace yourself. The second the cold stuff touched his skin, it was all he could do to sit still. Sucking in a sharp breath, he clenched his teeth and grimaced. Once she was done, he let out the breath he was holding and braced his hand on the edge of the sofa. Wow. Even expecting it, that was unexpected. I'm sorry, she said as she taped another bandage over his wound. There. All done. He slowly pulled his shirt back on and eased himself back against the couch. I really didn't think it would hurt that much. He yawned, despite the wake-up he just had. Peyton put the kid up and touched his arm. You should go back to bed. I will. In a minute. Do you want to watch a movie or something? She asked. He didn't know what he wanted to do. An entire day had disappeared. Instead of showing her how much he loved her, he'd been asleep. But what else was there to do at 1 a.m? Sure. I was in the middle of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Want to finish watching that with me? With a chuckle, he said, that's an old one. But good. She pressed the button, tapped the screen, and then shut the lights off with the remote. These are so handy. I thought they were pretty cool too. Peyton snuggled against him, and he put his arm around her shoulder. I think this is one of my favorite things to do. You, me, and a movie, she said. He had to admit it was his favorite too. Well, any time he was with her was his favorite thing. No popcorn? Well, of course, that would be nice, but even as is, it's still great. She yawned and rubbed her eyes. I think your tired is spreading. Gus pulled her legs over his lap and hugged her to him. Get some sleep. I need to set my alarm, she said through another yawn. I'll set it. Nope. He was fine. His head didn't hurt, and his vision was clear. There was no reason either of them had to wake up in 2 hours. He wasn't even going to bother with his iPad tonight. It was nice just to sit and hold her. She took a deep breath and relaxed against him. Okay. Pulling the blanket over her, he laid his head against the back of the couch and let his eyes glaze over as the Slayer flick turned to white noise. He rubbed his hand up and down her arm and hugged her. Man, he loved her. All day she'd watched over him, waking him every 2 hours and making sure he was okay. She said she felt like she wasn't bringing anything to the relationship, but she didn't realize how many times she'd come to his rescue. Back when he was working on the code for the software, he'd sometimes go 2 or 3 days without eating. She'd call, stop him from working, and order him food. They'd be talking, and a pizza guy would just show up. How could she not realize how much she'd done for him? What had he really done for her? Calling a guy a jerk because he dumped her, well, that was calling a spade a spade. Yeah, he held her when she cried, but he loved holding her. It wasn't anything hard or taxing. His thoughts drifted from one thing to another until his eyelids grew heavy. The next thing he knew, soft hands were holding his face, and Peyton was calling his name. His eyes fluttered open, and he blinked. Peyton wrapped her arms around his neck in a death grip. Oh my goodness. I couldn't get you to wake up. You didn't set the alarm. She leaned back, and her eyes glistened. What were you thinking, not setting the alarm? Whoa, he said softly, taking her hands from around his neck and holding them in his. I didn't set the alarm because my head didn't hurt, and my vision was clear. We were both tired, and I didn't want to get to sleep only to be woken up 2 hours later. She pulled loose and hugged him around the neck again. Gus, you have no idea what you mean to me. If I lost you, I don't know what I'd do. She leaned back again, took his face in her hands, and stared into his eyes. You're sure your vision is fine? I see a perfectly clear, beautiful woman sitting in front of me. Again, she hugged him and pressed her face into his neck. Would you just hold me for a little while? You scared me to death. He wrapped his arms around her. I'll hold you as long as you want me to. What was strange was that he thought he heard her say, forever would be just perfect, but he knew that was wishful thinking. And he wasn't about to tell her he was hearing things. Not with her as panicked as she was. For the next half hour, Gus held her, her breath tickling his skin. Talk about something that was perfect. No TV, no music, nothing but the two of them, and he couldn't think of a better way to spend his time. This was what he wanted all the time. He wanted her all the time. He just needed to figure out a way to make it happen. If she could just see that they were good for each other. There had to be a way to make her see him as more than the goofy kid who planted one on her in the middle of his backyard. Then maybe he could have a life with her. He told her they could take a break for reality, but if she was serious about being his assistant, he'd have an opportunity in New York to show her that maybe the break for reality didn't have to end. They could create a new reality. Maybe they could date, and she could fall in love with him over time. Maybe things weren't as hopeless as he'd always thought. Chapter 19. The next day, Peyton held Gus's hand as they walked to get lunch at the restaurant. She loved taking care of Gus in the bungalow, but she was also glad they were getting out and doing something. Because she'd had to wake him up every 2 hours the first day, he'd used the second day to recover from that. Not to mention those meds the doctor prescribed. Those things were like horse tranquilizers. 2 of them, and he was out. He'd felt much better this morning and decided he didn't need them anymore. Just before they reached the restaurant, Justine called from behind them and they turned. Hey! I was looking for you too, she said as she slowed to a stop. How are you feeling? Gus smiled. I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Justine fingered the necklace she was wearing. You were so brave. I've never seen anything like that before. I mean, I've read about it and seen videos shared on social media, but in person? Never. His cheeks turned pink, and it was simply adorable. Peyton squeezed his hand. He was brave and wonderful. Stop. The pink in his cheeks darkened a shade. Justine's eyebrows knitted together, and it seemed as though she was debating with herself. I know you had a harrowing experience and you're probably recovering still, but I was wondering if you two would take the island tour with me today. It's very relaxing, and we'll just be sitting there, watching the sights. The bus may stop at a few spots, but you're under no obligation to leave the bus. I don't know, Peyton said. He's still a little wiped out. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Gus tucked a piece of Peyton's hair behind her ear. I think it'll be okay. Justine seemed to wilt with relief. Thank you so much. I think this will be one of the best articles we've ever printed. No tooting my own horn, but your story is so sweet, and I witnessed something incredible. I'd love to have your romance to go along with it. Sure, Gus said. I'm drawing a blank on the time the tour starts. Peyton rubbed her thumb over one of the cuts on his forearm. Are you sure? The corners of his lips quirked up. I'm sure. It's just riding around. Justine grinned. Awesome. I think the next tour is around 3 in the afternoon, but I'll double check and let you know. Okay, he said. We'll go grab a bite while you do that. You can find us in the restaurant once you find out the time. Great. I'll see you in a few minutes. Justine spun on her heels and nearly danced away. Peyton stepped in front of him. Are you really sure you want to take an island tour with Justine? I know you don't feel good. He took her by the shoulders. I'm fine. We'll go have lunch, and it'll be good. She'll get her interview, and maybe she'll back off a little. Besides, how difficult can it be to sit on a bus, looking at the Hawaiian scenery? Okay, but if at any point you want to return, you speak up. I know you're still sore. I can see it by the way you move. He slid down her arms and took her hands in his. Thank you for watching out for me. She wanted so badly to kiss him, but she didn't want to kiss him again without telling him she loved him. And standing in the middle of the walkway with guests passing by wasn't the ideal location. He had been too medicated and tired to tell him during his recovery days. The other night when they were on the beach alone, dancing. That's what she wanted. A moment alone where she could tell him and then smother him in kisses, if he felt the same way. Let's get you something to eat, she said. We'll both need full stomachs for a tour of the island. Gus nodded and kept his hand in hers as he pulled her into a stroll. I'm glad you got to come. Me too. I keep saying thank you, but it just doesn't seem adequate. I've had so much fun. I have too. It wouldn't have been nearly as great if you weren't here. Once they reached the restaurant, Gus held the door for her, and they found a table on the patio just outside the door. Instead of sitting across from Gus, she sat next to him. The breeze was steady, but it wasn't cold, which was nice. A waiter came over and took their drink orders and left them menus. So, after the tour, what do you want to do? Asked Gus. She shook her head. Oh, no. You're the broken guy. You pick. He snorted. Broken guy? I'm not broken. Bruised maybe, but I take offense at broken. Peyton shrugged. I call M as I see M. She leaned over and kissed him. You kissed me. We're in public, and we're newlyweds. Is that the only reason? She swallowed hard. What could she say? She didn't want to tell him anything until they were alone. I have to make it look good, right? He nodded. Yeah, you do. His voice sounded strained, but she couldn't understand why. Are you okay? Justine sidled up to the table and leaned her hip against it. Hey, guys. I got the time. It's 3 like I thought. We're supposed to meet out front of the lobby. That sounds great. We'll see you out there, Gus said. Justine's gaze darted from Gus to Peyton. I swear you two are just the cutest, but I think all newlyweds are. They just have this new love glow about them. She laughed. Okay, I'll see you later. Enjoy your lunch. They watched her walk away, and Peyton leaned into him. We have a glow. I heard that, and I guess it's a good thing. That means we're making it believable, so there's that. He was beaten up and sore, and Peyton wanted to throttle him. making it believable. Ugh. Of course it was believable. She was pretty much in love with him. Well, we've been best friends for a long time. It's not that hard to do. Peyton, he smiled. You're right. It is easy. I think that's why we've been friends for so long. It's comfortable, and I'd hate to do anything to ruin that. Her heart felt as though it had been dumped in a blender, but she held the tsunami of hurt in, giving her best smile. Me too. It's going to be so much fun living in New York. You'll have to help me find an apartment. I will, but in the meantime, you can share mine. It's big enough for both of us. You can even tie a ribbon on the door when you've got company, and I'll hang out at Ty's. As he said it, he turned away and took a deep breath. She touched his arm. What's wrong? He returned his gaze to hers. Nothing. I'm fine. He looked almost sick. I don't like this. If you don't feel good, we can go another day. Justine will understand. He covered her hand with his. No, really, I'm fine. Just excited to have you with me in New York. I'm excited too, and I'm not going to be hanging any ribbons. I'm not moving to New York to spend time with other people. I'm moving there to take care of you. Yeah, but you won't need to take care of me all the time. You'll make friends and go out. Did he really think that? She couldn't picture herself wanting to spend time without him. Of course, girl days, but that was different. Sometimes a woman needs to gripe about a man's stinky feet and weird habits. Gus, I like spending time with you. You're my favorite person on the planet. When I get to New York, we have several years of hanging out to catch up on. I plan to collect, too. He held her gaze as a smile stretched on his lips. Tell my assistant my nights are booked for the foreseeable future as my best friend has claimed them. She giggled. Exactly. I'll make sure she pencils them in. Gus put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. I've missed you. I know I've said it, but I don't think you know how much. Things are dull when you aren't in the picture. Warmth spread through her. If she wasn't sure before, she was sure now. She loved him. Once they were in New York, she'd figure out a way to show him. Being on the island wasn't the right time. Knowing Gus, he'd say she was just getting caught up in all the romance. But she wasn't. She loved him with her whole heart. When she finally told him, she hoped he felt the same way. Otherwise, she didn't know what she'd do. Life without him would be awful. Chapter 20. Touring Hawaii on New Year's Eve would be great if Gus and Peyton were alone. As it stood, Justine was turned around in the seat in front of them, asking them questions and periodically taking their picture. It was the strangest thing to Gus. How could her readers be that interested in him? Or was it just her? So, you two have known each other since you were 9. What was it like in high school? Was there already a spark there? Justine asked as she snapped another picture. Peyton shook her head. No, we were best friends. This was recent. No spark? Just friends. It wasn't like that was the first time she'd said it, but it didn't make it sting any less. Justine turned to Gus. What brought it about? She held up a finger. Oops, almost forgot to hit record again. She tapped a button and nodded the go-ahead to answer. Gus was dumbstruck. He had no idea how to answer. Why did she have to keep asking questions he didn't want to answer? Questions that seemed to prick at him. He'd nearly thrown up during lunch when the idea hit that he might have to be around Peyton as she fell in love with another loser. As much as he wanted something more, she was insistent on being friends. If she wasn't, wouldn't she have said something? it just happened. What he means is that we realized being friends was a great foundation for a relationship. We made sense, Peyton said. Justine nodded. I can see that. I know you said you were married in the courthouse. Do you guys plan to have an official ceremony sometime soon? An intimate wedding with friends and family? We haven't made any plans, he said. Yeah, as I said on the beach the other day, we didn't need big or fancy. Just each other. Peyton smiled. Justine nodded. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I've asked so many questions that I'd forgotten I already asked that one. I just know most little girls dream of a big wedding. Surely you did too. Gus knew the answer to that question was a resounding yes. The first time Peyton got engaged, she called and told him her plans. He could recall with clarity the excitement in her voice, how fast she talked, and especially the part where she wanted him in her wedding. At the time, he was grateful he was in New York so she couldn't see him turning green. His gaze lowered to the bus floor, and without thinking, he said, she wanted a beach ceremony with friends and family. She wanted the dress to be organza so that when the breeze blew, it would float around her. No shoes because who wears shoes in the sand? And she wanted the groom to be in dark slacks and a white untucked button-up. You remember that? Peyton's voice jarred him out of his thoughts. He lifted his gaze and met hers. Of course. When you talk, I listen. That has to be the sweetest thing I've ever heard, Justine said. Peyton nodded and whispered, yeah, it sure was. She pressed her lips to his. He's the sweetest ever. It took Gus off guard for a breath before he remembered she'd most likely only kissed him because Justine was sitting right there. If a beach wedding is what you want, then why not have one while you're here? Justine asked. Gus's eyes widened. I don't think she had a matchmaker resort in mind when she was thinking beach wedding. Peyton chuckled. Not really, but I have to admit it sure is pretty here. I could see people renting the resort for wedding parties. Justine nodded. That's just what I was thinking. This would be an incredible wedding venue. Private beach, bungalows for guests, and an on-site restaurant. It would be fantastic. Have you considered doing that? Gus shook his head. No, I hadn't, but it's something to think about. I may have to run that past Ty. See what he thinks. Peyton nodded. It is a pretty good idea. Okay, back to the happy couple, Justine said. So, will you be having a ceremony when you get back to Juneau, then? Oh, I don't think so, Peyton said as she snuggled closer to Gus. I'm happy with what I have. Justine's eyebrows knitted together. The guests leave before noon tomorrow, after their New Year's Day brunch. You could have something small after they leave. I mean, if your dream wedding is to have one on the beach, why not? Gus swallowed hard. What should he do? If he said nothing, he'd look like a cheapskate keeping his bride from having the wedding of her dreams. Even if Peyton said she was okay with it, he should be sensitive enough to know better. Well, we don't have enough time. There's a cake, invitations, her dress. And I'm not sure I could find a dress on such short notice, Peyton said. The look on her face said she was as panicked as he was. Justine nodded. Well, what if you could find a dress? And what if the cake could be made in time? If we look for a dress and we don't find one, no big deal. Nothing lost. But if we do, then you can have your wedding here in this beautiful spot and be the first couple to be married here. Kind of like a way to christen the place. Before they could respond, the bus stopped, and the driver instructed everyone to enjoy themselves and be back and ready to go in 20 minutes. Everyone filtered out, and Gus put his arm around Peyton's shoulders. Justine, Peyton and I are going to take a minute to talk, okay? Sure. She smiled. They walked away from the guests and kept going until they were sure they could speak in private. He pulled his arm from her shoulders and raked his hand through his hair. I didn't know what to say. I know you want that kind of wedding, and I know you wouldn't be happy with just a courthouse wedding. I felt like a jerk just sitting there. Peyton laughed. This just keeps getting bigger, doesn't it? He laughed with her. Like that volcano project in middle school. By the time we were done, we had red lava hitting the gym ceiling. She covered her mouth with her hand and snickered louder. What are we gonna do? What do you want to do? I don't know. I mean, she makes a valid point, but my parents are in Jamaica, and my sister is in Juneau. There's no way we could do what she's suggesting, even if we wanted to. Gus shrugged. So, that's what we'll tell her. At least we get to be honest with this part. True, but she sure is persistent, isn't she? You have no idea. She's been on me about my bachelor status since the app took off. I'm so sorry you're dealing with all of this. I know you wanted to come here and relax, to forget about life for a bit and rest. Peyton hugged him around the waist, laying her head against his chest. I've had the best time ever with you. Justine hasn't detracted from that at all. I can't think of a better thing to do than spend time with my best friend. And knowing it doesn't have to end when I get back makes it even better. Gus gritted his teeth and swallowed the lump in his throat, but he couldn't stop himself from wrapping his arms around her. He loved her. At that moment, he knew he was never going to love anyone like he loved her. He had no idea how he would ever manage to get over her enough to move on, or if it was even possible. But right then, holding her, he felt like he'd been shattered. Guys! Justine called as she approached. Hey! Gus loosened his hold, and Peyton turned to her. What? She asked. I just talked to a friend in New York. Now, I'm calling in some favors, but I can get you a wedding dress, and I know it'll be amazing. Gwen Hartley, the designer, has offered one to you. Peyton's jaw dropped. What? I told her your story. How you've been friends since you were 9 and all about your romance. She's such a romantic that she practically jumped at the opportunity to have you wear one of her designs. Justine looked so pleased with herself. Gus was frozen. Peyton had just called him best friend. How was he supposed to marry her, knowing she didn't love him? Then annul their marriage? Well, the cake. I'm sure if you call around, one of the bakers on the island would love to do a cake for Mr. Matchmaker. This reporter was killing him. Peyton flattened her palm against his chest, most likely feeling his heart beating a mile a minute. I really appreciate that, but really, it's okay. My parents wouldn't be able to attend anyway. They aren't getting back from Jamaica until late New Year's Eve. With only 2 days, it's just not possible at this time. Justine seemed to wilt. I'm sorry. I was really hoping to help get you the wedding of your dreams. The woman was pushy and nosy and might have been infatuated with him, but Gus had to give it to her. She was actually a good person. Someone who was surrounded by love all day, every day. Justine, Gus said. You have my word that Peyton will get the wedding of her dreams. The courthouse wedding was for us. A ceremony will give us the opportunity to share it. Peyton smiled up at him. Exactly. Justine took Peyton's hand. I hope you'll invite me. I'd love to see you two tie the knot publicly. And I'll let Gwen know. I'm sure she'd still be glad to have you wear one of her designs. Peyton squeezed her hand. Thank you. That's really sweet of you, and I see no reason not to invite you. Her gaze darted from Peyton to Gus and back. I wouldn't be so crazy about it if I didn't see just how much you two love each other. It's just so obvious. Gus's heart skipped a beat. If Justine only knew it was all a lie. Peyton's dedication to rescuing him made her a fantastic actor. She was just good at pretending. Truthfully, he'd almost let himself believe they could be more. It had been foolish to think that way. "Well, I guess that's newlyweds, right?" he said. "Okay, I'll let you two roam. See you back on the bus. I'll leave you alone for the rest of the tour as well so you can enjoy each other and the sights." Justine released Peyton's hand and walked away. Peyton sighed. "You know, she's kind of a pest, but I like her. I don't think she tries to be obnoxious. It's just her profession." "Yeah, I think so too. She really was willing to go above and beyond." "Yeah, a dress from Gwen? There are women who would kill to get one of her dresses. I can't believe I've been offered one for free." "That was nice. Maybe you can take her up on it when you get married one day." He smiled. Peyton gave him a strange look. One he couldn't pin down. "Yeah, one day." Her lips quirked up in a thin line. "How about we see some sights in the meantime?" Gus linked his fingers in hers, and they strode back to the group to join in, but Gus's mind was a million miles away. No, that wasn't true. His mind was back at the restaurant with Peyton calling him best friend. Why had he ever bought into Ty's idea that things had changed? It had only made things worse. Maybe when they got back to New York, he'd get her settled and take a business trip, something, anything, to give himself some space from her until he could handle being around her again. Chapter 21. Alone on the bungalow patio, Peyton propped her feet on the ottoman. There was no doubt in her mind that she could live here happily forever. She wished Gus was hanging out with her, but almost as soon as they returned from the tour, he'd been called away by Ty for an emergency, which meant her hopes of getting him alone were dashed. The tour of the island had been wonderful, minus all the questions and the push to get married at the resort. That had been crazy. And every time she thought she'd have a second alone with Gus, someone would interrupt. The universe must have been laughing at her. It was so frustrating. How was she ever going to tell him how she felt if she could never get him alone? Plus, she'd stupidly called him her best friend at the restaurant, but he was more than that now. Even if she did tell him how she felt, would he believe her? After continuing to put him in the friend zone? Her phone buzzed in her pocket and she pulled it out. Putting it to her ear, she said, "Hey, Tracy. Merry Christmas, belated." Peyton chuckled. "Merry Christmas. How was yours?" "It was so great. Family, food, and fun. We played games and hung out at my grandparents' house. How about you? Did you really spend Christmas alone?" No. Gus showed up unexpectedly and invited me to come with him to the resort he opened. I've been in Hawaii, and let me tell you, it's amazing." Tracy gasped. "Lucky girl. That's awesome. He really is a sweet guy. I can't believe you haven't ever wanted to date him." "Well, he wanted to be friends, so I never let myself see him as more than a friend." A weird sound came from the sliding glass doors, and Peyton glanced over her shoulder. When she didn't see anything, she focused on the beach in the distance again. "The tone in your voice says something's changed." Peyton groaned. "It has." "Something with Gus?" "I'm so in love with him it hurts, but I haven't had a chance to tell him yet. I don't want to blurt it out in front of everyone. I want it to be private and romantic, and I want him to love me back." "Wow. That's a huge deal. Are you sure that's how you feel? I mean, you just broke up with Frank. Granted, he was a real loser, but still. I wasn't in love with Frank. I was in love with the idea of being in love. I love Gus. I love how he holds my hand, how he tucks my hair behind my ear, the way he looks at me. Can you believe he remembered that I wanted a beach wedding? He'd listened, and it wasn't even about his wedding. He'd cared enough about her to put those little details to memory. It had solidified how she felt about him. Well, everyone knew that. But he remembered that I wanted an organza dress because I wanted it to float on the breeze. Something no other guy would have ever remembered. Okay, I'll give it to you. That's sweet. And to be honest, you haven't ever sounded this way before. Because I've never felt this before. I love being with him. I don't know if I'll be able to ever love anyone the way I love him. I'm just afraid. What if he doesn't love me? What if he just wants to be friends? That's a risk you'll have to take, and honestly, he's worth the risk. He's been your friend for years, but maybe he's thought the same thing. That you didn't want anything more than friendship. Maybe your wires were crossed or something. Yeah, maybe. Peyton paused. I'm going to be his personal assistant in New York. I think I'm going to wait until we get there and get settled, and then I'll tell him how I feel. Wait. You're moving to New York? Really? Peyton smiled. Yeah, he's even offered to let me stay at his apartment while we look for mine. That's great. You'll be so good at that. I think so too. Plus, Gus needs someone to make sure he's taking care of himself. When he gets wrapped up in projects, he neglects himself. Well, what better way to show him that you guys can be more than friends than by being around him all the time? Peyton nodded. That's what I'm thinking. I don't want him to think that it's the romance of the resort affecting my feelings. It's not. I truly love him. He's gracious, sweet, kind, and caring. She gasped. Oh, and he rescued a surfer a few days ago. Got banged up pretty bad in the process. It was terrifying and amazing all at once. I knew right then that I couldn't live without him. That's crazy. The surfer's okay, right? Yeah, both he and Gus are okay. It was totally nuts, but it just highlighted why I love him. Oh, I'm happy for you. Well, don't get too happy. I haven't told him how I feel yet. He may not feel the same way, and then I'll be nursing the worst broken heart yet. Peyton's phone chimed as a second call came in. She pulled it away from her ear to check the caller ID and then put it back. Oh, hey, that's my sister. Can I call you later? Sure. But you better call me back if you decide to tell him. I want details. Okay. Bye. Peyton chuckled and switched calls. Hey, Lori, what's up? Is everything okay? Actually, I think things are perfect. The chipper in her voice could mow down a tree. Oh yeah? Yes. Mom and I have decided to throw you a wedding when you get back. We figured since we didn't get to see you two exchange vows, it would be nice to have a little ceremony. Peyton sucked in a sharp breath. Oh, no, that's not necessary. We're happy with the courthouse wedding we had. That's all we need. Lori scoffed. Peyton, I know you. You've always wanted to get married on the beach with family and friends. We may not be able to give you the beach, but we can give you friends and family. Oh crud. What was she going to do? She needed to talk to Gus. What if it got out that they weren't really married before the article came out? With Lori, it was a possibility. Not that she tried to be a big mouth, she just couldn't keep a secret. What would Justine write if she knew they'd lied to her repeatedly over the course of a week? Peyton felt so trapped. Come on, Peyton, just say yes. We'll go dress shopping and find something simple. We have a church. I've already got a cake ordered, and Mom is getting a guest list together. With it being short notice, it'll just be immediate family and friends in Juneau, so it won't even be that big. Lori was downright pleading. What choice did Peyton have but to go along with it? If nothing else, they could get it annulled when they got to New York. Only they'd have to for real. A part of her cringed at the idea. She didn't want to do that. She loved the idea of being married to Gus. I should talk to Gus first. I mean, it would be his wedding too. It's going to be small, and I'm keeping him in mind too. I've known him as long as you have, remember? Peyton took a deep breath. What could she say? Other than the flat truth, but she couldn't risk telling her sister. Hopefully, Gus wouldn't be too upset. If he was, Peyton would call her family and take full responsibility for everything. Sure, Lori, that sounds great. What day are you guys planning it for? Oh, we figured it would take a couple days at least to find a dress, so we went with the next Saturday after you get back into town. That makes it so we aren't crazy rushed. It's crazy rushed, Lori. You're already married. What's the big deal? Peyton palmed her forehead and tried to steady her racing heart. Nothing. I'm just overwhelmed, that's all. I'm really grateful you guys are going to so much trouble. You're my sister, and you've found a great guy who cares about you. We need to celebrate it. Just think of it as our Christmas present to you. Thanks. Lori sighed. Okay, I need to go. There's lots to do, but don't worry about a thing. Mom and I have got this. Okay, talk to you later. Wait! I almost forgot. Pastor Remy wants to see the license. I'm telling you, the man is paranoid, but what can you do? No, preacher, you can't see the license? Anyway, just make sure you have that. I don't want to get all this together and not have a wedding. Crud. Double crud. It was a truck full of crud. Sure, we'll have it. Okay, great. This is going to be awesome. You'll see. Lori paused. Okay, for reals this time, talk to you later. Peyton nodded as her thoughts went wild. Okay, she whispered as she ended the call. Oh, what was she going to do? They needed a marriage license. To get their stories straight. To figure out how they were going to fix it after, even though she didn't really want to fix it. She wanted to be married to him. What would Gus think? Was he going to flip? Whatever the reaction, she needed to go tell him now in case he wanted to call the whole thing off and come clean. Oh, man, had she known how crazy her little white lie would grow, she would have stayed in the bathroom that first day. Peyton pushed out of the chair and took off to find Gus. On the way, she checked what it would take to get a marriage license and nearly swallowed her tongue. They'd have to wait 3 full days before they could get it. 20 minutes later, she saw Gus and Ty on the beach. It looked like they were in a serious discussion, but she had to talk to him. It wasn't something that would wait, especially if he wanted her to call her family and come clean. The sooner the better would be the strategy at that point. Gus! Peyton called as she ran toward them. Gus! She slowed to a stop and said, I've been looking everywhere for you. What's wrong? Gus asked. I'll let you two talk, Ty said as he started to walk away. No. She held up her hand. We might need your help. Okay. Ty stopped. What's going on? Peyton wrung her hands. My mom and sister are throwing us a wedding when we get back to Juneau. They've set it up for the Saturday after we get back. In a church. Gus's eyes widened. What? I didn't know what to do. We're trying to keep this quiet until after the article. And I didn't get a chance to tell my mom before Lori started blabbing. I didn't want it getting out that we lied beforehand, so I didn't tell Lori the truth. She must have called Mom right back after the 3 of us talked, and now I have no way of contacting my parents at sea. the color drained from his face. Oh, she'd made such a huge mistake. A wedding? In a church? In Juneau? Are you serious? Yeah. And we need to have a marriage license for the minister who's performing the ceremony. He raked his hand through his hair. We need to come clean now. There is no way I can go through with something like that. Ty held up his hands. Whoa. Slow down. What were you going to do when you were finished with the pretend marriage? We were going to quietly separate and tell people we split after realizing we had rushed things, Peyton said. Ty nodded and tapped his chin with his finger. Look, nothing's changed, except now it won't be a lie. You'll actually split and get it annulled. People do it all the time. You two are best friends. It's not like this is the worst thing you've gone through together. At least you like each other, which is more than most people can say after waking up in Vegas and finding out they're hitched. Of course, Ty wouldn't offer a real solution. He was all for them being together, otherwise, he'd have never congratulated them in front of all the guests. Peyton touched Gus's arm. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I didn't know I'd cause so many problems. A tear ran down her cheek, and she wiped it away. I didn't think it through, and it's just like me, right? To make a mess of your life, and now, here I am, crying and making it about me. I'm so sorry. And she was. She was so grieved that she'd put him in this horrible position. When Justine was asking about his bachelor status, she should have let him handle it. He pulled her into a hug and kissed the top of her head. It's okay. Ty's right. Nothing has changed. We'll just do like we planned and get it annulled once the article comes out. Once it's all over, I'll reimburse your family for all the wedding expenses. Not that it will make up for everything we're putting them through. I just hope they forgive us. And now he was being sweet. It made it even worse. He should be yelling at her at the top of his lungs and swearing never to speak to her again. She pulled back. You're not furious with me? Because, really, Gus, it's okay to be furious with me. You should be, and it's justified. I really messed up. No, I'm not. I know you care about me, and you were trying to help out. Everything's going to be okay. I promise. We'll go to Juneau, get the license, and play along until we get to New York. I'm sure it'll be a simple untying of the knot. Gus looked at Ty. Want to be my best man? Ty grinned. I thought you'd never ask. We need to be at the courthouse in Juneau the second it's open for business, Peyton said. There's a 3 full-day waiting period. Oh man, okay. As soon as the last guest leaves, I'll make sure the plane is ready. I'll get us a room at a nearby hotel, Gus said to Ty. Ty nodded. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. Gus took a deep breath. I need to get tuxes for us too. Peyton shook her head. No, I'd really prefer the slacks and untucked button-up, if you don't mind. It should make it a little easier. I'm okay not wearing a stuffy tie. He smiled and brushed her hair over her shoulder. At least there's that. She smiled. Like that was some prize. Hey, you're getting married, but you only have to wear slacks and a button-up. Lame. Ty's phone rang, and he stepped away. Peyton took Gus's hands in hers. Are you sure you're okay? You can yell at me or whatever you want to do. I can take it. I'm fine. Nothing's changed, really. The only thing that'll be different is that we'll actually be married. Are you okay with that? I mean, it won't be awkward for you, will it? Why would it be awkward? Unless it was like she feared, and he just thought of her as a friend. No, It won't be awkward. Good. I'll find out when the article is coming out, and we'll have everything in place to have it annulled as quickly as possible. That way we aren't stuck together. At least, not because of a piece of paper. He laughed. Stuck together? He felt stuck to her? Suddenly, her heart was shattering. She loved him more than anything in the world, and he didn't feel the same way. How on earth was she going to handle being with him in New York? Could she do it? Peyton chuckled, trying to keep the grief welling inside of her from spilling out. Yeah, that would be great. Ty came back, slipping his phone in his pocket. Before you ask, everything's okay. I've got New Year's Eve plans. He smiled. Gus lifted an eyebrow. Kalani? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've got a date with her. At least I'm willing. Gus narrowed his eyes, and Ty stopped. The exchange felt weird to her, and her gaze drifted from Gus to Ty. Willing to what? Ty waved her off. Nothing. Just messing with him. Gus yawned, rolled his shoulders, and sucked in a sharp breath between his teeth. Ow. I think you should go lie down. She twined her fingers in his and hugged his arm. Yeah, actually, that sounds good. I'm exhausted, but it's New Year's Eve. I wanted to at least make an appearance during the last mixer. Ty shook his head. After saving someone's life, you've earned the right to do what you want tonight. We could sit on the beach or hang out and talk. Either sounds like a great plan to me, Peyton said. Besides, if we want to watch the ball drop, we can find it online, I'm sure. Gus nodded. Honestly, I'd prefer hanging out at the bungalow. My head's kind of hurting, and loud noise doesn't sound like fun. Take him home. Ty winked. I'll see you two later. Bye, Ty, have fun tonight, Peyton said as they went their separate ways. So what movie were you thinking of watching? He shrugged. You pick, because I'm probably going to fall asleep. All right, but give me some choices. That way you can have some say in what we watch. They talked as they made their way back to the bungalow. Once they were dressed in their pajamas, Gus fired up the tablet and they decided on Die Hard. It had always been a favorite of both of theirs. Well, at least she didn't mind it. Do you need to take something for your headache? He shook his head. No, I think I'll be okay. All right. Peyton propped her feet on the coffee table and patted her lap. You may as well go ahead and lie down. I'd protest, but since I'm the one who said I'll zonk out, I won't. He stretched out on the couch and laid his head in her lap. This is what I call a rocking New Year's Eve. He chuckled. Me too, she said as she combed her fingers through his hair. You keep doing that, and I definitely won't make it long. He smiled, and as he took a deep breath, his eyes slid shut. She brushed the back of her hand along his cheek and studied him. There was no way she could go on and not tell him how she felt. But did she have enough courage to do it? He'd already said he didn't want to be stuck with her, but if she didn't tell him, she'd regret it. I'm in love with you. I love everything about you. I love your smile. Your humor. Your selflessness and kindness. The gentle way you hold me and the way you make me feel complete when you're around. I have never loved anyone like I love you, and I never will again. A soft snore answered her, and she nearly cried. Of course, she'd pour out her heart, and he'd be asleep. Well, she'd managed to do it once. She could do it again. Only next time, she'd make sure he had a fresh supply of Red Bull to make sure he stayed awake long enough to hear her. Chapter 22. The moment the plane hit the tarmac, it was an all-out hurry to pick up Peyton's parents at the dock. They'd even had to leave the resort early that morning in order to make it on time to pick them up once he realized they were getting in at 4 in the afternoon. It had made for a harried morning and an even more harried flight as Gus called around for hotels, faxed in the marriage license application, and found a clothing store that would accommodate his height and Ty's width. They'd picked up Lori at her apartment and barely made it when her parents disembarked from the ship. Gus! Jill, Peyton's mom, squealed as she hugged him. It's so good to see you. She patted his cheek and then hugged Peyton. What happened to our awkward little Gus? Lori chuckled. I know, right? I think I said the same thing when they picked me up, she said, taking turns hugging her mom and dad. Peyton grinned. I've got no answers, but he sure is gorgeous, isn't he? Whatever, Gus said. Jill hugged him again. I'm just glad I finally get to officially call you mine. Welcome to the family, sweetheart. Not that you haven't been a part of our family for years, but now it's official. Thank you, Mrs. Burrows. How many times have I told you to call me Jill? More than Gus could count, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. It didn't ring as respectful in his mind to call Peyton's mom by her first name. I'm sorry. Old habits. He smiled. He turned to Peyton's dad, Nate. Welcome home, sir. Her dad nodded. Thank you. It's good to see you, Gus. Likewise, sir. Gus turned to Ty. Mr. and Mrs. Burrows, this is my business partner and good friend, Tyrone Reed. Her parents shook hands with Ty. It's nice to finally meet you, Ty, her mom said. Gus has had nothing but good things to say about you. My buddy here can be gracious. I'm not nearly as great as he makes me out to be, Ty said. Gus shook his head. Don't listen to him. When I first got to New York, sharks circled. Ty here showed me how to tread the water. I called Ted. He's getting us a table at Trevino's for an early dinner. We need to discuss so many things, Lori said. Peyton tangled her fingers in Gus's. Yeah, I guess we do. You know, Gus and I are fine with how we got married. You really don't have to throw a wedding for us. Her mom waved her off. I know we don't have to, but I'd like to see my little girl get married, if you don't mind. No, we don't mind, Peyton said and looked up at Gus, an apology written on her face. He bent down, putting his mouth to her ear, and said, It's okay. You really are special to me. You know that, right? Special as in friend kind of special and nothing else. Yeah, I know, and you're special to me too. We'll get through this together, and everything will be okay. Thanks. They followed behind her parents and piled into the limo. Her parents chatted about their time on the cruise and how wonderful Jamaica was. Her mom even hinted that Gus and Peyton should try it for their honeymoon. When they reached Trevino's, Lori and Ted were waiting for them at a table. Lori stood and hugged Gus. It's good to see you. It's about time you married my sister. I've thought of you as a brother for forever. Yeah, I know. During dinner, the conversation drifted from Gus and Peyton's quick decision to get married to hope that Peyton would be able to find a dress. It was so easy to get caught up in the excitement and joy of it. It was what he'd pictured when he thought of marrying her. Gus, I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to steal Peyton for the next few days and have her stay at the house, her mom said. He shook his head. No, I don't mind. Which was true. Maybe if he got a little space from Peyton, it would make things easier. Mrs. Burrows leaned across the table, covered his hand with hers. You were always a sweet boy, and you're an even sweeter man. I'm so glad Peyton has you. I know you'll take good care of her. Well, you'll take good care of each other. You know I'll be moving to New York, right, Mom? Peyton asked. I figured as much, but I'll miss you both. That means you'll have to visit often, or we'll have to visit you. I've never been to New York, her mom said. You're welcome anytime, Mrs. Burrows. Her mom smiled. Such a sweet man. Peyton, why did it take you so long to figure out he was the one? Peyton's cheeks bloomed dark pink, and for a second, she was quiet. Then she caught his gaze and held it. Honestly? I don't know. He's the kindest, sweetest, most wonderful man I've ever known. I can't imagine being with anyone else. Gus's chest tightened. If only those words were true. Oh, how he wanted them to be true. But they weren't. How could she look him in the eyes and say something like that when he knew she thought of him as a friend? He'd overheard her saying it again while talking on the phone to Tracy on the patio. And what was he supposed to say in response? Nothing he said would be a lie. He rescued a surfer while we were at the resort. I don't think I told you that, Peyton said as she pulled her gaze from his. Her mom gasped as her sister's jaw dropped. You did? Her mom asked. Peyton nodded. He did. He even got 12 stitches in his shoulder. That only reminds me that I have another thing on my to-do list. Get the stitches out before Saturday, Gus said. Gus, that's incredible, Lori said. Ted nodded. Yeah, man, that's cool. It was crazy. Gus was pretty beat up afterward too, Ty said. Gus's cheeks warmed. Okay, next subject, please. See? He's wonderful, Peyton said and took his hand under the table. She leaned in. And you are wonderful. Peyton. Nope, can't deny truth. She smiled. After that, most of the talk centered around wedding details. Anytime it wandered too far, Peyton's mom or sister would steer it back. There were so many things to do before Saturday that Gus was positive he wouldn't be seeing much of Peyton until she was walking down the aisle. Even his own list of things grew as the evening went on. By the end of dinner, even Gus was caught up in the ruse. It wasn't until he dropped her off at her parents' home that it hit him again that it was all fake, and the deep ache he'd felt since leaving the resort settled back over him. Standing alone with her on the porch, he leaned his stitch-free shoulder against the wall next to her door. Can't say all of this isn't a little overwhelming, he said. Yeah, it kinda is. Peyton smiled. And if I'm not mistaken, we've got an audience peeking through the curtains. Gus flicked his gaze to the living room window. Sure enough, a shadow hid behind it. I see that. I'm sorry. He cast his gaze to the floor. It's okay. Really. In the next breath, her lips brushed against his, and he couldn't stop himself from responding. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her flush against him and deepening the kiss. His heart hammered against his ribs as she tangled her fingers in his hair, and it was as if there was no one but them. He had no idea how long they kissed, but when she finally broke the kiss, she said, Gus, I need. Oh, he knew what she would say. They were friends. But he'd beat her to it. No point in things becoming awkward this close to the end. No, I know. But we're just friends, okay? He smiled. She blinked and nodded. Yeah, just friends. I guess I'll see you later. Yeah, I'll see you later. He loosened his hold on her and took the steps down 2 at a time, trying not to make it seem like he was running from her. Somehow, he was going to make it through the next few days. He didn't know how yet, but he was. He was going to push through this and marry her and then divorce her when she asked for it. Then he was going to find something that needed his energy and lose himself in it until he could find a way to get over her. Chapter 23. A knock came at Peyton's door, and she rolled to her side. Come in. You sound exhausted, her sister said. Because she was. Most of the night she tossed and turned, thinking about the kiss she'd shared with Gus. She'd tried to tell him she loved him afterward, but he'd said they were just friends. It had broken her into tiny pieces. She didn't want to be his friend anymore. She didn't even want to be his girlfriend. His wife had the best ring to it. And he only wanted to be friends? Could he kiss her like that and still see her as a friend? He tried out for a school play once she'd witnessed it, and it hadn't started well and ended even worse, so she knew he wasn't an actor. Lori sat on the bed next to Peyton and brushed her hair back. "You okay?" "I'm fine. Just tired, and I know the next few days are going to be busy." "Yeah, they are. We have the cake tasting early this morning. It's a good thing this wedding is as small as it is, otherwise, we'd be getting a few store-bought cakes with crazy icing. After the cake, we have to find your dress, the flowers, getting the church ready, and getting this house ready for the reception. Plus, rehearsals. Not to mention all the little things in between. But it's going to be fun. And rushed. We could postpone it for a few months." Lori shook her head. "Nah, this is the fun part. No point in postponing it. I mean, there are less than 50 people coming, and you never wanted a huge wedding to begin with, so it's perfect." Well, Peyton could say she tried. "All right. Let me get up, and I'll get ready." Lori stood. "That's the spirit. Mom and I are ready, so just throw something on, and let's go." Peyton nodded as her sister left, and she pushed herself out of bed. The only way she was going to make it through the next few days was to press on and keep herself focused on the wedding. She could do that. Once she and Gus were married, then she'd work on showing him that they were good together. If and when he chose to divorce her, she'd deal with that then. For now, she had plans to keep and things to do. With renewed determination, she got going with a shower. Yeah, Lori said throw something on, but there was no way she was trying on dresses without showering. Once she was dressed, she was nearly pulled out of the house by her mom and sister. The cake tasting was first, and Gus was there for that, which was nice. Seeing him felt like he was lending her some of his strength to get through all the madness. After they picked a flavor, he gave her a quick peck on the cheek, and she was off to a bridal store while he went to get the stitches out of his shoulder. She wanted to go with him, but he insisted he'd be fine and that she should concentrate on finding a dress. It was hard to do when she was worried about him. Not that the cut on his shoulder was a huge deal, but she didn't like the idea of not going with him. The first bridal shop was a bust. Every dress she tried on felt too big or too poofy or too something. The second shop had a dress that she thought was okay, but it was the last one she tried on, and it had taken hours to try on dresses there too. By the time they got back home, she was considering coming clean just so she didn't feel so let down. She slept no better that night, only now instead of Gus kissing her every time she closed her eyes, she was wearing a wedding dress that made her look like a sequined cloud. It didn't help that Gus would smirk at her. The second day of dress shopping was a little better, but not much. She found 2 dresses in the first shop that were decent and one in the next, but she didn't have that feeling like they were the one. Which was silly. She should just pick one. It wasn't like she was really getting married. Okay, yes, technically, she was getting married, but it wasn't because Gus loved her. It was because she'd made a mess, and this was her way of keeping Gus from getting hurt. There was only one more bridal shop in Juneau, and if she didn't find one, she'd be picking the one she disliked the least. In a way, it served her right for making such a mess of everything. She should look like a poodle cloud decked out in rhinestones for lying in the first place. When Friday arrived, they hauled her to the last and final bridal shop. All her hope was riding on the little store to have something. "Peyton?" her mom called. "Yeah," she said as she grimaced at her reflection. "I think I found it." A dress slinked over the edge of the dressing room. "Just try it on." At least it wasn't the last dress in the store in her size. If she hated it, there were about 50 more for her to try on. Okay. She took the dress and hung it up. It was organza, so it had that going for it. She peeled off the heavy satin dress she had on and slipped into the one her mom had found. The instant she put it on, she knew. She stepped out of the dressing room and onto the pedestal surrounded by mirrors. It's perfect. The simple white spaghetti strap dress felt weightless. There was no fancy beading or patterns. It was just plain white and the most perfect dress she'd ever seen. Her mom and Lori covered their mouths with their hands and gasped. That's the one. It's the one, Peyton whispered as tears pooled in her eyes. It's so perfect and me. Suddenly, it felt like bricks were sitting on her chest. She was going to marry Gus in the perfect dress, and all he'd see was his best friend in a dress. Why did that realization have to hit right at that moment? Why did it hurt so much? Her mom walked up behind her and put her hands on her arms. You look beautiful, and Gus won't be able to take his eyes off of you. She sniffed. I know you're already married, but it didn't hit home until just now that my baby is married. Lori stepped up next to their mom. You look incredible, Peyton. Their mom moved in between them and put her arm around their shoulders. Both of you have made me so proud. My little girls aren't little anymore. You haven't been for a long time, but this kind of clinches it. Peyton patted her hand. I think we'll always be your little girls. Well, that's true. She sighed. Okay, let's buy this and go find some shoes to go with it. I know you wanted bare feet, but this isn't the beach. Lori laughed. No, but I doubt the church would care. No, she's right. It wouldn't work for a church, Peyton said. Her mom looked at her watch. If we're lucky, we won't be late for the rehearsal. Okay, let's get a move on. Lori smiled. Peyton hurried to the dressing room and stood there looking at the dress a moment. Maybe Gus would see her in this dress and then he could picture her as more than a friend. Maybe he could see a life with her and white picket fences and children and growing old together. A determination bloomed in her to fight for him. He was the love of her life, and she wasn't going to just let him go. When she took her vows tomorrow, she'd mean every word, and she'd do whatever it took to show him they meant something to her. Chapter 24. Gus paced in the room just off the church's sanctuary. How was he going to go through with this? Even picking up the marriage license the day before hadn't brought it home that he was getting married. Not even the rehearsal dinner did it. It wasn't until he was dressed and standing in front of the mirror that what he was about to do hit him. Married. Not fake married. Not acting married. Actually married with rings and vows and everything that went with a wedding. Yeah, they could get it annulled, but faking those vows? The ones that promised to love, honor, and cherish her? The kind he didn't want to break. Hey, man, Ty said as he stepped inside the room. Guests are all seated. You about ready to take your place out there? Gus whirled around and raked his hand through his hair. No. I'm not. This is serious. I'm about to lie in front of God and everyone that I'm pledging my life to Peyton, and she doesn't want that. She sees me as a friend. Ty set his hand on Gus's shoulder. Do you love her? You know I do, but this goes beyond loving her. I'm telling her family, our friends, and that minister that I'm making a commitment to her. Are you lying about that? No, that's the problem. I'm not lying or faking it. I want this, Ty. I want this more than anything in the world. How do you know she doesn't? Have you ever even bothered to ask her? Ty dropped his hand and crossed his arms over his chest. I haven't had time. Things happen so fast. We've barely seen or spoken to each other since we landed. And any time we thought we might have a second, someone has barged in. Then go find her, and no matter who is in the room, tell her how you feel. Stop being afraid of getting your heart broken and go for it. Before Gus could answer Ty, wedding music began to play. I think my time's up. Yeah, I think so. Are you going to go through with it? Gus nodded. I'm not going to embarrass Peyton in front of a church full of people. I couldn't do that to her. You sure? If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that I never want to be the cause of her pain or heartache. Those vows we're making might not mean anything to her, but they mean something to me, and maybe if we're tied together, it'll give me the boost to tell her how I feel. All right. Then I guess we need to get out there. Yeah. Thanks, Ty. Thanks for being here. Ty smiled. Anytime, buddy. Now, go marry the girl of your dreams. Gus nodded and pulled the door open. If he wasn't sweating bullets before, after seeing the crowd turn their attention on him, he was now. In just minutes, he'd be standing in front of them, putting on a farce of a marriage. Could he keep himself together long enough to get through the vows? It seemed his choice was gone now that he was standing at the front of the sanctuary. Peyton would be walking toward him, and he knew she'd be a beautiful bride. Even on her worst days, she was beautiful. Mentally, he steeled himself. He was going to do this. He was going to promise to love her and mean every word. If she wanted it annulled later on, then he'd deal with that when he came to it. Chapter 25. Peyton slid her hand down the front of her simple wedding dress. Her heart was fluttering like she was buzzing from a caffeine rush. In just a few minutes, her dad would be walking her down the aisle, and she'd be marrying Gus. For real. No more faking it. She'd be saying I do and vowing to love him forever. She'd already made the decision to mean them, so why was she so nervous all of a sudden? She did love Gus, and she did want to marry him. That part wasn't what made her nervous. It was knowing he didn't feel the same way. Since arriving in Juneau, they'd had no time alone. Between looking for a wedding dress and getting everything else together, she'd barely been able to wave hi to him. Hey, sweetheart, her mom said. You look so lovely, and this dress is so perfect. Lori nodded. You do. You look like a princess. A knock came at the door, and her mom hurried over to answer it. Her dad stood in the doorway, and music filtered in from the sanctuary. It's time. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. She didn't know how she was keeping herself together. She swallowed hard, picked up her bouquet, and walked to her dad. He took her hand and kissed the back of it. You are so beautiful, baby girl. And you couldn't have picked a better man. I know. Gus is wonderful. And he's good to you, which is what a dad always wants for his little girl. Smiling, he pulled her hand through the crook of his arm. I believe your husband is waiting. Yeah, he is. She took a deep breath. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. They walked out of the little dressing room to the closed double doors leading to the sanctuary. When the doors opened, Gus came into view, and she was blown away at how incredible he looked, from the crisp white button-up to the dark slacks he wore. But what really caught her breath and made her heart skip a beat was his smile. She couldn't take her eyes off of him. He was perfect, and she was marrying him. When she stopped in front of Gus, her dad put her hand in Gus's and said, I hope you two have a long, happy life together. Take care of each other, okay? Yes, sir, Gus replied. Everyone took their seats as the minister cleared his throat. Friends and family, we are gathered here today to witness two people who love each other profess that love to the world. He paused, and Peyton's mouth went dry as the weight of the words settled on her. This was it. This was her promising to love and cherish Gus. How could she do that if he didn't love her like she loved him? The minister continued. The vows they are about to exchange are sacred. They are promises of devotion, care, love, and perseverance in hardship. Just as Peyton opened her mouth to protest, Gus pulled away. We need to talk. He took her by the hand and pulled her to the room just off the sanctuary. I'm sorry, Peyton. I can't go through with this. He raked his hand through his hair. I can't marry you because these vows won't be fake for me. I won't want it to end. Peyton tilted her head. Did she hear him correctly? What? I thought you only saw me as a friend. His eyes turned glassy as he held her gaze. I have loved you for so long. I didn't mean it when I said that, even way back then. I heard you telling your friend on the phone that you saw me as a brother, and I was just protecting myself. It wasn't true. I am wholly, totally, madly in love with you. I love you from the tips of your weird toes to the top of your crazy head. I can't exchange vows with you when you don't feel the same way about me. I love you. Gus loved her? You do? With all my heart. You are the only one I have ever loved. I love your heart, humor, intelligence, and I can't imagine life without you. But marrying... Peyton dropped the bouquet, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. I love you too. I don't want it to end either. I was sick to death, thinking we'd annul our marriage in a few months. I don't ever want to be apart from you. You are everything I have ever wanted and so much more. You have such a giving heart, and you are so tender and sweet. I couldn't have dreamed of a better man to love and give my heart to. You love me? Yes, I love you. I love you with all my heart. She cupped his cheek. I've been trying to tell you that for days, but I could never get a moment alone with you. And when I did tell you, you fell asleep on me. I love you, Gus. I love you so much. A smile slowly stretched on his lips. I love you too. More than I ever thought I could love someone. I wish you would have talked to me about what you heard back then. I just knew Leslie would ask me a bunch of questions, and I didn't want to answer them. I didn't really feel that way. I'm sorry I walked away and avoided you when you kissed me, but I was shocked and didn't know how to respond right that second. By the time I was ready to talk about it, you said you only wanted to be friends. I figured that meant you didn't feel any chemistry between us, so I pushed the possibility of anything beyond friends out of mind. Gus chuckled and shook his head. Believe me, there was no lack of chemistry. He traced her jaw with his fingers. One simple conversation, and we wouldn't have wasted so much time. I should have been honest, but I was so afraid of losing you as a friend that I just couldn't take the chance. I'm sorry. I am too. I should have known you well enough to know you were protecting yourself. We're a pair, huh? A great pair. Yeah, we are. I love you, Gus. I love you, Peyton. I always have. I'm thinking we should get married. Peyton smiled. He chuckled. I think that's an excellent idea. There was a knock at the door, and Ty stuck his head in. Peyton's parents and sister would like to come in. Sure, they can come in, Gus said. And you too. Sweetheart, what's going on? Her mom said once they shut the door. Peyton swallowed hard. We've been pretending to be married to protect Gus's resort. Peyton's mom cleared her throat. Are you telling me you two weren't married? Gus and Peyton turned their attention to the small group gaping at them. No, Peyton said. Then she explained how everything happened, from blurting it out to the journalist to not correcting Lori. I can't believe you were faking it this whole time, her mom said. Lori touched their mom's shoulder. They may have been faking being married, but there is nothing fake about how they feel about each other. Ty nodded. No, there isn't. And it's about time they figured it out. No, there isn't, Peyton said. And that marriage license is real, and I'm not leaving until this fake marriage is real. She smiled up at Gus. That is, if you're okay with it. The corner of his lips quirked up. I'm more than okay with it. I've wanted to be with you since I can remember. I didn't know how I was going to handle having you in New York and not being with you. It was killing me to think you might date someone else. I don't want to be with anyone else but you. I kept thinking I was going to get to New York and show you how much I cared about you. That maybe you'd see we could be more than friends because it wasn't enough anymore. Are you okay having the wedding here? I know you wanted the ceremony held on the beach. I don't care where it happens as long as it happens. I don't want to waste another second. Peyton lifted on her toes and kissed him. Not another second. Gus held her hand to his chest. I don't either. There was another knock on the door, and the minister cleared his throat as he peeked in. Are we still having the wedding? Peyton giggled. Yes, most definitely, yes. She'd never been so deliriously happy in her life. It was as though whatever had been holding her four-leaf clovers had opened the floodgate, and they were drowning her. Gus and Peyton took their places again, and they exchanged their vows and rings. The best part was when the minister announced them as husband and wife and Gus swept her up in his arms and kissed her. The world around them faded, and she gave him all her heart as she kissed him. It wasn't just a vow or a promise to her. He could have all of her because she knew she was safe. She'd married her best friend, and there was nothing but forever in front of them. Epilogue. 1 year later. Gus, where are you taking me? Peyton asked as he covered her eyes. You've been so secretive. What on earth could he be planning? He'd been so sneaky the last few months. He chuckled. You'll see in a minute. I smell ocean. You said we were going to Juneau. We are. We're just taking a detour. A detour? He uncovered her eyes, and Peyton gasped. Oh, what have you done? We're at the resort? Why is there a setup for a wedding ceremony? I know how much you wanted a beach wedding, and I wanted to surprise you. So, for our anniversary, I thought we might renew our vows. She turned to him. All those questions about wedding dresses and sizes and tasting cakes and everything? That was for this? Yeah. I've set it up so we have the entire week to spend with family and friends. Gwen Hartley will arrive tomorrow, and she'll bring dresses for you to try on. And I even invited Justine. That didn't surprise her. Justine's article about the resort was a glowing review. It had bolstered the app and made the resort famous. Since then, it was always booked. Even the article on them had been great. They'd called Justine and told her the truth. Instead of being furious, she'd been thrilled. Best friends figuring out that neither of them had ever wanted to be just friends was an even better story. Oh, Gus, this is the sweetest thing, but I loved our little church wedding. And she did. That was the best day of her life. Finding out he loved her as much as she loved him. I know, but I wanted to give you this. I want you to know that I want all your dreams to come true. I love you, and you made all my dreams come true when you said you loved me, he said and pulled her to him. I love you more now than the day I married you. She circled her arms around his neck. Gus, I love you too, and this past year has been incredible. You don't have to worry about my dreams because all of them have you in them. But thank you so much for this. It's beautiful and sweet. She smiled. I have a wedding gift for you too. He tilted his head. You do? Yeah, she said, taking his hand and pressing it flat against her stomach. His mouth dropped open. You're... No way. She nodded. I am. I went to the doctor yesterday. I thought we were going to dinner tonight, and I was going to tell you then, but since we're exchanging things, she shrugged. Oh, sweetheart, this is the best gift. Well, besides you. You will always be the best gift I've ever received. He smiled. We'll need to figure out a nursery for the condo in New York. Well, hold that thought. You know how we've been talking about moving to Hawaii? One conversation a year ago doesn't constitute talking about moving to Hawaii, Peyton said. He laughed. I know, but I love it here, and I know you love it here. I was thinking we might check out a few homes and see about calling it home. Her jaw dropped. Are you serious? Yeah. I'm kinda tired of freezing winters. Aren't you? In a way, this is where it all started. So does that mean you're open to it? I'm open to anything that keeps me next to you and in your arms, because there is no other place I'd rather be. He lowered his lips to hers and kissed her. And there is no other person on this earth I love more than you. No other person I'd rather hold or grow old with. I love you, Peyton. Now and forever. I love you too. This has been Marrying the Matchmaker. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2023.